The story begins with, "That day was not the best day for walking. It was raining like a bucket. The young man was carrying a box on his scooter. It was in the year 2022. He passed by a small store. He left the scooter and came closer. The store was full of groceries and household chemicals. There were few visitors on this rainy day. Ching Chen played Chinese xiangqi chess, a very popular board game, with the owner of the establishment for fun. The salesman acted pretty confident at first, but on one of the moves he realized that the young man had just trapped him. Ching Chen smugly smirked and declared check. He knew that there was nothing his opponent could do. The man exclaimed that he had almost defeated him. Ching Chen stood up from his seat and replied that the game was already over here. Frowning, the elderly man scrutinized the game chip in his hand. His hands were trembling with excitement. The rain was still falling, the sky was getting lighter, and the clouds were clearing. Curses could be heard from under the canopy. The man squealed that he was tired of giving him his money. He had just won 20 yen in the morning and immediately lost it all. After withdrawing the right amount of money from the piggy bank, Ching Chen said that this could have been avoided. His opponents could have played with the youth at once. The man said contemptuously, rearranging a chip on the playing field, that all the tricks the young man had shown were good for nothing. Ching Chen sat down at the gaming table and smiled. He asked how the old man in that case had managed to win it all before. The man decisively moved one of the game chips one division forward and thought. The tactic seemed to be a win-win. Turning aside, he offered the young man to play another game with him. Ching Chen told the old man that he had suggested it himself. The young man was a little tired for the day. The rain monotonously drummed on the roof of the shed. Ching Chen closed his eyes, thinking about strategy. Meanwhile, the rain was coming to an end. The drops from the sky fell to the ground less and less often. The sky was getting brighter and brighter. After a while, the rain had almost stopped. The only drops on the canopy were solitary drops and leaves from the trees. The young man didn't care about that. He put one leg over the other and folded his hands in his lap and fell asleep to the monotonous pounding of the rain. Even when the rain had already ended, Ching Chen was still asleep and didn't notice anything around him. He allowed himself to relax. He was having an interesting dream. The rain continued to fall. He and the old man continued to play the board game. The man was now thinking more carefully about his every move. After carefully studying the game board, he moved one of the chips to the left. The game combination was interesting. In order not to fall into the trap, you had to move the chip one division forward. The old man took the game chip and held it in his hands for a while. He pondered where to put it. People walked by the table. A little girl walked past a woman clutching a bag of cookies. A young girl wearing white sneakers, stylishly decorated with colorful butterflies, strolled leisurely nearby. All these events and many others were as if captured on a movie film and slowly ran before the young man's eyes. Ching Chen was in a huge data vault arranged in a circle. The young man seemed to be hanging in the stream and was enveloped in a golden halo. Ching Chen reached for the nearest rack from the storage room and pulled out one of the videotapes at random. He wondered what was recorded on them. As soon as he pulled out the tape completely, a bright yellow light flooded all around. Ching Chen could clearly see everything on the tape. That was the end of the strange dream, and the young man sighed heavily. These visions were quite interesting. He would continue to consider everything. Shifting the game chip, the young man reminded the man that he had played against a rather experienced old man in Wancheng Park. Holding up the chip, Ching Chen said that in order to win, a man must learn 13 techniques to refuse a horse this week. With a lightning-fast movement, the old man snatched the game chip from the young man's hands. Ching Chen looked at the man in surprise. The salesman exclaimed that he could defeat the old man in a week, and asked when he could defeat the young man himself. Ching Chen confidently said that the old man would not have a single chance of defeating him even after 500 years. Raindrops sprinkled from the sky again. The man asked why Ching Chen left school so early on the self-study day. The young man raised his head and looked thoughtfully at his companion. He did not want to tell the old man everything. Ching Chen reluctantly told the man that he had other plans. There was a person he needed to meet. A man offered to take part in the xiangqi championship. The young man admitted that he had just memorized a couple of combinations. The men passed the time with a leisurely game. More random pedestrians passed by the table. At last the clouds parted. The last drops of rain fell on the canopy. The sun began to appear from behind the clouds. A little boy shouted excitedly to his mother that the rain had stopped. The father stroked his joyful son's head. The young woman seemed very familiar to the young man, and he turned his head in her direction. The old man noticed a strange movement. The woman with dark hair and brown eyes was very pretty. She looked at the players carefully. Ching Chen stood up from the game table and walked towards the young family. All three of them stopped not far from him. The rain puddles spread noisily through the gutters. The remaining drops quickly evaporated in the sunlight. Ching Chen stared at the woman in silence. Gazing intently at her face, he didn't even say hello to her. The young man's trembling hand reached for the woman by itself. but Ching Chen grabbed her elbow with his free hand and stopped her. The woman sighed heavily and bowed her head. The boy wondered why his mother was staying here. The woman said nothing. She and the young man looked at each other in silence. The woman continued to hold the box in her hands. Finally, she moved closer to the table of players and softly said the young man's name. Her eyes filled with sadness. Ching Chen faintly smiled back but didn't say a word. It had been a long time since they had anything to talk about. At the same second, the young man turned around and walked in the other direction. The surprised woman stared at him for a long time. There was no point in stopping him. The woman approached the old man, splashing rainwater with her shoes. She gently asked Uncle Zhang why Ching Chen had come to play xiangqi. The old man replied that as the young man's mother, she should know better. Upon learning that Ching Chen was earning money from this, the woman was perplexed and said that she was sending money to his father every month. Her husband reminded Wanfan that it was Hao Hao's birthday today, and he had already been promised a movie theater. The boy grabbed his mom's hand. She had completely different intentions. Wanfan was worried about her eldest son, but she couldn't offend Hao Hao. After wandering around for a bit, Ching Chen returned to the place where he had been dwelling lately and opened the door lock. This meeting with his mother made the young man angry. He angrily slammed the door of the warehouse where the empty containers were stacked. In the room, there were empty bottles and beer cans on the table. Ching Chen dialed a phone number. A long beep sounded. The young man angrily kicked the beer can with his foot. He'd be better off not meeting his mother today. The caller didn't answer the phone. As soon as they were joined together, the young man asked his father for more money to support him. His mother had now become very rich. A man was sitting at a table with a cigarette, spending his leisure time gambling at cards. It turned out that his son did not need money at all. The man asked what he needed then, and warned that for school matters it was better to go to his mother. A short beep sounded in the handset. Ching Chen ended the phone call. Apparently his father did not appreciate his father's concern for him. The young man sighed heavily. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening. The room had not been cleaned for a long time, and all the necessary items were lying around. Ching Chen took out his cell phone and checked the clock. It turned out that the wall clock was 1 hour ahead. Turning the brush of his right hand toward him, the young man noticed bright bluish numbers. It looked like a 6-hour timer. Ching Chen leaned his back on the edge of the table and looked closely at the figures. There were fruits and plates spread out on the table. The young man stepped away from the table and stretched the shoulder of his left arm. He thought that he had no idea where the countdown would lead. Ching Chen pressed the doorknob and opened the front door. The unknown had always frightened him. Right now, this timer seemed dangerous. The young man turned around sadly and looked at the interior of the room. Perhaps a completely different life awaited him. Ching Chen resolutely slammed the door on the other side. He couldn't continuously stay here in inactivity. Stocks of medicine and provisions were running low, so it was necessary to go to the market and do some shopping. It was getting dark very quickly on the evening street. In addition, the sky was again covered with dark gray clouds. It was going to rain. Ching Chen returned with his purchases and walked over to the desk. To his left, a pile of miscellaneous junk was carelessly piled up. The shopping trip was quite successful. He managed to find a medical bag and a flashlight with spare batteries. Lifting the pillow, Ching Chen pushed a large butcher knife underneath it just in case. Anything could happen. On the bedside table, the young man laid out a hammer, screwdrivers, and pliers. Ching Chen didn't know what awaited him and prepared for everything. Despite the late hour, it was getting light outside the window. Rays of light came through the barred windows. Ching Chen made one last entry in his diary and sat down on the bed. The unclear light source was getting closer and closer. The young man's face and body were illuminated with a bright light, as if a powerful spotlight had been shone on him. He wondered if he needed help. All this time, while Ching Chen was waiting for the countdown to end, his hands were shaking nervously. It was completely unclear what this change would bring. The young man frowned, thinking that no one in the world could help anyway, even if he cried out for help. The reason was that no outsider would understand him. And there was no one at school worthy of being called a friend. Ching Chen sighed and placed a small idol carved out of green stone in his palm. Placing the talisman on top of the medicine case, the young man bowed to it. This was the end of the travel preparation stage. Ching Chen tiredly rolled over with his back on the bed. The first thing the young man did was to take out his phone from his pocket and logged into the message delivery service. He only communicated with his mother and Nan Gang Chen. His mother's sad face made him sad. She herself was not happy that things had turned out so badly. Ching Chen remembered only good things about her. His mother always wished him well and supported him with all her strength. Only the father was involved in gambling and selling their home. In addition, the young boy often witnessed domestic violence. As a result, my father got so drunk that he kicked Wanfang out of his home. It was a very big shock. The woman didn't ponder for long. After packing her belongings into a suitcase, Wan Fong hailed a cab and left for good. Ching Chen had never judged his mother for that choice. He felt that at that time in her life, she simply could not have done otherwise. One day, the young man happened to witness a conversation. His aunt hinted to his mom that no one would marry her with a teenage son. It was because of that incident that Ching Chen voluntarily made the decision to live with his father and give his mother a chance to start a new life. He remembered that moment of saying goodbye to his mother. She didn't want to let go of his hand. Unfortunately, it was impossible. The young man pointed the camera at the brush of his hand and captured the countdown. The photo turned out to be quite interesting. Ching Chen placed the phone in front of his eyes. This was probably the last 2 hours of his life. He lay on the bed for a while, covering himself with his phone from the bright light coming through the window. Ching Chen didn't want to accept that his end would come so quickly. He left his dwelling and rode his bicycle. Along the way, the young man reflected on the fact that he regretted many of the things he had done. Besides, there are things he does not dare to do. However, today was a special day. Since Ching Chen didn't know what awaited him in a couple hours, he decided to be bold. After traveling halfway across the city, the young man pulled up in front of one of the houses. Something told him that he had come to the right place. Ching Chen lowered the bike's footrest and lowered his foot to the ground. Needing to stretch a little, he pedaled for a long time. Loud drunken shouts could be heard upstairs, he guessed. Ching Chen reported the address to the police and reported the gambling. The voice in the receiver immediately answered the call and said that the complaint had been recorded. They will come to the place now. The deed was done and it was safe to go home. The young man began to turn the bicycle around. He had done the world a good favor. Raising his footrest, Ching Chen pushed off from the asphalt. The first drops of rain once again rattled on the roofs of the houses. The young man slowly drove away. There was nothing else to worry about. Some schoolgirl ran past. She didn't even have an umbrella. The bright light struck the boy's eyes. He calmly looked ahead and drove on. Everything was going according to the plan. The light was getting closer and closer. It was impossible to look ahead, and I had to squint my eyes a little. The police reacted quite quickly. It was their patrol that raced towards the young man, picking out anything suspicious with its headlights. Ching Chen rushed onward through the night city. A heavy downpour had begun. There were hardly any people on the streets. Not half an hour later, the young man pulled up neatly outside the warehouse and put his bike in place. Ching Chen walked into his room, pulling off his wet jacket as he walked. There wasn't much time left. The young man was very wet. During the trip, Ching Chen didn't even put on a hood, so water dripped off his wet hair. The young man walked over to the desk and began to stow everything he needed in his backpack. There was a little more than 50 minutes left. Half an hour before the last minute, Ching Chen scribbled a farewell note and left it on the desk. There was a little less than a minute and a half left. The young man clenched his fists. Everything had to be decided now. The final countdown began. At 10, old man Zhang took the arriving goods into his store. He had a lot of work to do. At number 9, the police brought out the surprised denizens of the brothel, along with the young man's father, and seated them in crews. 7 seconds before his life changed, Ching Chen was already fully assembled and patiently waiting. After another second, the young man went to the window and melancholically watched the raindrops monotonously drumming on the glass. 4 seconds before the end of the countdown, Ching Chen once again sat on the bed listlessly awaiting his fate. With 2 seconds left, the young man's mother and her new family stood at a window on the other side of town and admired the rain. By the last second, Ching Chen was already fully prepared to meet his new fate, no matter what it was. After the countdown ended, the whole world changed. The contents of the room were as if simulated in a computer program. It was midnight. Everything began to change in a strange way. All the objects in the surroundings only left their outlines. Even a fly flying by the young man from time to time seemed somehow artificial and inanimate. Some bright yellow glow appeared around the young man's face. He realized that the process had begun. The world that had been real to the young man just a few minutes ago began to crack at the seams. Many cracks appeared on the floor. Everything around him exploded in an instant. Only the image of the young man remained. Everything else shattered into tiny shards of ice. Somewhere in space, a reincarnation data chip was formed. Ching Chen didn't understand what those numbers meant. Ching Chen didn't understand what was happening around him. His familiar world was splintering into pieces. Everything around was glowing with a blue light. This world seemed unreal. Something strange was happening. Even events from the past were splintering into thousands of shards. Ching Chen remembered spending time with his mother. Ching Chen didn't realize where he was. He was being sucked deeper and deeper into the vortex of incomprehensible energy. The guy saw a light in the distance, the rays spreading around, and the guy was moving somewhere. Ching Chen woke up in some new world. He was also lying on the bed, however. The room looked different. Ching Chen was also wearing different clothes. The guy opened his eyes. He didn't realize what had happened or what he had just seen. Ching Chen got up from the bed. He was in some new world or another reality. The knife from his hands gone. The guy rolled up his sleeves to look at the timer on his forearm. On his hand was a new countdown to return. There were 48 hours. That was 2 days. Ching Chen looked at his hand in surprise. The guy buttoned up his shirt and tried to realize what was going on around him. He was still in his body, and after all the prints, the location of the pores couldn't be faked, but the clothes were different. He thought he was in another dimension. Probably when the meter ran out, the guy would go back. Ching Chen thought that even though not everyone was waiting for him, it was still good to have a place to return to. The guy looked around from wanting to realize what kind of room this was. The room was more like a cell. He could see the glass door. Everything around it was glowing. The walls were made of metal. There was a mug and a toothbrush on the floor, and the guy's shoes were also on the floor. Taking a closer look, Ching Chen saw a wash basin that stood on a shelf. Everything around it was signed with glowing signs. Ching Chen tried touching the wall. He didn't realize what kind of place this was with such expensive building materials. At that moment, something strange began to happen around. A loud sound was heard. The guy looked around. There were no weapons in the room, so the first thing that came to mind was to pick up a toothbrush and defend myself with it. Ching Chen stood beside the glass door and cautiously peered out of it. At that moment, the door opened. Neon lights began to come out of it. Ching Chen watched everything happening with astonishment. He was startled and looked at the door in bewilderment. From behind the glass, a flood of light came straight at the boy, blinding his eyes. Ching Chen looked beyond the opening door with surprise. He still had no idea about this new world. A voice came from behind the door and announced the time. 7 in the morning. It was breakfast time. All prisoners were asked to line up and go to the mess hall. Ching Chen was surprised to find that he was in prison. On his uniform was the code 0101010101. The boy decided to listen to the voice. He hesitantly stepped outside his cell. There were many cells in the prison, similar to Ching Chen's room. On the screen, a man in a suit was broadcasting information to the prisoners. Many people, and not only that, there were unusual creatures among them. They all walked gloomily from their cells to breakfast. The guy still didn't realize where he was or what was going on. He had never seen such unusual places before. The prison was huge, and there were so many floors with identical cells. Ching Chen looked at this unusual world with astonishment. The man's voice on the screen kept telling the prisoners to go to the mess hall and line up. The creatures were quite different. Some had long white hair. Some stomped loudly as they walked down the hallway. At this moment, Ching Chen faced one man. He had a very evil appearance. His face was similar to a human's, however with metal inserts. The man looked angrily at the guy. His eyes were unusual. They looked more like robot eyes. Ching Chen looked into the red eyes of one prisoner and stunned. This was something he had never seen before. The guy realized they were prosthetic eyes. He thought he might be in a mechanical civilization. At that moment, someone said hello to him and called him a newcomer. This prisoner pinned Ching Chen against the wall. He had a huge mechanical arm. He was clearly not friendly. Ching Chen looked at the man in surprise. He thought it was better not to run into trouble. Behind this man, more prisoners had gathered behind him, and they stared at Ching Chen eerily, not giving him a pass. The man told Ching Chen Yu not to eat too much. Otherwise, it would be ugly when he puked everything here. Everyone laughed. Ching Chen looked at the man's metallic hand in surprise. He realized that he could hardly handle his strength. All the prisoners began to talk. They had heard that 12 newcomers had arrived last night, and that they could have some fun today. They were surprised that the newcomer had no mechanical limbs and seemed to have no connections to the outside. Ching Chen wondered if these men knew that he was from another dimension. Perhaps they just meant that it was his first time here. The fact that they wanted to have fun didn't bode well. At this moment, a loud scream was heard in the prison. Ching Chen turned around. Someone was shouting in panic and asking what this place was. The guy saw someone running down the hallway. He wanted to go home and didn't want to stay in this damn place. Apparently, it was one of the new guys. The guy's name was Huang Jixian. His father was the chairman of Wind Group Corporation of Luo City. One of the prisoners tripped the guy. He flew to the floor. The prisoners laughed loudly. They didn't know where this city was. Ching Chen recognized the guy. He was an acquaintance of his from the foreign language school who was a grade below. It seems like the guy is not the first and last guy here. Perhaps the places before the intersection are close to the places after the intersection. At that moment, a drone flew over the prison. It was alerting some kind of emergency. The next moment, more drones flew in. They asked to stop. All the prisoners looked up in surprise and looked at the drones. There was also a large white cat in the prison. It yawned lazily while lying near the Xiangqi board. The drones were asking all the prisoners to stand still. The cat looked at these flying machines with a very unreasonable look. At that moment, a large number of robots ran out, heading out to stop the riot. Ching Chen looked at them with incomprehension. They didn't understand what kind of commotion was going on in the prison. All the robots and drones ran straight towards Huang Jishan and pointed their weapons at him. The guy was very frightened. Ching Chen believed that meeting old acquaintances in a foreign land did betray a sense of security, but it depended on the person. In his opinion, being a fellow countryman doesn't always help, and can be a threat in this unusual world. The two prisoners were talking, one of them thinking that the newcomer was chickening out. Maybe he was just a fool. The other had heard that he had been sentenced to 7 years in prison for not paying taxes. The inmates believed that people in their time, what with getting involved with tax collectors, were either crazy or very stupid. The two prisoners approached Ching Chen. They put their hands on his shoulders and asked if he was ready. Ching Chen didn't quite understand what they were talking about. He didn't like this attitude on their part. The prisoners kept going down to the first floor where the prison's canteen was located. The prisoners took their food and sat down at tables in the mess hall. Some had not yet made it downstairs. Ching Chen stared down intently. He was wondering how he would get out of this situation. There were many empty tables downstairs. Some prisoners had broken into pairs and were having breakfast with each other. Ching Chen all watched the prisoners seating themselves at the tables in the dining hall. It seemed like they had some kind of principle. The guy realized something, his attention caught by one of the tables downstairs. The guy had the feeling that everyone was avoiding one of the tables at the very edge. Behind him sat a man in white clothes. Two prisoners were standing next to him. They were not eating. This man was middle-aged. He was holding a Xiangqi chip in his hands and thinking intensely about something. The man had the number 1 on his uniform. There was a big white cat at his desk and a Xiangqi board in front of him. Ching Chen looked down at the man in surprise. He thought that it might be some important person in this prison. Meanwhile, the prisoners were eating breakfast in the mess hall, discussing recent events. They thought all these newcomers were dumb jerks. A shout of working harder was heard from a neighboring table. Somewhere in the canteen, some prisoners threatened others. Some asked to be released, because he would do whatever his abusers wanted. Someone asked for silence, because everyone knows what they do to those who yell so loudly. The dining room was noisy. Ching Chen's gaze was attracted by the very man around whom there was complete silence. The boy thought it might be the warden, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Even though he was wearing different clothes, he still had a number embroidered on his uniform. Ching Chen realized that this man was also a prisoner, yet something different from the others. Behind this man stood another prisoner. It was a guy with blonde hair. The guy noticed Ching Chen looking at him and gave him a sly smile. The announcer told all the prisoners to go to the canteen in the order of their turn. The prisoners did not understand why the queue was moving so slowly today. Ching Chen observed the behavior of the prisoners. They all knew each other and chatted about everyday things. Someone beside Ching Chen said, "It all depends on today's rookies." The guy noticed that the prison has 7 floors, 18 drones at the ceiling, 10 drones with video surveillance, 3 with weapons, and including the guy, there are 3,102 people here. At this moment, Ching Chen heard someone shout. That person was asking him to let go. The boy was being held by 2 prisoners, one of whom told the other to hold him urgently, for he must not get hurt here. These 2 had to beware of the interference of the wardens. The other said he was not a fool and asked him to calm down. At this moment, the queue was all advancing. Someone told Ching Chen to look around. It was the same man with a mechanical eye that Ching Chen had seen before. He said that it would soon be his turn as well. The boy looked at the man in surprise. He was confused. Ching Chen didn't reply anything. He didn't really understand what line the man was talking about. All the prisoners took their food, about to be seated. They wondered if it was edible. All the prisoners around looked suspiciously at the newcomers. They were sitting around eating breakfast. One prisoner pointed at Ching Chen. They clearly wanted to massacre him. The other men were also going to get involved. The guy spotted this group of prisoners just in time and wasn't the least bit scared. One of the men was kneading his shoulder. He had a mechanical arm and was about to walk right up to the guy. Ching Chen lowered his gaze. He had a stony expression on his face. He understood what was about to happen. At that moment, the guy right with his food rushed through the dining room. He was running very fast. The offenders didn't expect the guy's quick reaction. They rushed right after him. The man with the mechanical arm swung at the guy. He was going to hit him, smirking slyly. Ching Chen deftly turned around and slid right under the man. The guy had great physical skills. He didn't even drop his food. The guy grabbed the banana in his teeth and sped off. Ching Chen jumped over another man who was about to attack him. He ran straight towards that special prisoner's table. The boy's abusers fell to the floor when they failed to hit the young man. Prisoners lying on the ground shouted that they had to capture him before the guards found out about the incident. At that moment, one of the prisoners was very surprised at what he saw in front of him. Ching Chen ran straight towards the special prisoner. Everyone else stopped, not daring to run after him. One of his abusers smirked and thought that the guy thought he was the smartest, and if he thought he was going to protect him, he wasn't. It was interesting for everyone to see this. Ching Chen desperately ran forward, carrying his food. It looked like he had a plan. Right in front of him sat a special prisoner with his subordinates. Ching Chen was stopped by someone with his palm. The guy was very surprised. It was that white-haired guy. He said he knew what the new guy was up to. The man sat bored looking at his desk, a stony expression on his face. The guy with white hair said they wouldn't help him. All the prisoners lined up in a circle and watched intently. Ching Chen needed to stop hoping for this plan. Everyone around him laughed. The guy with white hair asked who Ching Chen thought this high-ranking person was. Ching Chen said with a cold expression that he was a former Ching member. All the prisoners around laughed at Ching Chen, for his idea seemed silly and useless to them. The guy saw the man's young keyboard and said he could handle the lot. The prisoners were stupefied at such a self-righteous suggestion from the lad. The young man with white hair was also surprised, because no one had ever suggested such a thing to his boss before. The high-ranking man moved the chips. He started a game of xiangqi. The man made a move. The elephant from 5 retreats to 7. They had to continue. The guy with white hair was very surprised that his boss had accepted Ching Chen's proposal. The guy activated his ability and started calculating moves ahead. This position on the board is called capturing the king. Both sides seem to be equal in strength, but in fact black has 1 move left to win the game. According to the system, Ching Chen Yu as the red should agree to a draw even if the outcome of the game is obvious. However, to play a draw was impossible. The guy made his move, pawn from 2 to 3. The man understood everything. He was going to continue playing with Ching Chen. The man made his next move. General 6 goes to 1. And Ching Chen made his own. The back rook goes to 4. The game went on and on. All the prisoners watched the game in shock. They hadn't seen this before. Ching Chen walked rook to rook, from 1 to 4. The guy slowly began to approach the man's table. They switched parties very quickly, the man moving the general from 4 to 5. The guy answered him with a pawn move from 4 to 5. Ching Chen sat down at the man's table. He still had the same cold expression on his face. Ching Chen made his move, a pawn from 5 to 1. He was confident in his game. The guy put the man in check. Ching Chen was satisfied with his victory. The man glared at him angrily. He had to admit defeat. At this moment, one of the chips flew in the air. Their game ended with Ching Chen winning. The man abruptly dropped his chip and jumped up from the table. He noticed that the guy was young, but there wasn't an ounce of indecision during the game. The man was curious, because there were not many xiangqi players in their days. The man was going to continue playing tomorrow. The man stood up from the table. His cat stretched lazily. The man was followed by his 2 subordinates as well. All the prisoners began to talk among themselves. They were surprised at what they had just seen. This high-ranking man had lost. Everyone else didn't understand what had just happened, because they had never played xiangqi before. The prisoners didn't understand who could have such fun, because it was more profitable to have either a chip for direct pleasure or consciousness for entering virtual networks. The guy with white hair was called Lin Xiaoxiao. The guy patted Ching Chen's shoulder and introduced the second guard. His name was Ye Wang. They were supposed to see each other tomorrow. This meant that Ching Chen should be safe today. He calmly listened to the white-haired guy. All events were constantly monitored by cameras. They recorded everything that happens in this prison. The camera aimed directly at the young man. Ching Chen caught the attention of the jailers. The camera zoomed in on Ching Chen. She was trying to figure out who this guy was. At this moment, Ching Chen abruptly turned around. Someone had disturbed him from behind. It was one of the prisoners who grabbed the guy's leg and begged him to help him. Because they were all coming here. The guy would do anything to protect him. Ching Chen looked at this prisoner indifferently. He was in no hurry to help him. The man was very scared. He had no chance of surviving in that prison. At that moment, this prisoner was grabbed by the head by someone and was about to be massacred. He was grabbed by 2 prisoners. The boy shouted that his uncle was the director of the Chongmin Company in City 17. His abuser said that with the exception of the Big 5, the other companies are not worth mentioning, let alone this one. Even if his uncle comes here. All fair game. This guy was dragged away, screaming loudly and begging to be saved. Ching Chen watched indifferently. Ching Chen estimated that 10 new prisoners had already suffered at their hands today. And out of the 12, only Ching Chen and that suffering young man were Earthlings. Apparently, there were only a few people who had gotten here. He didn't understand why, but after hearing about this prisoner, he didn't feel depressed at all. On the contrary, he felt a little hopeful. On the ground, it was as if Ching Chen was superfluous. He was a burden, and his mother had a new family. Relatives also very rarely came. Without this countdown in the future, Ching Chen would be able to go to a good university far away from home thanks to his memory, then leave there forever. However, such a life in this prison made some sense again. Ching Chen kept remembering his past life, how miserable and lost he was back then. After all, this world is very different. It's like throwing off shackles for a guy. Ching Chen had hope. Life here is fundamentally different from life on Earth. At this moment, Ching Chen was called out by someone. He said that the guy had finally come. It was one of the prisoners. He approached Ching Chen and said that the young man was really handsome and the rumors were not lying. Ching Chen became embarrassed and flashed away from the guy. He didn't realize who he was. The guy's name was Lu Guangyi. He had gotten here 3 months ago. Ching Chen could call him Xiao Lu. The guy extended his hand to him. Ching Chen said hello. From Xiao Lu's words, it was clear that he knew Ching Chen. Plus, he was using polite address. The opponents had looked at Ching Chen 21 times in an hour and a half, and that was only those in his field of vision. The few people near him must be under Xiao Lu's command. Ching Chen didn't know if he had any hidden meanings behind him in the way he was addressing him. Ching Chen felt that a long tongue would not do any good. It was still worth keeping a distance first. Ching Chen didn't need Xiao Lu's help. He was able to handle his own affairs. The guy replied that he should serve him. Ching Chen replied that no one is more grateful than others and should not use the word serve. Xiao Lu replied that in the future, even if the guy disposes of him, he was willing to lick his feet. Ching Chen asked what if he had dermatomycosis on his feet. Xiao Lu was like a dog. He replied that he could lick his feet. Xiao Li smiled foolishly. He was a very loyal guy. Ching Chen turned away and thought that it was absolutely impossible to rely on this dubious fellow. Xiao Lu was thinking this morning why Ching Chen didn't go looking for him in the first place, after all. If he expected to get closer to Li Shutong's position with the help of the newcomers, that's very wise. Li Shutong was that high-ranking prisoner who had previously played Xiangqi with Ching Chen. In this 18th prison, if the guy can get Li Shuten's support, their plan will be even more successful. Ching Chen realized who Li Shutong was, however he did not understand what the plan was, for Xiao Li did not express himself clearly enough. Xiao Li added that one should be wary of Li Shutong. An alliance with such a person is as if there is no chance of success, and it could make them dependent. Xiao Li apologized for talking too much and asked what Ching Chen's instructions would be this time. The guy looked at him in surprise. He was surprised to be treated so politely. Ching Chen wondered what instructions to give Xiao Li. The guy said that there was a llama in the south. Xiao Li didn't understand what the guy was getting at. At this time, Li Shutong was sitting in the Great Hall with his subordinates. Next to him was Lin Xiao. He seemed to have followed his boss everywhere. The prisoners were sitting in the library, and there were many books standing on shelves all around. Lin Xiao didn't know what to do to occupy himself. He twirled the pen in his hands. Li Shuten was busy doing something. He wasn't talking to the guys. Lin Xiao suddenly noticed that this young man didn't help the other rookies. Li Shutong looked at the young man in surprise, a clipboard in his hands. He noticed that playing Xiangqi Ching Chen is very determined. Even without hands, he is eager to preserve life, not to mention others. Lin Xiao said that Xiangqi is Xiangqi, and on the board he could also be decisive. He wondered if the boss would continue to pursue Ching Chen tomorrow to play again. Li Shuten replied that he will find him tomorrow, because he has no one else to play with and his subordinates are bad players. Ye Wan walked over to the boss who was about to show him something on a tablet. Li Shutong said that the Qi Corporation reported the capture of this Guo Huchan. The prosecution procedure has already been completed. He should be transferred to Prison 18 in the coming days. When he arrives, Ye Wan should make contact with him. Ye Wan had crossed paths with him before. Although this person is hard to get along with, he can at least communicate. Li Shuten understood everything. He pondered over the remaining cases. The boss asked Xiao if he had seen the incident with that injured young man this morning. The boy replied that he had been watching for a very long time and constantly felt something not normal. They talked about the incident with the new prisoner, an earthling near the mess hall. Xiao said at first glance, the kid was talking nonsense after the breakdown. However, he spoke of Locheng City and the Wind Group Corporation as if it were a real fact. The identity has also been verified on the outside. He is only an ordinary idle person who dropped out of high school. Organized a mechanical prosthesis trade following the Black Tiger in City 18. He was suspected of illegal robbery of mechanical prosthetics, but there was no proof, and he was eventually sent here. There was nothing in his biography about the city or the corporation. Li Shutong ordered Xiao to keep watching. After all, this young man has other problems. He also asked what the position of the man with whom the man was playing Xiangqi was. Xiao hadn't managed to find out anything about Ching Chen yet, but he was going to do so before the end of the day. Xiao was surprised that the boss was so interested in Ching Chen. It was unusual for him. At this moment, Ching Chen appeared in the library. He walked right in front of Li Shutong. Ching Chen took one of the tablets from the shelf. There was an authorization window on the tablet screen, requiring an IP address and password. Xiao spoke to Ching Chen, and he told him what kind of tablet it was, and that after authorization, it displayed the guy's recent activities, the bookmarks set on the reading bar, and also the font size. Ching Chen asked if he could watch the news here. Xiao advised him not to even try because his account did not have enough rights, but Li Shutong did. Apparently in this place, Li Shuten really is freer than the average prisoner. Ching Chen looked suspiciously at the man who was sitting and reading what you on his tablet. Ching Chen thanked Xiao and went to the table in the library. Xiao told Ching Chen not to hurry. He calmly walked to his seat. At this moment, Xiao stopped in surprise. He didn't understand what was going on. Something caught the pariah's attention. He realized that something was wrong here. Xiao Xiao turned around in surprise and looked at Ching Chen. At this time, Ching Chen was making strange manipulations on his tablet. He was flipping through the pages on the tablet very quickly. Xiao Xiao told his boss that this kid can't, and he just wants to get close and get a chance to get along with Li Shutong. At this time, Ching Chen was sitting at the far table, reading something carefully on his tablet. He flipped pages quickly so that it was impossible not to have something to read on it. Xiao Xiao noticed something as he walked past Ching Chen. Xiao Xiao seemed like Ching Chen was looking at the reader very absent-mindedly. The guy thought that Ching Chen was just indiscriminately swiping his finger across the screen. Li Xiaotong told Xiao Xiao not to pry or disregard other people's desire to preserve their lives. If Xiao Xiao switched places with Ching Chen, he would most likely be even more impatient. He should have learned to put himself in the shoes of others. 3 hours later, the library was empty, the last visitors leaving. Li Shutong, along with his guys and cat, also headed out. Ching Chen at this time was still continuing to read. The guy flipped through the pages at the same rapid speed as he read the information. Li Shutong was attracted by Ching Chen's actions. He slowed down as he passed by the guy. The man asked what was written on the third line of the previous page of the book the boy was reading. Ching Chen replied that when order turns to chaos, the chaos must be used to maintain order and preserve the law. Xiao Xiao was very surprised to hear the guy's reply, for he thought he didn't read anything. Xiao Xiao didn't believe that Ching Chen could answer correctly. He thought that the guy just said randomly. Yawan asked Ching Chen to borrow his tablet for a second to make sure the information was correct. Ching Chen handed his tablet to the guy without objection. On the third line of the previous page was the very phrase that Ching Chen had said. Yewang told Li Shutong that everything is right and that's what the book says. Xiao Xiao was shocked and couldn't believe it. Ching Chen didn't understand what caused the guys to react so strangely. He looked at them in surprise. At this moment, Ching Chen noticed someone watching him intently. He felt uneasy. Li Shutong's cat glared at him, its eyes glowing yellow. Li Shutong smiled. He liked Ching Chen's answer. He was a very entertaining guy. Li Shutong was becoming more and more interested in talking to Ching Chen. He decided that it was worth eating. Xiao Xiao turned around in surprise and looked at Ching Chen. Ching Chen believed that although discovering one's abilities was risky, it was the best way. After all, if he wants to survive in this beast-like prison, you need to prove to the freest man here that you are useful. Li Shutong came into the prison dining room. No one around him. The man began to eat his lunch. During his meal, someone sat down at his table. He slipped his feet out of his boots and made himself comfortable. It was Xiao Xiao, he said as he came back and put his feet up on the chair. Yawan yelled at him and demanded him to show respect in front of the boss and behave more cultured. Xiao Xiao didn't need it after all. The boss didn't say anything and his partner should also be lenient. Li Shutong remarked that Xiao Xiao seemed to have results. Xiao Xiao replied that the Xiangqi player is absolutely clean, even too clean. There are no abnormal clues, causing him to be curious. His records show he is a high school student in town 18. His parents were killed in a car accident. His file said he stole a cell phone, which was enough for punishment. More than half of the inmates in this prison had committed serious crimes, and usually people with criminal records were here. Ching Chen was the only thief here, with a sentence of 6 months. Xiao Xiao seemed to be raising even more questions. Plus, he asked someone outside. There are contradictions in his file. He stated that he bought the phone himself, paid the money. Only the phone salesman doesn't know why there was no credit to the account. Xiao Xiao also thought the guy's last name seemed strange. Li Shutong tensed up. He really wondered what was wrong with this guy. Ching Chen's surname, according to his case, was Ching. Everyone knew it in this world. This last name is very special in their time. 5 big companies have monopolized almost all key sectors of the economy. And one of them is the Ching Corporation, a very large and powerful corporation. It covered most of the half of the globe and was a huge success in this world. Besides, Ching is a very rare surname. You don't see it very often. At this time, all the prisoners were already heading to their cells after their free time. If someone meets a person with the surname Ching, they know deep down that person belongs to the Ching Corporation. Li Shutong also knew that the Ching Corporation had previously planned to send Lu Guangyi here, and this kind of thing was easy to trace. At that moment, Xiao Xiao simply didn't understand why the corporation had sent such a small person, and what they wanted to do. Yewan remembered this Li Guangyi. He was always gathering people. Xiao Xiao said correctly. This Li Guangyi, as soon as he got here, immediately started suppressing the prisoners using his superior mechanical prosthetics. Suddenly, in a month, his confrontation with 2 factions turned into a situation with 3 strong players. It was then that Xiao Xiao wondered whether Qing Ling had sent him to the 18th prison. Yewang felt like the corporation knew the boss was here and they wanted too much. And so Xiao Xiao wondered if the Qing Corporation had gone crazy or not. Then he only realized today that Li Guangyi was looking for ways to do this Ching Chen. No matter what Qing Corporation wants to do, Ching Chen is in charge here, and Lu Guangyi is nothing more than an errand boy. Xiao Xiao didn't know what they were planning to do. This Ching Chen is indeed valuable to the corporation. It's not clear what he forgot here. Li Shutong put the cup of tea on the table and thought of the Ching Corporation. Ye Wan listened intently to their conversation, trying to figure out what was going on. Li Shuten believed that it was time to choose the next generation of shadows. Xiao Xiao understood exactly what this meant. He was surprised. Ye Wan dumbfoundedly looked at his boss. He didn't expect this turn of events. Xiao Xiao asked if Ching Chen was one of the candidates of the next shadow generation, and perhaps he had come here on a mission. Li Shuten said that such a huge consortium should have both officialdom and hidden power. The head of the Ching family is an official. Ching Chen is a hidden force. Shadow specializes in dirty work and has a lot of authority. He is the master of the underworld of the Ching Corporation. No one can control his actions except the head of the family. Only each selection process is unusually cruel, like feeding poisonous creatures. Ye Wan looked back suspiciously and glanced at the prisoners behind him. Li Shutong believed that the Ching Corporation was going to disturb everyone's peace again. Ye Wan angrily turned around. Something was bothering him behind him. The boy's angry look horrified the prisoners, and they tried not to look at him. It seemed to Xiao Xiao that even if Ching Chen was a candidate, there was no need to make his biography so clean. The boss thought that Ching Chen's biography was hiding a bigger secret. Li Shutong said that Ching Chen was like one person, and the guys would soon realize it all by themselves. Li Shutong is interested in Ching Chen. He ordered Xiao Xiao to go and try to find out his data. Xiao Xiao sat and listened to the boss attentively. The guy noticed that the boss was optimistic towards Ching Chen. It's strange since he's a person from Ching Corporation. Li Shutong replied that he just asked Xiao Xiao to test him. He didn't want to do anything. Furthermore, Li Shutong was interested in capturing someone from the Ching Corporation. Xiao Xiao felt that Ching Chen was different from them. Li Shutong began to list what kind of people were in each organization. Xiao Xiao listened attentively. First in any organization is the mountain-taming tiger. Apparently that was Li Shudo. Also, an integral member of the team was a shrewd hawk. He was similar to Ching Chen. The martial wolf resembled Ye Wan. Also, the nimble leopard and the loyal dog should not be abolished participants, and each has his own responsibilities. Xiao Xiao asked what his role in the organization was, what kind of animal the guy looked like. Li Shuten responded that it was a slacker fish. Li Shuten's dialogue with his wards was interrupted by a loud shout. The boys turned around. The screams came from one of the prisoners who had been electrocuted and was lying on the ground. He was electrocuted by a large robot. He asked the prisoner to go to his seat according to the location of his cell. Apparently the prisoners were new. They excused themselves and said they had been there once in the morning and couldn't remember it. One of the prisoners was unconscious, lying on the prison floor, foam coming out of his mouth. It was interesting for the rest of the guys to watch the rookies get tased by the guard because they didn't memorize their spot. All the prisoners turned their attention to Ching Chen. They were surprised that after the morning mess, he suddenly remembered his place. At this moment, Ching Chung was taken by someone's shoulder. The guy didn't expect it. All the prisoners lined up in a long line and walked slowly to their cells. The one who took Ching Chen's shoulder was Xiao Xiao. He suddenly pulled the guy somewhere. Xiao Xiao smirked and said that in the future, Ching Chen would not need to stand in the same line with them. After all, he was a person playing Shang-Chi with the boss. The robot guard did not react in any way to Ching Chung being led away from the general queue. Guy wondered how special a position these three men had in prison. Meanwhile, the robot guard was corralling all the prisoners and making sure they were in order. Xiao Xiao patted one of the prisoners on his metal arm. The man turned around. He looked angrily at Xiao Xiao and didn't understand why he was being bothered. However, as soon as he saw the guy, his expression changed to fear. Xiao Xiao told him to step back. The man gladly let the boys go forward. He was very uncomfortable. All the prisoners looked at Ching Chen in surprise. They didn't understand why he had such a high position. They noticed that suddenly Ching Chen was eating together with Li Shutong. Xiao Xiao advised Ching Cheyu not to be surprised, because the person who plays with the boss will get special treatment. He realizes that the food in this prison is not tasty at all. However, the guy should hurry up. Ching Chen looked at Li Shutong carefully. He clearly had a plan. The man sat calmly across from the guy and ate his rice. Meanwhile, past Ching Chen came Xiao Li. He signaled to the guy that he was doing everything right. It was late evening. It was already 8 hours and 40 minutes. Drones were flying everywhere and guards were walking around. They told the prisoners to return to their cells in order. All the prisoners lined up in a long line. The guards once again told the prisoners to return to their cells, however. This order did not apply to Ching Chen. He calmly walked down the corridor. The guy went back to his cell and turned on the water in the faucet. Ching Chen decided to wash his face to recover. Ching Chen didn't understand how it was that one morning had changed his attitude so drastically, just because of a game of Shang-Chi with Li Shutong. Ching Chen coldly looked at himself in the mirror and wondered what he should do next. Ching Chen closed the water in the faucet, however. The drops were still dripping down. They ended up on the sink, forming a small puddle. There was complete silence all around. It was disturbed only by the falling drops, which made everyone around them uneasy. At this moment, something strange began to happen to Ching Chen. It was as if he had realized something. The guy fit into some strange place. He didn't realize where he was. At that moment, the door opened. Light from the other room spilled onto the guy. The guy turned around. The room was scattered, torn things lying around. There was a teddy bear lying on the floor with a knife inserted in it that had blood on it. Ching Chen was very surprised at such a cruel picture. He looked at the toy with astonishment. Hieroglyphics, meaning ghost, were written in blood on the wall of the room. Lightning flickered outside the window. The light from the window illuminated the mangled body of the teddy bear. The room was very strange, and there were bloody writings on the other walls. The house looked abandoned. Ching Chen saw a doll that was suspended by its neck from the ceiling. The guy thought that his body must still be in the cell. Ching Chen thought that it might be a dream, however, it was very realistic. At this moment, Ching Chen heard some strange sounds from behind the door. He asked who was there. It was police number 27149, for the boy had called to them. The policeman asked him to open the door. The voice seemed very familiar to the guy. He didn't understand why he couldn't remember. Maybe he had a memory problem. The boy kept pondering whether he should open the door. He stared intently at the knob. Ching Chen still dared to open. There was a policeman standing outside the door with a notepad and a gun in his pocket. The policeman entered the house. He looked intently at the guy. The man had an angry look. Ching Chen still didn't understand what was happening or where he was. Ching Chen stared intently at the policeman. Behind the guy in the house, a fireplace was burning. Someone's blood was slowly dripping down the stairs of the house. The place looked creepy. Ching Chen, what did you hear behind your back and turned around? The police officer told the complainant to stand still and not to move and to lock the door. The policeman went to see where the sounds were coming from. The man went up the stairs. At this moment, Ching Chen heard a knock on the door. He didn't realize what was going on. Ching Chen asked again who was there. He heard the same answer, that it was the police. Police number 27149. They asked to open his door. Ching Chen was very surprised to hear the same police number as the previous policeman. The guy didn't realize. Wasn't that guy already upstairs? Then who was behind the door? The person behind the door said hello once more and asked him to open the door. Ching Chen didn't know who it was. A huge mouth appeared behind Ching Chen's back, asking who the real officer was. Ching Chen was very scared. He really didn't know the answer to this question. That mouth asked if the real cop was the one who went upstairs, or the true officer was the one now standing outside the door. Ching Chen kept pondering over the answer and where he was now, and how he could get out. It was a strange place. The mouths kept going on and on. There were more and more of them. Or perhaps the real official one was neither man. Ching Chen needed to make the right decision and figure out what to do. Roth asked the guy what his choice was. It was a conundrum for the guy. Ching Chen tensely thought about the question. At this point, the guy gathered his strength into a fist and strode across the broken room. The guy approached the teddy bear with a knife in his stomach and reached for the knife. As soon as Ching Chen's hand approached the knife, a bright light appeared around. The guy didn't realize what was happening. The light was coming from the bear. It was some kind of secret power protecting the toy. Ching Chen didn't understand who was preventing him from taking the knife. The guy was surprised. Ching Chen realized that this unknown force wanted to imprison him in this spooky world forever. At this point, the mouths around them started talking again. They were asking why the guy wanted that knife. Mouths suggested that Ching Chen should open the door first. They clearly wouldn't drive him to good with their advice. Ching Chen didn't listen to them. He kept trying to get the knife out of the teddy bear. The guy noticed that the meter on his arm was still going and his heart was beating and his blood was still boiling. Ching Chen realized that he had no other choice. He was going to do something. The boy told the knife to break. He reached for his weapon with all confidence. All around him, everything was burning with a mysterious power. Something cracked around. Ching Chen shattered the mysterious power surrounding the toy. The guy managed to get the knife out of the teddy bear. Ching Chen's plan succeeded. Ching Chen remembered the mouth's words about opening the door. The guy was going to do it as soon as he killed what was upstairs. When that barrier that surrounded the bear broke, the boy's memory came back to him. He thought about what had been bothering him. That policeman is Lin Xiao. He must be in a nightmare created by him right now. Xiao was testing Ching Chen at the request of the boss, and that's why he created this nightmare, Poltergeist's double dilemma, to test his courage and resilience. He had never imagined that Ching Chen would go through this horror with such calmness and confidence. Ching Chen was not the least bit scared. He had the courage to fight any resistance. Xiao observed the guy's actions himself. The guy was surprised that Ching Chen was so calmly collected even though he was only 17. He didn't understand how he managed to take that knife even when he was so clearly trying to prevent him. At this moment, Ching Chen called out to Lin Xiao. He was very calm and was holding a knife in his hands. Xiao was surprised that Ching Chen was able to stay conscious while in this nightmare. His boss was right about the guy. He's really good. Ching Chen asked why Xiao was doing this since Ching Chen didn't touch them. Xiao replied that he needed to know what the guy's was like since the boss had such a high opinion of him. But apparently the nightmare was useless. Ching Chen asked if creating nightmares was Xiao Xiao's super ability. The guy said that it was. Xiao Xiao explained that just like Ching Chen's photographic memory, he has his strength and ability. He can't hide anything. Ching Chen thought that this was a Mie where mechanics and mysticism coexisted, and perhaps the reason Li Shutong and the others were imprisoned was directly related to the power they possessed. Xiao Xiao decided to get straight to the point. He asked if Ching Chen was a member of the Ching Corporation. Ching Chen didn't understand what Xiao Xiao was talking about but decided not to give it away. The guy asked if this attitude was due to suspicion about his identity. He told Xiao Xiao to explain why the guards were ignoring him. Xiao Xiao explained that these guards had no right to touch them, but Ching Chen shouldn't dodge his question. Xiao Xiao found a recording of Ching Chen talking to Lu Guangyi. He was settled with the Ching Corporation and was now willing to give anything to contact Ching Chen. Ching Chen sat down on the chair and asked if Xiao Xiao was so sure that he was from Ching Corporation, then what was the point of checking him then? Ching Chen realized that even after confirming his identity, if they wanted to contact him, then he had something else they wanted. The organization Xiao Xiao is a member of doesn't deal with a person's past. As long as he's reliable, he'll be able to join. Of course you have to meet the standards of the organization to become a member. Ching Chen realized that if they had already checked him out, then the guy was suitable. Xiao Xiao stood up from the stairs. He felt that the guy didn't fit the standards. Xiao Xiao seemed like they wanted completely different things, but the boss said that there should be diversity in the grouping. Xiao Xiao listed Ching Chen all the roles in the organization, Shrewd Hawk, Tiger, and all the others. Everyone had their own use. Xiao Xiao said that his role Ching Chen could have already guessed it himself. Ching Chen made an assumption that Xiao Xiao's role was the donkey of the group. Xiao Xiao got angry and pinned the guy to the chair. Ching Chen was as calm as ever. Xiao Xiao said that Ching sent Lu Guangyi to come first and prepare everything. Then they sent Ching Chen. He asked what the guy wanted to do and what he wished to find. Ching Chen asked why Xiao Xiao didn't ask Lu Guangyi. Ching Chen himself wanted to ask the guy about what was going on here. Xiao Xiao glared at the guy, his eyes glowed red, and he started to use his strength. Ching Chen felt something strange. The whole world around him dawned. He didn't understand what was happening. Xiao Xiao said that it didn't matter. If the guy kept quiet, he would deal with it sooner or later. He advised Ching Chen to rest. He would have to play Shangqi with the boss in the morning. Ching Chen returned to the real world. Water was still slowly dripping from the faucet. The guy opened his eyes. In front of him, he saw the ceiling of a prison cell. Ching Chen was surprised and frightened by what happened in his dream. The guy looked at his hand with the timer. There was 21 hours left. The next day, the prison was business as usual, with drones flying everywhere, guarding the area. Xiao Xiao started to report to the boss that he had tested Ching Chen with the double poltergeist dilemma yesterday. He told what had happened. Ye Wang felt that he should slow down with the poltergeist's double dilemma, for a mere human would not be able to endure such a thing. Xiao Xiao reassured him. After all, he hadn't overdone it. Xiao Xiao said that Ching Chen managed to get out of his nightmare trap. Li Shutong knew that it was very difficult for an ordinary person to escape from his trap, and probably the boy had a strong will. Xiao Xiao advised the boss to think twice, because this boy is a true evil and he's not like them at all. Li Shuten was sitting with his table and playing Shangqi. He made the first move. They had already lost so many of their own. Even they were stuck in this prison. Xiao Xiao should have realized that you couldn't always defeat darkness with light. Li Shuten believed that sometimes it was necessary to resort to fire. The man was determined. In the prison, a mysterious melody was coming from an unknown source, and it spread to all the prison cells. It was morning. Ching Chen was getting dressed as he suddenly heard this music. Someone was singing that outside the long path along the old road. Ching Chen didn't understand why there was a goodbye song, and if this was really the future of the earth. The guy came out of his cell. All the prisoners were about to go to breakfast in the mess hall. Everything was still the same in the prison. The guards were electrocuting the newcomer prisoners again. At the dining room table sat Li Shuten along with his subordinates and a large white cat. Xiao Xiao said hello to Ching Chen and asked if he had gotten a good night's sleep. Ching Chen thought, how could he even get a good night's sleep? How could the guy imagine it since he had been trapped by this dream demon for over 2 hours? Li Shutong said that most people who came out of the sleep demon trap feel depressed, but Ching Chen is special. Xiao Xiao cedes his seat to Ching Chen. Ching Chen not only broke free from Xiao Xiao's control and grabbed the dagger, but he confidently stands on his feet today. This was astonishing. Ching Chen asked if it was possible to get abilities like Xiao Xiao's. Li Shutong said that the guy couldn't follow his path. Ching Chen was more suited to Li Shutong's way. Ye Wan was stunned by such words. Li Shuten sat at his desk and calmly stroked his big white cat. Xiao Xiao was in a stupor. He didn't expect the boss to say this. Ching Chen didn't understand what kind of person Li Shutong was and what kind of influence he had in this world. The guy couldn't ask about it directly. Ching Chen asked how he could follow Li Shutong's path. The man replied that Ye Wang and Xiao Xiao couldn't do it because they were a little late in meeting him. The man admires King Chen's talents, but it's not enough. The guy understood everything and suggested playing Xiangqi. The most important thing in this game is to face a worthy opponent. If you win by using your position, it's meaningless. Lu Guangyi was watching their dialogue. There was a lot of noise around him. His subordinates were talking. Li Shutong suggested that the guy should rest for a day, however. The guy stated that there was no need for it. The guy thought that this was the end game of the imperial court. Ching Chen started his game. The first move was to move the rook from 2 horizontally to 5. Next, he moved from 5s to 7s cannon to 2s while flying to 8s. Everyone around them watched Ching Chen and Li Shutong play in surprise. Further, he moved horizontally the rook on 5 to 6 and the pawn on 4 to 1. It was check again. The guy used the rook to draw around General Li Shutong and the pawn moved a step forward to form a strong net. It was a neat trick that ordinary people would not be able to guess. Li Shuten put his move in. The man didn't seem to be disheartened by the defeat. Li Shutong still thought that Ching Chen Yu needed some rest, but it looked like he was wrong. Everyone watching their duel was surprised that Ching Chen had once again turned the general upside down. The guys couldn't believe that Ching Chen had won again. They were sure that it was impossible. Xiao Xiao looked at the guy in surprise. He didn't understand what was so special about him. Everyone thought that winning again was too courageous. Ching Chen thought that no matter how, if one beat someone like Li Shutong once, it would be worth a lot. Lu Guangyi was very happy about the guy's victory. He also wanted to learn how to play Xiangqi. Ching Cheng's status in the prison had risen in the prison, and now the prisoners were afraid of him. As soon as Ching Chen Yu took a glance at the crowd of guys, they would immediately scatter away. Ching Chen asked if he could ask one question. Li Shutong agreed. The guy could consider it a reward for winning. Ching Chen asked if the man had just played the harmonica. Xiao Xiao didn't expect the guy to ask exactly such a question. Li Shutong asked what the problem was. The first time Ching Chen heard such a thing. It was music composed by the founder of their organization. He also wrote the lyrics. Ching Chen thought that this founder might be from the land, and it looked like he was rather brazenly appropriating other people's merits. Ching Chen liked the song and asked the boss to sing it in full. Li Shuten hesitated. He seemed to suspect something. Li Shuten agreed, but the lyrics were incomplete because many years had passed and much had been lost. Li Shutong began to sing this very song that Ching Chen had heard this morning in the cell. They sang along a long path of green grass that joined the sky, all the prisoners listening to the song in amazement. Most liked it a lot. The text talked about nature. The song filled the whole prison with its energy and could be heard in every cell. Li Shuten said the line of parting with bits by many was added by later generations, and they say it wasn't originally there. But just as close as it is, Li Shutong feels like it's missing a little bit of meaning. Ching Chen offered to swap her for best friends all parted ways. Li Shuten was surprised and pondered the boy's suggestion. At that moment, the man had an epiphany. He jumped up from the table. It seemed to him that the best friends had gone their separate ways. He thanked Ching Chen. This seems to be the original intent of the song. Their founder created many lyrics that are classics, however. They were lost at the end of the previous era. There is another song. Ching Chen asked what was the name of the second song that was not lost. It was called Canon. However, of this song only the title was known. The predecessors searched the ruins thoroughly, but still could not find the sheet music. Ching Chen recognized this song. He was going to exchange it for an unusual path. However, he decided that it was worth waiting for now. Ching Chen was sitting in the library. He said that you shouldn't be so wary. The library was packed with people, prisoners taking tablets from the shelves and reading something. Ching Chen said that Li Shutong already knew about their connection. Besides, he doesn't seem to mind at all. Ching Chen now wants to rest and asked him not to disturb him. Lu Guangyi was only going to say a few words. He spent half a day thinking about what he should call Ching Chen, and finally came up with the option of boss. Lu Guangyi asked if the guy heard Qin Yun mention him. He has been suffering since childhood. His kidneys his father sold to wealthy people, replacing them with a pair of bionic ones. Li Guangyi decided to see Ching Chen's life story. He asked if Ching Chen believed that he was loved by his parents. Later, he heard Qin Yun say that this time Ching Chen had called him here to explore the path. He was so happy. Before his death, Wu Li Guangyi had regret. They have them to school, but since childhood envied literate people. Ching Chen was not very interested in listening to all this. He asked what the guy was getting at. Li Guangyi, with sparkling eyes, asked if Ching Chen could teach him how to play Xiangqi. Ching Chen asked why he wanted it so badly. Li Guangyi thought it was very cool, after all. Even people like Li Shutong couldn't compare to Ching Chen. Ching Chen thought that this was only a way to gain reputation. Li Guangyi said that, of course, it was impossible to defeat him. So winning the Xiangqi was the best option. It didn't even occur to Li Guangyi that the boss would get here and not only immediately get to know Li Shutong, but could get along well with him, because he might know where the Eastern Tibetan they were looking for was located. Because if Ching Chen received his inheritance, the fight for the shadow position would immediately stop. Ching Chen realized that Li Shutong's fighting strength was very high. Ching Chen had agreed to teach the guy how to play Xiangqi, but right now, he had to get far and long away from him. Meanwhile, the countdown kept going on. There were only 5 minutes left on Ching Chen's timer. Ching Chen was scribbling on his prison bunk the inscription that he was here. Those 2 days seemed like a dream to him. He met a few people and got to know another world. Ching Chen pinched his arm. A large bruise was left there. The guy didn't know if he could still come back. Meanwhile, the timer was rapidly counting down the seconds until Ching Chen moved. The guy only had 9 seconds left before something happened to him. The seconds flew relentlessly forward. There were already 8 seconds on the timer. Ching Chen calmly sat on his bed and waited for the countdown to end. The guy took a deep breath. He had less and less time left in this world. At that moment, the timer showed 1 second. In the blink of an eye, the world shattered into tiny shards. All the memories he acquired in that prison have arisen in front of the guy. A change awaits him. As before, Chin runs out of time in the other world, after which he returns to reality. He finds himself sitting on the couch 2 days earlier. He has a knife in his hands, and on his right wrist the time has been updated to 48 hours. Picking up his phone from the table, Ching takes a moment to note that he's been brought back to the day he moved. With a serious look, the guy suggests that 2 days have passed in that world and only a second on Earth, remarking that this is the principle of time travel. There is a small abrasion on his left forearm. Pulling his arm out, the guy comes to the conclusion that it won't interfere in any way in the real world, and he won't have to explain where he periodically disappears to. Holding his phone in his hand, the guy swipes a new timer on his wrist. A call comes in on the phone. Ching picks up the phone and says hello politely. A voice comes out of the phone. A woman introduces herself as a police officer, adding that the boy's father has been arrested for gambling, and the boy needs to come to the station. Ching wonders why he would do that. The policeman explains that the boy's father has to pay a fine under the law and penalties, and Ching has to come to the station as a formality. Covering her eyes, Ching apologizes for not coming to the station, asking the police to punish her father with all severity. Remembering the law, the guy adds that according to the law, on the penalty for disorderly conduct, the police have the right to add 10 to 15 days on top of the term, as well as a fine of 500 to 3,000 yuan. The policewoman is stunned by such words. The guy on the tube introduces himself as a concerned Ching citizen, denying that he is the man's son. Finished talking, the guy places the knife on the table by the bed, after which he sighs languidly. After checking his email, Ching realizes that his mom never wrote to him. Lying on the bed, a guy stares at the ceiling. As he ponders, he remarks that if he could go back in time, his life would be different. Ching is walking slowly down the street in his school uniform. The guy is reading the notes written down on a piece of paper. He's not sure whether to give it to Li Shutong, as it's a big risk. Approaching the third group's classroom, the guy decides to start by finding out if this Li Shuten has value. Sitting in class, Chin is approached by his classmate. The guy was wondering if Teacher Du had found out that he had run away from class. Ching, with a calm face, also asks Nanyu if he's all right, because he's really worried. The boy replies confusedly that he is not worried. Sitting at the same table, Ching quickly turns the pages of the textbook looking for the right page. Nan addresses Ching by name. Guy wonders what Ching would do if he encountered something particularly strange in his life. From what she heard, Ching stops abruptly, interjecting Nanyu to ask what he meant by particularly strange. Lowering his head, Nan tries to explain what exactly he thinks is strange, calling it something special. Chin suggests calling the police. Nan, at the mention of the police, asks the guy if he knows anyone in the police force. Chin says that he has acquaintances in the police, because just yesterday his father was arrested for organizing gambling. Nanya was struck by how simply his friend was telling it. In the interrogation room sat his father with the interrogating policeman. Ching Yu found it odd, the mention of something strange to Nanem. He assumes that the guy has the same meter on his arm, but he didn't know how to be sure, since the countdown is only visible to the wearer. One of the classmates is loudly surprised to get Chin's attention. The guy had read the news that an American basketball star would launch a broadcast and tell how he had visited the mechanical world. Chin was surprised that there were also people abroad who could travel between worlds. A man with an iron hand masterfully throws a basketball into the basket. In the background, there is a camera broadcasting live. Nan shows the broadcast to Ching Yu, emphasizing that the man has thrown 10 balls out of 10 and is not tired at all. The basketball player tells the broadcast that he discovered a countdown on his hand. The man adds that at the end of the account, he really moved to a strange world. This world reminded him of the familiar world, but the civilization in the parallel world was very different. A man raises a prosthetic arm above his head. He states that he received this arm after traveling to another world. Journalists actively tried to interview the man. The basketball player adds that he doesn't fully understand how the prosthesis works, because he can throw the ball 100 times in a row. The man abruptly changes his face to a rather serious one. He warns the audience that this press conference is not made to brag. He warns people to beware of this place, because it is very dangerous in his opinion. He also states that the press conference was held so that he would not be secretly captured and investigated. The man refuses to be investigated. Ching suggests that the basketball player couldn't have it any other way and he had to hold a press conference. After all, the man is a basketball star and he won't be able to hide the mechanical arm. The guy supports the basketball player's decision because the technology of the other world is many times superior from Earth. Ching notes that this is a pretty easy way to have the other side of the coin. Ching, continuing, pondered over everything, thinking that he would not be able to find him in the other world since he is on the other side of the ocean, having come to the conclusion that it would be impossible for him to carry the knife with him into the other world. Ching assumes, then, that it is possible to transform himself or hide the object in his body. The guys keep reading today's news. They massively describe the stories of eyewitnesses who have been to a mechanical civilization. This greatly alarms Nanya. He believes that traveling to another world provides an opportunity to surpass the average person. Chin's classmates continue to marvel at the journey to another world. The girl adds that there may well be students in their school who are traveling to another world. Ching interjects Nan that he meant exactly the trip. The boy hesitates to tell his friend, assuring him not to worry about him. Smiling, Nan adds that if he were in such a situation, he would definitely take his friend. With a smile, Ching looks down and asks Nan not to forget about others when he gets rich. He also notices that his friend's anxiety has changed dramatically to joy. Ching, with a rather calm face, adds to himself to just make his friend happy. Nan, meanwhile, continues to marvel at the news of being caught in another world. Nan decides to ask his friend if he can go to another world and try to bring the high-tech stuff back and sell it afterward. Chin assumes that Nan won't succeed. Nan smilingly reminds him that there are people who have already been able to bring mechanical prosthetics. He also adds that once he gets rich from it, he will treat Chin to a fancy dinner. Ching remarks that traveling is a very dangerous business and that Nan should not think only about earning money. The boy pretends to think about his friend's words. After a second of nonchalantly looking at Chin, he asks where they will go for dinner after all. Chin looks questioningly at Nan. One of the classmates sitting in front of me resents the fact that many people have already been able to cross the boundary of worlds. So why haven't they been able to yet? Assuming that crossing worlds still has some laws. Nan adds that perhaps only special people can cross the border of worlds. Ching listens attentively to his friend. Ching decides to summarize all the points. He thought that all humans have the same countdown. In the normal world, 6 hours, and the return is 48 hours. There's a guy with a mechanical prosthesis standing on the phone screen. He also picked up on the fact that there are some people who haven't traveled through time, but they have recently had a 48-hour countdown. Ching calls them the second group. Ching believes that the approximate age of time travelers is about 10 to 35 years old. While continuing to watch the video on his phone, the guy showing the prosthesis accidentally breaks the fake one, which scares him badly. Nan, seeing the guy's plastic prosthesis break, thinks it's easier to become popular now by pretending to be a traveler. Ching concludes that Nan's reaction to the conference was real, so he couldn't be in the second group. Ching believes that there are two ways things can happen. The first is that when one traveler dies, he is immediately replaced by the next. The second is that the number of travelers is always increasing. The guys are watching the morning news. It shows a newly discovered traveler, the one effortlessly bouncing around houses, eluding the police. Nan thinks it's pretty cool. Without giving any appearance, Ching adds that it would be great to see a real traveler at their school and talk to him. Coming out of the classroom, Chin was interested in the world-traveling boy Huang Jixian. He was in the 7th group, the first grade of high school. Around the classroom stood students discussing the recent news about the travelers. Ching walked past the other students and noticed that he was very different from the other students. He didn't understand exactly how he was different from the others yet. Chin thought that he should be one of those who studied hard to enter university. But right now, it seemed to him that his path lay elsewhere. Approaching the 7th grade classroom, Ching decides to ask Huang's classmates if Huang has shown up. Many answered that they hadn't seen him today. Ching asks the guy if he knows where Huang lives so he can return his item to him. The guy with the glasses says that he lives in Yinjun Central Garden, but where exactly Huang lives, he didn't know. Smilingly saying goodbye to the boy, Ching remarks that perhaps Huang is unable to come today. After all, the guy's psyche could have been severely traumatized after recent events in the parallel world. The teacher at the blackboard is trying to explain a new topic to the whole class. Most of the students weren't even paying attention to the teacher discussing the recent news about travelers between worlds. Teacher Tian Hailong suggests that if he had a prosthetic mechanical arm, the students would listen to the lecture more attentively. At this, the teacher ends the lesson. Nan holds out the phone to Chin with words about He Xiaoxiao's new strategy. Chin didn't understand at all which he was talking about. Nan decides to explain to his friend that he is a famous master with a high level of play, adding that the man had posted a strange video a few hours earlier on the strategy of an unknown game. Nan believes that the strategy is exactly on a different world. Ching assumes it's also one of the travelers. The phone screen says that the game is quite uncommon, and the video on it is not easy to show. The man in the video is trying to talk about the game. He calls the world everyone is in the outer world, and the world of this game the inner world. The man says he is very new to the game and has too little information. He adds that he hasn't found a way to get the hidden orange combat skills yet. The man says that he knows only 3 ways of development so far. The first one he calls the technology of transforming himself, namely selling his organs or limbs, replacing them with mechanical ones. But the guy does not recommend this method. The second is the Forbidden Inquisition, but the man does not yet know how to join this organization and use this injection. He also adds that he hasn't found any NPCs with this organization yet. And the third path is to be found in prison number 18, after entering which the user will have to search for a character named Lee Shudo. Ching was puzzled by such information. He didn't understand why the man called the other world a game, and Lee Shutong a character on whom his career path depended. Ching notes that Lee's reputation in the inner world is quite high. He also notes that he has only been there for 48 hours and has already learned so much information. Of all the options, Nan stops to look for the prison, but he has no idea how to find it. There was a long discussion in school about the intersection of worlds, but that all changed in the afternoon when some terrible news came out of the blue. There was a news story about how one of the world travelers was brutally stabbed to death in his home. The next shot shows a man in a pool of blood with all of his mechanical prosthetic legs removed. Many world travelers were excited about such events because they had already revealed their identities. People with mechanical limbs had a special fear of being killed. On the news, reporters were saying that people were already speculating. Perhaps by killing a world traveler, they could take his place and go to another world. Ching asks his friend if he has seen this news and what he thinks of it. He warns Nan to be careful if he actually crosses the world. Nan, lowering his head, was saddened by such events. Seeing the opportunity, he wanted to change his fate badly, but now it all frightened him a lot. Nan asks why exactly they are the ones suffering from this. Ching adds that it's because while other fathers were sacrificing their lives, his father was playing cards. Nan is surprised and decides to ask what Chin's father was doing at the time. Chin replies without hesitation that his father was sacrificing his life playing cards at this time. Nan, not realizing the complexity of Chin's situation, interjects exactly how a friend's father was arrested. Continuing, looking something up on the phone, rather coldly, replies that he had reported himself to his father to consider his behavior. With admiration, Nan begs Chin to report on his father as well. Chin looks questioningly at his friend. Sitting in another class at the high school, Ching still couldn't tear himself away from the phone. The teacher at this time asks to turn to the map on the second page. Immersed in his thoughts, Ching suspects a pattern to all of this. Looking at the yellowed leaves, he notes that all the travelers found today are spread over more than a dozen cities. Squeezing the fallen leaf in her hand, Ching adds that the distribution of travelers can be concentrated on certain people. At school, it's already 26 to 26. Ching decides to leave class, which worries his friend Nan. Upon reaching home, Ching immediately sheds her school uniform and changes into a more casual one. Putting on his cap, the guy walks out of the house following somewhere on his phone. Ching puts a mark in the map for Yinjun Central Garden, wanting to find Huang and find out what happened to the inner world. The guy doesn't fully know where exactly Huang lives. Ching, pondering over everything, he believes that it is impossible to survive in such a dangerous world without a strong physique and a resilient spirit. Ching once again notices that he has somehow changed, deciding to run to the place after all. The chains that family and others have placed on Chin are slowly falling off. The boy runs confidently toward his goal. Upon reaching Yinjun Central Park, Ching watches a guy at the main entrance swipe his card against the door. The guy notices that the complex is pretty elite, so he can't get in without a card, so he decides to find the back door. As they approach the gate, Ching hears someone shouting of prison and machinery. It was Huan, being held by several men escorting him to the car. After putting him in the vehicle, the man behind the wheel looked angrily at Chin and then drove off in an unknown direction. Ching had quite a few questions. He was especially curious about who all these people were and why they had taken Huang Jixiang away, noting that it couldn't be a coincidence. Walking down a rather busy street, Ching senses someone walking right behind him. Ching notices that the man has been walking since Ching turned around and walked towards the house. He has been following him for about 5 blocks now. Ching decides to pretend that someone called him. He answers the call, warning that he will be a little late. The suspicious man walks past Chin without paying attention. Standing at a stoplight, Ching notices that the person standing next to him was also at the apartment complex. The guy thinks it's not a coincidence, but a real cross-tracking. More questions popped into Chin's mind. He wondered what kind of organization was following him. After all, they were well-trained and most likely somehow related to world travelers. Ching adds that he doesn't understand why he's being followed, since he's not the first and likely not even the third batch of travelers. Ching confidently looks ahead. He believes that there is no way he can make a mistake. The traffic light turns green. Ching takes a step back and turns around, heading in the opposite direction. The man following Chin is asked in his earpiece where the subject is at the moment. The man is a little confused by the guy's actions and says that he will only be 2 minutes away. The agent decides not to cross expensively, but to wait at the intersection. Turning back, the man realizes he has lost Chin. The agent abruptly starts running, saying into his earpiece that it's a shame for him to let one person out of his sight. He interrogates another agent to see if the guy was able to detect their surveillance. Another agent is sure that the surveillance has been discovered, calling the man a mastermind. A man still on the lookout dictates the guy's description, noting that he has redeeming qualities. The agent adds that the guy looks pretty ordinary and unremarkable. He remarks that when the guy stopped to make a phone call, he was sure that his surveillance had not been detected. The second agent wondered why they were wasting their time on an ordinary passerby. After all, they had enough work to do today. The agent thinks the guy has something to do with subject 009. After all, he was avoiding his gaze and was not just standing outside the hotel. Ching, sitting in the aisle, decides to wait out the half hour and make sure he's no longer being followed. Ching decides to check if He Xiao Xiao is online. He suspects that the guy might have also been captured by this unknown organization. Ching wonders how many such organizations there are in the country. Ching notices a police car passing by. An elderly grandfather asks what's wrong, to which the woman standing next to me starts to tell. The thing was that in the house on this street, a woman had recently been hospitalized with numerous beatings, but the man had never been detained for this. The grandfather remarks that the man must have beaten the woman again, but afterwards something happened to the man. The woman points her finger and confirms the grandfather's words. She suspects that this woman is also a traveler between worlds, because of which, when once again a man tried to beat her up, she fought back. Although the man was able to hit the woman was able to break both of the man's arms with one punch before losing consciousness. The woman felt sorry for the girl who saw everything that was happening. The girl was crying, sitting in the alley. Ching approaches the girl, to which the girl through tears calls him brother. With tears in her eyes, a little girl clung to Ching. In the past 2 years, Ching had met the mother and daughter in the entranceway quite often. Ching adds that when the girl's parents fight, she herself often comes running to hide at his house. He also recalls the first time he cooked fried rice for a little girl. He observes that as soon as a man sees his wife talking to another man, he immediately beats her at home. Now things have changed. The man got what he deserved. The girl calls Sin her brother, explaining that her mom asked her to babysit for a while. The girl knocked on the door, but no one opened it. Ching decides to ask the girl if she has eaten. He offers to cook her some fried rice. The guy remembers recent events, immediately goes into the house, closing the door behind him. Ching also decides to close the curtains so that no one can see him at home. The girl decides to ask what Ching is doing. The guy smilingly asks the girl not to worry, asking the girl to be quiet. Looking out the window, the guy observes the police still standing outside the house processing the accident. A black SUV pulls up to the police station. Several agents, whom Ching had seen earlier in the Central Park, get out of the car. One of the agents turns his attention to the window, but as soon as he looked at it, the curtain was immediately closed. His partner wonders what he saw, but the agent refuses, saying that he thought someone was looking at him. The guy puts it down to nervousness. Ching closes the curtain and considers what to do next. He suspects that the agents have come to pick up the girl's mother because she's a traveler. Walking to the door, Ching listens for any movement. He assumes that if someone had actually come to take the woman away, there would be sounds of resistance. The two agents leave the building empty-handed. Ching sees this, wondering why those don't round up all the travelers. Several knocks are heard on the door. Wary Ching walks to the door and then opens it. Standing by the door was a woman slightly battered. She apologized for disturbing Chin once again. Ching observes that the woman has both hands as mechanical prostheses. The guy offers them to stay for dinner because he was just about to cook a meal for the girl. The woman thanks him for his concern, but after that she asks the girl to go home with her. The woman did not want to cause trouble for the young guy. The girl, after her mom's words, decides to say that he is still hungry and the housewoman trashed the house. Ching suggests they stay and eat at his place. The woman remarks that Ching has helped her family before, but the guy has never shown such interest, suspecting that something happened today. Ching adds that she also really wants to know about traveling through worlds, so she wants to talk over dinner. Ching clarifies the woman's name and also whether the woman is comfortable talking about it. He planned to find out about the inner world. The woman introduces herself as Zhang Shui. The girl pulls her mom into the apartment. Zhang repeatedly apologizes for disturbing her. She was ready to tell everything she knows about the parallel world. Ching is surprised that the woman is quite weak but was able to survive in the inner world. After cooking dinner, the girl and her mom thanked them for their hospitality. Ching wondered what the police were asking after the incident. The woman said that her neighbors helped her to explain the whole situation. Although they were planning to take her away, but since she had a daughter, the woman would have been released immediately. Ching clarifies that for 2 agents came later. Zhang didn't know what the agents were either. They asked the woman to fill out a form and show the document, and ordered her not to leave the city anytime soon. Chin was alarmed by this. He was surprised that the people in question didn't catch travelers, assuming that they were agents of the country and there was no mysticism here. Ching decides to ask who Jiang is in the inner world, since she was able to swap both of her hands for prosthetic arms. Jiang stated that in the inner world she opened a hospital to install mechanical prosthetics. She got the prosthetic hands as soon as she entered the other world, and when she returned, they never disappeared. Ching also decides to ask about prison number 18 and where it is located. The woman says that this prison is home to the most dangerous criminals in the Federation. Chin was taken aback that Jiang mentioned the Federation, interjecting that the woman knew more. Jiang stated that she had only been in the inner city for 2 days and hadn't found out much in that time. The girl decides to ask what her mother's hospital was called, to which the woman immediately replied that Jiang Shui Mechanical Hospital. The woman wondered why Ching was interested in traveling to another world. Ching assured her that he too would like to go to another world, so he was studying all the information. Jiang assures that the inner world is too dangerous except for the people in the corporation. The rest of the people in this world are in dire straits. Ching mulls it over and eats in silence. The woman offers to help Ching clean up. Ching wondered what the woman planned to do next. Jiang states that he plans to move to another city to stay with Xiao Yun's grandmother for a while. With a smile, adding that he would return to check on Xiao Yun's father after a while, Ching suggests that the woman book a ticket now, as large crowds of people travel to Zheng City every day. Jiang tries to process the ticket purchase, but she gets an error. The woman stands there puzzled. Ching suspects that the woman had her travel cards blocked, because agents had forbidden her to leave the city. Jiang is helping to clean Ching's apartment. The woman has tried several more times to buy a train ticket after the recent events, but still everything is even. Ching doesn't want to get into this situation and be confined to just one city, so he decides to hide the fact that he is a world traveler. As she finishes cleaning up and sits down on the couch, the girl notices that Ching hadn't looked so directly at her mom before. The girl thought that Ching invited her mom because she was very pretty. Ching asks her to stop saying such stupid things. Zhang, having finished washing the dishes, takes some of Ching's dirty clothes, offering to wash them. Zhang adds that it's hard for the guy to live alone, so she will help him, suggesting that in the future he should also go to her if his clothes are dirty. Ching tries to explain to the woman that he can wash his own clothes. The woman, not hearing this, takes the girl away, warning that Ching still needs to repeat the lessons. It's evening. The boy is lying on his bed. He keeps pondering about his classmates still discussing the travelers. He was also worried that Hey still hadn't released a new video. Checking the recent calls, Ching is still waiting for her mom to call, but still is newsless. A call sounds from Chin's mom. The woman quickly tells him that she gave the money to his father. Ching, sitting on the bed, tries to explain that he needs money for textbooks, but his mom ignores him, saying she can't come this weekend, quickly bidding him farewell. The boy says goodbye to his mom by hanging up the phone. He was glad his mom had called, but his mom didn't remember truancy at all. It wasn't like her. Throwing the phone on the bed, Ching thinks it doesn't matter anymore after recent events. On Sin's hand, the countdown left 20 hours and 40 minutes. Ching, coming back from a run, Ching notices that Zhang has already washed his clothes, calling her a hard worker. A woman looks out the window with a smile. She suggests, come over to her place and have some rice porridge. The boy refuses. He also remarks that it was the first time he had seen such a kind attitude towards him. It was a little unusual for him. After changing into his school uniform, the guy goes to a foreign language school. Approaching the entrance, Ching notices Nan running. He catches his arm, stopping him. Ching wonders why his friend is trying to buy high-tech nano socks, since it's just a fake. Nan explains that Ching didn't read the group in V-Shot because they got another traveler at school, and he's in the office right now. Ching remarks that no one with mechanical limbs was in the parallel yesterday. Nan adds that the guy couldn't help himself, and is now bragging to everyone that he's a new traveler. Ching doesn't understand why there are so many travelers in his school. He calculates the probabilities and suspects that there are travelers in about 19 cities, which means that the number of travelers is much higher. The guy assumes that people have already learned about the rule that travelers are limited to a few cities, concluding that people would be in these 19 cities. Walking down the corridors, it was beginning to alarm Kina, for all these 19 cities would become too busy. A guy accompanied by teachers walks past the boys. Ching thinks that this is the traveler Nan was talking about, suggesting that he not stop and already go to class. Sitting at his desk, Ching considers the possibility that the agents might find him at school. He reassures himself that there are no cameras in his neighborhood, so they won't be able to find out where he lives. Ching thinks he should hold up in the classroom today. Nan calls his friend to see what he found. Guy reveals that Xiao Xiao has posted a new strategy on his channel. Opening the video, Ching reads the intro. He apologized for not releasing a new video yesterday, adding that he had his reasons. The frame changes to a colorful battle. Xiao Xiao says the video is an addition to the Inner World review, calling it a fight for the Ching Corporation's shadow seat. He explains that the Ching Corporation is one of the 5 largest corporations of the Inner World, adding that a shadow is a person of the Ching Corporation wielding the power of the shadow world. He says it is rumored to be a tradition that the Ching clan has been following for over 1,000 years. A new shadow is periodically chosen between the outstanding sons of the clan. The man adds that the choice of a new shadow awaits the entire Inner World. Xiao Xiao says that he already knows of 8 candidates for the shadow seat. Each of them had a unique skill. He begins to list each one by one. But stopping at the last one, he says that the man is mysterious and has still not been identified. Ching listens to the video and assumes that the man is in prison number 18, calling it an addition, Yuri's Revenge. There are 6 hours and 20 minutes left on the countdown clock. Ching notices that Nan is very nervous for some reason. Ching lowers his head, suspecting that his friend is really a traveler, and he might end up in prison number 18, which means that if Ching decides to help him, he risks being discovered. Ching, taking his backpack, stands up from the table with words for Nan to be careful when crossing the border of worlds, adding that his friend should be careful. Nan is frightened and starts to refuse. Opening the door, the guy asks to mind his words. Ching understands why Nan keeps it a secret, assuming he has some kind of plan. Zhang came to Ching's door. Ching clarifies what the woman wanted. Zhang explains that because she's a traveler, she's about to run out of countdowns. She reminds him that the inner world is very dangerous, and so she's not sure she can go back. Jiang asks to take care of the girl if she can't come back tomorrow. Ching assures the woman that she will succeed and be able to return home tomorrow. Jiang explains that she has seen the world before and knows better how dangerous it is. Looking away, she adds that without experience in the Big Five, a human life is worthless in the inner world. The woman explains that the guy won't have to watch the girl for long, because if anything happens, her grandmother will come for her tomorrow. Smiling, Ching assures that he'll keep an eye on the girl, but he hopes the woman will be okay. Jiang, sighing, thanks the guy. The woman holds out the house key with the words that if Chin needed anything, he would be comfortable opening the door. Taking the key and saying goodbye to the woman, Ching considers the key in his hand, calling it a true trust to him. There are about 10 minutes left of the countdown. Ching pops something resembling a flash drive into her mouth. Toward the end of time, he decides to pinch himself hard, leaving a red mark. The countdown time ends. Ching woke up in the inner world. He was happy about this turn of events because otherwise Li Shutong's previous efforts and sympathy would have been in vain. The guy didn't care about Li Shutono's position. What mattered was that his strategy stated that Li was an important figure in the whole strategy. Ching decides to make sure of the transition. Ching believes that the canon notes he learned will still be useful to him, as most travelers are still confused about what to do. The guy emphasizes that he has already crossed Li Shutong's entourage. Ching held the flash drive in his hand and noticed that the things in the body were quietly transferred to the inner world. He also notices that the wound previously left behind has also been transferred and preserved. This proves his hypothesis that the body is the same as it is in the outside world. Ching only relies on his methods to gradually add to the knowledge of the inner world and the mechanism of crossing the boundary of worlds. The guy feels like he's starting to get used to the inside world and even misses the noise in prison number 18. Ching realizes that the time limit is still the same 2 days. He wonders if time will change in the future. The guy walks out onto the balcony looking towards Li Shuton. The blonde man guarding the boss waves Chin away. The people standing next to him are very jealous of him. Ching waved the crowd away and walks through it. People were excited that such a person was paying attention to them. Chin was interested in seeing the new group first. He assumed that the second group of travelers should have already been taken to the inner world. Ching wondered how he could find out who the new group was. Ching notices his classmate Liu Deju on the floor below, but he accepts to stay in the shadows and not help the guy. A guy passing by Liu notices that there are newcomers in prison, and they are going to have a good time tonight. A guy with prosthetic arms and cybernetic eyes greets the newcomers in prison number 18. Ching calls this guy Li Guangyi, adding that he used to cause trouble for him. But now the guy has warm feelings for this man. Liu was excited to hear about prison number 18. Guy makes the decision to ask anyone who might know where Li Shuton is. One of the big guys points his finger at a table downstairs, saying that's where Li Shuton is sitting. Liu remarks that he Xiao wasn't lying about the real legend Li Shutong. He observes that the man's character resembles that of a boss. The blonde sees a newcomer running towards them with a tray, followed by a crowd of prisoners trying to scare the guy. The blonde stops the guy with a slap on the nose with the words that weird personalities like him can't just get to the boss. The guy takes his head in pain. A guy looking at the angry crowd asks to be let through so he can get a mission from Li Shuto. The blonde looks at him indignantly. Liu takes up the one asking repeatedly to let him pass. Guy slaps that new guy in the face to get the new guy to back off. The crowd jeers at that. Liu is in the midst of a crowd of thugs asking Li Shutong to pay attention to him and get a promotion mission. Li Shuton continues to sit there not paying attention to the newcomer. Blondie backs away from the new guy, calling him a weirdo. Liu starts getting beaten up by the crowd. The guy wonders what he could have done wrong, since he has already gotten into the right prison number 18, assuming that this is the beginning of his journey. A guy trying to escape the grip of the crowd thinks this is not at all the right place for a promotion mission. Liu asks to be let go and then abruptly breaks free of the crowd's grip. The bully shouts in anger that the newcomer has bitten him. The guy runs to the wall, screaming to be let out because they're going to kill him. Ching, observing all this, thinks the guy is crazy. Thinking it's not rational, he immediately makes a fuss after arriving. Blondie talks to Li Shutong and finds it strange. Just yesterday, the same psycho came in and said he was from Luo City. Li, taking a sip of tea, thinks it's just as strange. Blondie wonders where Ching has gone, noting that just yesterday the guy was very active, and today he's not seen at all. All the prisoners mock Liu and the way he was taught a lesson by the guards. Ching silently walks by. Passing by Guan Yi, Ching quietly asks the latter to supervise all the new arrivals and question them about their identities and backgrounds outside. He also adds to make sure they don't go overboard at the welcoming ceremony. The man replies briefly that he will do everything. The guys surrounding Guan Yi are surprised that Ching himself went up to their 6th floor. The man assures them that it's none of their business. Ching decides to find out which of the newcomers is a traveler by asking those who are. After a while, Guan Yi, passing by, whispered something quietly. Ching understands that there are no more travelers among the newcomers. Ching sits down at the same table as Li Shutong. He offers to play Xiangqi. The man declines, offering to play next time. He adds that he is waiting for a guest who should arrive today. Li Shuton smiles a little and calls him uninvited. Ching pretends not to realize what's going on. He decides to ask Li what all the fuss was about downstairs. While trying to eat, Ching notices that Li Shutong couldn't call the uninvited guest an ordinary person. But Ching decides not to ask who exactly this person is. After all, he didn't plan to interfere, only wanting to watch. Li covers his eyes and replies that he doesn't know what was going on or why there was such a fuss. Ching realizes that the so-called travelers have caused Li Shuton's confusion. Suspecting that this is the first time the man has encountered the travelers, believing those travelers to be lunatics. At that moment, the door opens, revealing huge boots shackled behind it. After taking a few steps out of the darkness, a huge tattooed man emerges. The man was accompanied by a full security detail. This was the first time Ching had seen all of Prison 18's security forces deployed, so still bringing him separately in the light of day. The guy also notices that the bulky man is bigger even than Ye Wan, who was guarding Li Shutong. As soon as the security robots move aside, the thug immediately picks up the first guy he sees, lifting him over his head. With a baleful glare, the bulky man wondered where Li Shuto was. Li's guards immediately become in front of the table covering their boss. Ching, still sitting with the man, looks towards the bulky man. The thug tosses the guy towards the crowd, then moves towards the table. Li Shutong gets up from the table, remarking that he didn't think the guest would be so straightforward. He asks Chin to remember a man named Guo Huchan. Li asks Chin to stay close to Ye Wang so he won't get hurt by the thug. Ye Wan remarks that his boss has grown quite fond of the kid since he reminded him of it. Guan Yi, seeing Guo Huchang, realizes that his boss didn't just say the llama would come from the south. Smirking, Guan Yi would continue to ponder that his boss Ching wasn't even looking for clues, just playing Shang-Chi and reading books. He had been waiting for Guo Huchan to arrive all this time so he could harvest the crops later. Guo Huchan stops in front of Li Shutong with the words that he doesn't plan to be here for long and wishes Li would just give him the ACE-005 item. Li Shuton, stroking the cat, warns the thug to be polite to his elders and then he won't get hurt. Guo adds, if Li gives him the item, he's sure to be polite. To this, Li immediately questions why the Peaks are suddenly interested in the item, assuming that Guo is actually from the Inquisition. Li asks why the thug came to the 18th prison for an object. Guo Huchan explains the greatness of the object, offering to give it to his Palin for realization. Li Shutong laughs, adding that he has no business with Chen adding for the bulky man not to believe all the rumors. Ching assumes that the Forbidden Inquisition is looking for such forbidden items. He adds that it seems that he needs this forbidden item to complete his task in the Battle of Shadows. Angry, Guo heads over to Li Shutong with a follow-up question about where ACE-0005 is. Li waves go away, saying that although he knows where the item is, he won't tell it. Guo becomes over Li Shutong. The security robots aimed at the man, warning him to stop. Li Shuto says he just doesn't want to tell because he likes I-0005. Ching gradually retreated to a safe distance, noting that out of the 72 metal storms, only 36 of them had come into motion. Guo with all his might swings at Li Shuton, causing the mechanical robot guards to start shooting. A hail of rubber bullets hits everyone on the first floor. Ching remarks that all 36 cars are real lethal weapons, even though they fire rubber bullets. Guo punches Li Shuton, which causes a small explosion. Li Shutong stops the thug's punch with just 2 fingers. Guo was stunned by such strength. Li Shuton watches Ching sitting at the table without being hit by a single bullet. He is amazed, because the guy had calculated all the trajectories of the shots. Li Shutong observes that Ching has abilities beyond his age, suspecting that he is the one who will be chosen by Ching's shadow. Li pushes the bulky man with all his might into his chest, causing him to cough violently. Guo decides to sit on the floor, noting that he was only able to ruffle Li Shutong's clothes, calling him a demigod. He realizes that the power difference between him and the man is like a huge gulf. Li gets more serious and asks Guo if he's ready to fight again. Thug. Turning around, he waved it away. He saw no point in fighting any further, having no idea how to win, adding that if Li didn't tell him anything, he'd find out where Ace 005 was hidden himself. Ching was surprised that Guo was willing to fight not for life, but for death, and then abruptly changed his mind. The before and after approach seemed strange to Ching. Guo decides to follow Li Shutong and wait for him to casually babble on about the whereabouts of the item. Li sits down at the same table as Ching, asking him if he has calculated this position too. In the background, Guo walks away angrily, the other prisoners scurrying away. Ching says that although his ability is better than an ordinary person, but he is unable to make such a complicated calculation, and could only guess. Li Shutong takes the chin, thinking that guesswork alone isn't enough to get a guy to find that position so accurately. Ching added that by doing a quick calculation he found such 4 seats, one of which is where Li Shutong sits every day. Li assumes that Ching has decided to make a bet. Guo sits silently on the floor while everyone else irritably cleans up after the incident. The blonde guy tossing the rubber bullet decides to turn to Go. The guy decides to remind the bully that while he was fighting, it was nothing to him, and those who stood by and just watched got nothing. Taking Go's shoulder, the guy with a smile clarified why I call him a compassionate person doing good deeds, but his senseless fighting made ordinary prisoners suffer. Covering his eyes, Guo explains that he doesn't care about the prisoners, as there are no innocents among those who are here. Without giving any sign, Guo closes his eyes. Inside, he feels intense pain after Li Shutong's punch, as if he was burned by fire. The blonde guy looks askew at the bulky guy and calls him a hypocrite. Guo explains to the guy that he is not a monk and does not use the word compassion at all. After finishing speaking, the blonde man turns back to Li Shutong. Instantly, an orange dome lit up around the table where Li Shutong and Ching were sitting. The blonde man turns to Chin and explains that he can talk, since they can't be heard outside the dome. Li Shutong, turning to Chin, decides to ask what the guy told Guan Yi to interrogate all the newcomers. Squinting his eyes, Li Shutong was puzzled as to what Ching had done this for. With a calm look, Ching explains that he wanted to find out what forces were fighting him for the forbidden item. In his mind, the guy realized that it was the only way to justify his actions. Petting his cat, Li Shutong thanks Ching for his honesty, but he was just as concerned that Guan Yi didn't torture the newcomers. Li is confused as to why Chin is helping others. Ching helps as much as he can. In his thoughts, he emphasizes that if he cannot protect himself, he will calmly watch others dying. For him, this is a principle in life. The frame changes to the table. Ching adopted this attitude toward life precisely because life offered no other choice. Blondie notices how carefully Go crawls up to the dome. The bully tries his best not to show his face. Guo looks askew at Guo. He realizes that the man couldn't have heard from behind the dome. As he stops, the bully realizes that he has been spotted. The bully's forehead is covered in sweat. Guo gradually crawls back. The blonde man continues to stare at the bulky man in bewilderment. Li Shuton decides to call it quits for the day. Taking the cat, he walks towards the exit. Blondie decides to approach Go again and explain that they don't want any problems with the peaks. He also adds that he knows there are problems in the wasteland, but it's not his problem. With a serious expression on his face, Guo interrupts the guy, saying that he wouldn't dare touch even a hair on his head. The blonde looks questioningly at the bulky man, for he's completely bald. Ching decides to get himself something to eat. He points out that all the food in the canteen is synthetic, but it tastes like regular food. Ching stops, noticing that all the security turrets are pointed at him. He suspects that it is because he is in a blind spot. He is concerned about who is in charge of prison number 18. The blonde man takes a tray of food and sits down next to Chin. He adds that Li Shutong told him to say that the cook will now give the guy real meat. Ching wonders why him. The blonde man points his wands at Chi, explaining that he'll figure it out soon enough. The guy is standing at the faucet getting himself some clean water. Ching looks in the mirror. He could see huge bags from lack of sleep. The guy decides to lie on the bed, though, and try to sleep. Ching wakes up in a strange place, noticing an unknown person in front of him. There was desert all around, and the guy next to him didn't move at all. Ching felt extremely thirsty, which even made his lips chapped. Ching looks in his backpack and finds a single bottle of water. The guy sitting next to him immediately jumps up, asking the guy to give him a drink because he is on the verge of death. On his knees, the man asks for the price of water. He asks Ching not to let him die and still name the price for a sip of water. Ching states with a serious face that he will first let the person next to him watch the man die of thirst, and afterward, the guy will name the price himself. The man transforms into a blonde man. The guy is puzzled that Ching is still human, still in Ching's dream. They sit around the fire thinking about how Ching knew he was in a dream. The blonde is trying to find out what the guy entered the sleep demon's call for, since it could have been safely avoided by not falling asleep for the first 5 minutes. After finishing all the water, Ching thinks the guy has something to tell him, so he came. Blondin takes one on the chin, wondering what Ching wants to check this time. At first, Li Shutong wanted Xiao Xiao to take Ching Chen for a walk, using the nightmare to develop the guy's humanity and let him experience suffering. And now Ching Chen is so easy to resist the dream demon, and it looks like the nightmare will be useless in the future. Li Shutong should test Ching Chen himself. It seemed to Ching Chen that the scene in the desert was different from the previous one, more like a lesson given by a teacher to a student. The guy told Xiao Xiao to forget about his ideas. Li Shutong is still only admiring Ching Chen, and no more. It is still unclear whether the guy can become the boss's disciple in the future. Ching Chen knew for sure that Xiao Xiao was jealous of him. He too wanted to receive such recognition from Li Shutong. Xiao Xiao said that he was really jealous, because not everyone can become the boss's disciple. At least he and Ye Wang can't. Ching Chen asked why. Xiao Xiao replied that neither of them passed the first test. However, the boss believes that Ching Chen should be able to endure it and become Li Shutong's disciple in the future. Xiao Xiao explained that it was a path of life and death. Every time one improved, one had to suffer. Ching Chen didn't understand why the boss chose him. Li Shutong thought that the guy had the courage to fight and survive at any cost in this cruel world. Ching Chen asked how old Li Shutong was. He wondered if the guy would age faster than people in the outside world, and if the boss's abilities could go beyond the ordinary and increase longevity. Xiao Xiao replied that Li Shutong was 52 years old. Ching Chen was very surprised, for he only looked 35 to 36 years old. Xiao Xiao wouldn't be surprised if a person like the boss even lived for over 100 years. They had been watching him since he was a kid, and the guy hadn't seen him change in any way over the years. Ching Chen asked why the guys followed him. They didn't have any particular reason. Xiao Xiao and Ye Wang and many others were all orphans. Xiao Xiao thought that Ching Chen was born into the Ching family, so he wouldn't understand how cruel life was outside, or how easy it was to become an orphan. The guy didn't know what happened to his parents. Anything could have happened. And then Xiao Xiao couldn't pay the property tax, and the insurance company refused to pay the compensation. Then the bank took his house and threw the guy out on the street. At this time, his life is already dark and hopeless, and the club wants to involve him as a child drug mule to transport drugs, torture him even more brutally, then videotape him to sell in the virtual world for money. It was at this time that the person who changed their lives appeared in front of them. Ye Wang had exactly the same story. His life was also full of suffering until a certain point. Li Shuten appeared in front of the boys. He extended his hand to them and invited them to come with him. He promised to give them a new life. Xiao Xiao felt that whoever this person who extended his hand was, anyone would go with him. Ching Chen wondered what the suffering in his life meant in comparison. Ching Chen was curious as to why the boss took them in. Xiao Xiao replied that they were useful to people, and what he wanted to do could not be accomplished alone. Ching Chen still didn't know what the goals of the Knights and Peaks were, and what kind of giant the Peaks were opposing. Perhaps this company of 5. It seemed to the guy that Li Shutong had taken these two to him with the intention of using them, however. They didn't seem to mind at all. Xiao Xiao stood up from behind the fire and advised the guy to rest until morning. Ching Chen has already seen Li Shutong's inscrutable, mysterious level. Whether the cannon he has is enough to trade for the opportunity to open the door to a new world. Ching Chen can't be sure if the cannon is enough, and besides, he can't explain where he got it from. At that moment, the boy's thoughts were interrupted by loud noises in the neighboring cell. Someone was banging and shouting to let him out. It was Liu Deju who shouted, asking if there was anyone there and begging to be let out. The guy didn't understand why he was being held here. Liu Deju tried his best to get out of there. He kept asking to be let out of the cell. The guy didn't understand why others in the inner world had great lives, mechanical limbs, club members and stuff, while he was imprisoned in the meantime. Liu Deju huffed because he didn't have to brag in front of everyone before he got there. On the countdown timer, something was 16 hours, 20 minutes. Li Shutong was playing Xiangqi again. The man said that after Ching Chen told Li Guangyi to observe a sense of proportion, there are fewer sobbing newcomers in this prison, but the other two factions in the prison are very dissatisfied with him. Ching Chen knew that usually, the three factions would take turns to hold a ceremony to welcome newcomers, which was considered to be everyone's entertainment. However, Ching Chen thought that Li Guangyi was capable of handling it on his own. Li Shutong asked if Ching Chen had ever thought that these newcomers might not be grateful to him. Ching Chen thought that when you meet a beggar on the road and throw him some change, it is not enough to lift him out of poverty, but you buy some inner peace. Li Shuten smiled and chuckled. He liked the guy's train of thought. At this moment, right next to Ching Chung, someone loudly plopped down on a chair. Ching Chen, along with the others, looked surprised at whoever was interrupting their game of Xiangqi. It was Guo Huachan who said that he could be considered a respected person in the peaks. They themselves eat real meat, and he was offered to eat artificial meat. He thought that this was not how guests were welcomed. Xiao Xiao suggested that he fight the boss one more time. If he won, he would be given food. Guo Huachan didn't want that. Besides, the three of them could eat real meat. But he didn't understand why Ching Chen was eating it. After all, he was only an ordinary person. Guo Huachan abruptly pierced a piece of Ching Chen's real meat with his chopsticks. He approached Ching Chen and told him to take another portion and give this one to him. Ching Chen angrily looked at Guo Huachan. He was contemplating how to subdue the man. Li Shutong didn't react to this in any way. Apparently he wanted to see how Ching Chen would handle it. Guo Hitsachan still took Ching Chen's portion. He laughed loudly. The guy did not react in any way. Guo Huachan said that they all saw that Ching Chen himself refused to eat his food. In that case, Guo Huachan was not going to be ceremonious. Ching Chen sat in silence. At this moment, Ching Chen started to use his abilities. The world around him froze, and the guy was immersed in himself. Ching Chen was in his own world of movie scenes. All the recent events were flying around him in the form of pictures. He was rewinding the events backwards. The guy was looking for something. He was very concentrated. Ching Chen rewound the events of recent times. The oppression of newcomers. Further scrutinizing Guo Huachan and his memories, he tried to find a solution to his problem. Ching Chen took a deep breath. He had finally found a way out with the help of his abilities. Now it was time to return to the real world. Everything around him lit up with yellow sparks. Unexpectedly, Ching Chen called out loudly to Li Guangyi. Guo Huachan was very surprised by this. At that second, Li Guangyi ran up to Ching Chen. He asked what business Ching Chen had with him. The guy replied that he would call out the numbers of the 8 people and Li Guangyi would bring them over. Li Shutong was calmly eating his breakfast. He didn't react to this situation in any way. Li Guangyi did as Ching Chen ordered him to do. A moment later, there were 8 guys standing next to the table. Guo Huachan became very tense when he saw these guys. Li Shutong was amused by the man's reaction. Ching Chen asked whether going to 8 people were his people. Ching Chen asked if these 8 people were Guo Huachan's people. The man replied that they were not all his people. Ching Chen noticed that Guo Huachan, when he was brought here, looked at the 5 of them, and all 5 of them extended their index finger. The guy thought that they showed it to him. The other 3 men immediately looked at each other and exchanged glances. Xiaoxia wondered how he could calmly watch in such a situation. At that time, they were only paying attention to the boss and the hail of bullets. Li Shutong said that there are all kinds of people mixed up in Prison 18. It is quite normal for people from other forces to observe it. Xiao Xiao asked if these people should be transferred to other prisons. Li Shutong believed that transferring 8 people for no reason would give the outside world something to suspect him of. He ordered Ye Wan to isolate the 8 men and interrogate them. Guo Huachan provided all these 8 guys to Ye Wang for questioning. Xiao Xiao was surprised that Ching Chen had found all these people. Ching Chen was going to show them his show. Li Shutong had read that Ching Chen's ability to memorize and analyze was unparalleled among his extraordinary people. Guo Huachan was surprised that Ching Chen was not a man of knights. He asked what his name was. Ching Chen gave his name. Guo Huachan asked when the knights began to cooperate with the Ching Consortium. Li Shuten asked if a person with that last name is obligated to be part of the family. Even if they are, they don't have to stay in the family for the rest of their life. Guo Huachan looked at Ching Chen incredulously. He suspected him of something. Guo Huachan asked what Ching Chen's impression of the peaks was. Ching Chen replied that it was not very good. Judging from his personality, Guo Huachan came to compete with Ching Chen for the item ban, so there was no need to be friendly. At that time, loud noises were heard. Someone was being beaten. There were prisoners lying on the floor, all battered and unconscious. Someone checked the mouth of one of the prisoners. He unwrapped his teeth and looked at the contents. Ye Wang found poison capsules that were hidden in the back molars. When you open your mouth, you can feel the faint smell of bitter almonds. It's cyanide. Guo Huachan said that these 3 were not from his peaks. Li Shuten was surprised that there were suicide bombers among the prisoners. It was a bit of a surprise. Ching Chen looked at the dead prisoners with surprise. He had thoughts. Whether it was external or internal, this was the first time Ching Chen had faced death directly. He was tense. Wild beasts run rampant in this world after all. The robot guards went to retrieve the corpses. The countdown showed 15 hours and 22 minutes. Li Shutong saw Ching Chen's confusion. He looked at him intently. Li Shuten asked if this was the first time the guy was seeing deaths. Ching Chen confirmed the man's words. He was uncomfortable with what he saw. Li Shutong looked at the guy carefully. He asked if Ching Chen was afraid of death. Ching Chen honestly answered him that he was a little afraid. The guy was cowardly with fear. His teachers taught him different school things. His parents taught him how to use chopsticks, do his laundry, and take care of himself. However, no one had ever taught Ching Chen what death was, and he was not prepared to meet it face to face. Only after seeing it with his own eyes did Ching Chen realize how shocking it was to have a life disappear before your eyes. Li Shuten explained that every person has 2 lives, and he was going to tell us when the second life begins. It only began when you realized there is only one life. The man made his move in Xiangqi. At this point, the person begins to tell himself about the importance of time, and clearly realizes how much time has been wasted. Ching Chen understood very well that the more scared you were, the more you needed to stay calm. The expression on the guy's face changed in an instant. Ching Chen needs to study his past and also think about his future. Li Shutong moved one of the chips. There was a good chance that the 3 suicide bombers had come after Li Shutong. So since Ching Chen had helped him find them, the man was in his debt. Li Shutong gave Ching Chen the opportunity to exchange his debt for one thing. He asked what the guy wanted. Ching Chen asked for a list of Li's consortium members. Li Shutong thought it was strange. He thought that Ching Chen would ask how to become a superhuman. It seemed to him that Ching Chen did not really value the possibility of not many people to whom the boss was indebted. Ching Chen explained that the way to become a superhuman couldn't be equated with the value of this secret at all. He didn't think it was worth it. Moreover, when the time came, Li Shutong himself would give this method to him. Li Shutong smiled. He liked Ching Chen's thinking style. The man noticed that the guy was smarter than he thought, and also more patient and reserved. He was right that some things could not be exchanged, although he was a little disappointed that Ching Chen didn't see any blood. Li Shutong said that if Ching Chen had disdain for life, it would not be interesting. Li Shutong told Xiao Xiao to go and fetch the list that Ching Chen had asked for. Li Shutong wondered why Ching Chen would need this list. The guy asked if he really needed to explain it. The boss changes his mind about asking, since it's a quid pro quo and the guy can do whatever he wants. At this time, Ching Chen returned to his cell. Everything was unchanged there. Not a ray of light had entered there. At first, Ching Chen thought that Xiao Xiao would go to test his sleep demon tonight. But he didn't come, and perhaps the boss thinks that there is no need to test him anymore. Ching Chen felt that he was getting closer and closer to the path of superhumanity. Waiting for the return this time wasn't as exciting for the guy as the previous few. It was because he had seen with his own eyes what death was. This world had split into thousands of small pieces again. It was time to travel between worlds. Ching Chen woke up in his real world in his house. It was a clear day outside, and birds were singing carefree in the trees. Ching Chen glanced at his hand. There was a countdown timer on it that showed 40 hours, 20 minutes, and 27 seconds. The guy realized that every time the moving process was silent, even a sleeping person could not be awakened. After returning to the outside world after 2 stressful days, one could finally relax. Ching Chen put on his school uniform. It was time for him to go out. Ching Chen was really looking forward to moving again in 2 days to that mechanical, mysterious world. There would be even more opportunities waiting for him there. The guy opened the door from his apartment. Ching Chen walked out. Right next to his door, someone was standing right next to his door. He looked at her in surprise. It was Zhang Shui. He asked if anything had happened while moving this time. The woman replied that everything was fine, and she was going to take Xiao Yun to school. She invited Ching Chen to come to their place after school. She would buy fish and ribs to celebrate. Ching Chen asked what they were going to celebrate tonight. Zhang Shui replied that she would tell it tonight. Zhang Shui turned around and smiled at Ching Chen. She was really looking forward to him coming to their dinner. Ching Chen walked out of the house. He was already approaching the school. All the students were reading the news on their phones. Ching Chen was no exception. The guy was surprised by one of the news. Ching Chen even stopped in the middle of the street to read it better. It said someone on Darknet sold information that killing a world traveler doesn't make the killer a world traveler. Ching Chen thought that these few words meant that someone's life had been cut short, and the reality was often bloodier than it sounded in words. It was a clear day outside. All the kids were rushing to school to start their school day. Liu Deju from the parallel class also came to school. At first, Ching Chen thought that he would get a psychological trauma like Huang Jishan, then take a break from studying. But he didn't expect that the guy would turn out to be completely different. Liu Deju not only bragged about becoming a traveler, but also about going to prison at the age of 18. He also told all the disciples that he had met Li Shutong. I had talked to him. There were a huge number of people gathered around Liu Deju's classroom. They were all listening with admiration about the guy's adventures in such a world. Ching Chen indifferently walked further down the corridor. Ching Chen thought that under the current circumstances, revealing oneself as a world traveler was a very foolish choice, especially claiming to know one of the most important people in the inner world. Ching Chen was afraid that this mysterious organization would soon appear. At this moment, Ching Chen noticed Nian Genshin walking down the corridor. He had a droopy look. Ching Chen ran up to his friend and called out to him. Nian Genshin turned around and looked at Ching Chen. Ching Chen asked what happened to Nian Gengcheng, whether someone had beaten him. The guy replied that everything was fine, and he just didn't sleep well. The guy didn't have mechanical limbs or any other weirdness. Ching Chen opened the door to the office where they should have their next class and snapped it shut. The girls ran down the corridor at this time. They heard that Liu Deju from the neighboring class was traveling. They were going to go see. Ching Chen asked if Nian Genshin was tortured after traveling. That one didn't understand what they were talking about. Ching Chen was almost certain that Nian Genshin had moved, but he didn't understand what the guy had experienced in the inner world, that his formerly important appearance had turned into this. Ching Chen kept asking what the guy was doing after traveling. Nian Genshin claimed that he hadn't moved, and if anyone else said that he was a traveler, the guy would be very angry. Everyone in the class was still heatedly discussing the events of moving between worlds. Previously, it was thought that Liu Dejue was really lucky to be in contact with Li Shutong. At this time, Nian Genshin was sitting awkwardly at his desk. He had a depressed look. Nian Genshin asked if he had told Ching Chen that there was a group of travelers. Ching Chen replied that he had mentioned it, and thought that his friend had been unable to hold back after all. Nian Genshin said that those who sell socks from the inner world are selling fakes, and it doesn't matter how he knows it, because you can't bring socks from this world. He also said that a fellow traveler could help contact a rich woman. Nian Genshin said, "Now this is the truth." Ching Chen was in a stupor upon hearing the guy's words. He understood perfectly that he was talking about himself. Nian Genshin shouted that he had read what the other people in the group said, and he himself was not a traveler. Ching Chen pretended to believe him, but he himself thought that he had been given to a rich woman after traveling. Nian Genshin finally calmed down. The guys still continued to heatedly discuss traveling between worlds. Ching Chen asked how much Nian Genshin had paid. The guy shouted that he had already said that he was not a traveler. At that moment, strange sounds were heard coming from the corridor. All the students heard the sound of footsteps. They turned around in surprise and looked at the people. The guys did not understand who these people were, because the head teacher personally accompanied them. It seems they were going to a parallel class. Ching Chen understood that these were people from a mysterious organization, and they had probably come for the world travelers. It was a delegation of men in black. All of them had a very important look and were in strict suits. The appearance of the people in black quickly caught the attention of most of the students, for their unique temperament was too conspicuous in a place like school. Ching Chen still remembered the feeling of oppression they caused him when they first met. Now, they've really taken Liu Dejue, except that the organization that the vice principal will accompany must be official. The fact that they were not acting illegally was somewhat reassuring to Ching Chen. All the disciples watched carefully as Liu Deju was led away by these people. To Ching Chen's surprise, when the first lesson was coming to an end, Liu Deju came back again, according to him, after he was taken to the office. The men in black asked him to leave his address and contact information. He was told not to leave Luo City. The men in black told him that there were many travelers in this city, and they were preparing a plan to get them all together for training. They then also took out some pictures and asked him to determine if he knew these people. The area of activity of one of the people was supposed to be within a 3-kilometer radius, but since the area is old, many places don't have cameras or they are broken. The person they were looking for was Ching Chen. Ching Chen put on the clothes he hadn't worn in 2 years and deliberately avoided the surveillance cameras. It seems all the precautions were not in vain. Nian Genshin was weeping because someone who was next to the boss after being moved was still talking to him and would probably become a superhuman one day. He didn't understand why the gulf between people was so great. Ching Chen asked if he was envious. Nian Genshin asked if Ching Chen was jealous. He used to say that he would earn a lot of money and invite his friend to eat, but now it seems he can't. Ching Chen advised him to start studying, because there are a bunch of ordinary people who live a good life. Nian Genshin huffed. He was clearly hiding something from his friend. The boys were the only ones who didn't pay for the textbooks. Ching Chen needed 2 more days. Nian Genshin's mother got angry with his father and went back to his grandmother's house. He could only ask his father for money. Neon Genshin's father told him to return the textbook to the school. Ching-chun was surprised that the issue of paying for one textbook had stumped the two world travelers. Ching-chun felt that it was time to think about how to make money. After all, now all these old men have become smart and no one wants to play Xiangqi with him. Therefore, Ching-chun needed to think about how to make money in the inner world and move it here. There was no reason to be near the treasure mountain, but time after time, Ching-chun didn't want to return empty-handed. Ching-chun was walking down a busy street. There were all kinds of food being sold around, such as baked sweet potatoes and pastries. It seemed that skipping classes had become a habit lately. When Ching-chun was little, his mom would go to his grandmother's house and his dad would take him outside and buy a bowl of rice noodles for 1.5 yuan. Back then, he hadn't gambled yet, he and his mom hadn't divorced, and his grandparents didn't despise him yet. Rice noodles, which cost 1.5 yen then, now cost 15 yen. It looks like there's no going back. Ching-chun walked up to the house. Beside him were two men of questionable appearance. They stood smoking outside. Ching-chun looked at them suspiciously. He should have been wary of everything, after all. The organization was after him. At this moment, Ching-chun called out to Xiaoyun. She was very happy to see him and waved to the guy. The girl invited him to go upstairs. Her mom would soon finish cooking. Ching-chun asked what if he had stayed at school for the evening self-study. The girl knew that the guy didn't go to self-study these days. Xiaoyun pulled Ching-chun by the hand into her apartment. She was very happy that the guy would be having dinner with them tonight. Ching-chun walked into the apartment. He noticed that the broken furniture in the house was no longer there, and it seems that many things have been replaced with new ones. Jiang Shui was in the kitchen chopping vegetables for dinner. She asked if Ching-chun had come and told him to sit down soon. She only had to finish the soup. Ching-chun looked at the food prepared. It was very tasty, and compared to the tasteless food in the prison, this is a real improvement in nutrition. Ching-chun asked what Jiang Shui was celebrating. The woman had already said that she had opened a mechanical clinic in the inner world. This clinic used to bother her a lot. When people came to put mechanical limbs on her, she didn't know what to do. The woman was very worried about her safety, because these people were very scary. The woman doesn't know how it happened, but this time after the move, people from the Lee Consortium came to her small clinic and asked for a partnership. Consortiums in the inner world ruled everything, and as long as he was in on it, all criminals would bypass Jiang Shui. They also gave her money and replaced the signboard with Lee's logo. Ching-chun had already heard about the Lee Consortium. The guy wasn't sure if it was a good change. Ching-chun replied that it was indeed worth celebrating. Jiang Shui didn't need to bother Ching-chun now, and Xiaoyun's grandparents didn't need to come either. The woman asked if Ching-chun was jealous of travelers. She said that if the guy ever moved, he could go to the city of 18 and find a woman. She could protect him. Ching-chun thought that he was already in City 18, and it was a pity that ordinary people in his situation wouldn't help, because what Ching-chun was facing had long surpassed the comprehension of ordinary travelers. Ching-chun asked if those men in black were looking for Jiang Shui again. The woman replied that they were not looking for her. She was looking for them. Before Jiang Shui got Ching-chun Yu Xiaoyun, she wanted to contact them and see if she could get their help in the inner world. They said that their organization had just been founded, and they themselves were still having a hard time there. Ching-chun had already eaten dinner. Jiang Shui started washing the dishes after her guest. Ching-chun spat on the sofa where Xiaoyun was also sitting. He asked if the girl was also a world traveler. Xiaoyun didn't understand what Ching-chun was talking about. The guy was confident in his assumption. Last time the girl had specifically asked her mother the name of the clinic. As a result, this time, Lee Consortium ended up acquiring a stake in her clinic. Ching-chun threatened to tell Jiang Shui about these clues. Xiaoyun was scared. She asked not to tell her mom this. Ching-chun guessed correctly. So yesterday, Ching-chun used the opportunity to ask Li Shutong for a list of Lee Consortium members, and there is indeed Li Tongyun's name there. Ching-chun asked why the girl wouldn't tell her mom this. She replied that few people in the inner world dared to tell her, but if her mom found out, she would definitely try to intervene. Xiaoyun asked not to tell this to her mom. She can give Ching-chun money after all. Ching-chun has a little pocket money in the inner world. Ching-chun replied that he is not a traveler. The girl was not sure that Ching-chun was not a traveler. Ching-chun was not surprised that this girl suspected him, because he asked about everything. Fortunately, he was quick enough to refuse the money. Ching-chun sat together with Xiaoyun on the sofa, an awkward silence hanging in the air. Ching-chun asked how much pocket money the girl had in the outside world. Xiaoyun was surprised and asked if he wanted to take the money away from the child. Ching-chun was just curious. The girl really didn't have money in the outside world. She asked why didn't Ching-chun change the conditions. The boy asked how to do it. Xiaoyun didn't know. Ching Chen got up from the sofa and said that the girl herself should tell everything. He advised her to remember to take care of her mom in the inner world, because that world is very confusing. Xiao Yun told the guy not to worry, and when Ching Chen would have the opportunity to go to the inner world, she would protect him as well. Ching Chen smiled. He was amused by such a bold stance from the girl. It was about time for the guy to go home. He had enjoyed his dinner and socializing to the fullest. All in all, tonight had been very useful for Ching Chen. And at least Xiao Yun's identity as a traveler had been confirmed. Ching Chung was reading the news. They were selling medicines from the inner world. They were rejuvenation medicines. They used unusual ways of carrying it. They wrapped a protective film around the medicine and put it in their mouths or put it in their rectums. To bring things from the inner world, these people directly use such extreme methods. If a rich man is dying of cancer and his only hope is a life-saving cure from the inner world, he is likely to pay a very high price for it. Ching Chen wondered what price could be equivalent to life. That was the goal of such people. They earned in this way. While Ching Chen was thinking how to become a superhuman, someone started a business. If he were to exchange things directly, it would inevitably reveal his identity. Of course, one could transfer technologies on a flash drive, but a traveler would hardly be able to obtain the most important inner-world technologies. Until now, it had been difficult to access even outside information in this prison. The most important thing now is for Ching Chen to maintain a good relationship with Li Shutong. At this moment, something caught Ching Chen's attention. He had a thought. These mysterious organizations were also buying mechanical limbs. A few days ago, a traveler's legs were cut off, and now these people are buying them at exorbitant prices. Thus, the crimes against travelers will continue. Ching Chen recalled seeing two suspicious people outside Xiao Yun's house tonight. Guy looked out her window, hoping to see them. However, the two men were missing. He suspected they were also from the organization. Ching Chen called the police and gave his address. He explained that he had met two very suspicious men in the evening and thought they were up to something. At this moment, the guy heard shouting from the neighboring apartment. It was Li Tongyun's voice. Ching Chen asked for a police squad to be sent immediately. He was very scared and thought that these people were here because of Jiang Shui. Ching Chen ran to look around his apartment for any weapons. There was nothing in his house but a shovel. He grabbed it and was going to defend himself. At that minute, the guy stopped. There were two adults in that apartment, maybe more. Ching Chen was not sure if he could handle them. His hands were shaking with fear. Ching Chen tried to come to his senses. He clutched the handle of the shovel. He thought that he is not a good guy, and also he is very selfish. Seeing classmates going crazy in prison, he was indifferent. But he just can't sit by and watch a child like Xiao Yun face cruelty. The guy resolutely went to the girl's apartment. Ching Chen decided to go to Jiang Shui's apartment to help and protect her. As he was climbing the stairs, he saw a man flying down. The man was all beaten up, lying unconscious on the stairs. Jiang Shui was standing outside her apartment. The woman was shaking with fear, and there were also signs of beatings on her. Ching Chen looked at Jiang Shui in surprise. It seemed like the woman didn't need the guy's help. Jiang Shui still thanked Ching Chen for worrying and for being willing to help her. Ching Chen asked if there was only one man here. The woman replied that there was another one, however, he had run away. Xiao Yun was fine, however, she was very scared. Ching Chen hurried down the stairs. He said that he had already called the police and asked them to take care of Xiao Yun. The guy ran out of the house, a shovel in his hands. He was going to run after the man who ran away. Unexpectedly, Ching Chen ran in the other direction from the man. He clearly had a plan. He wanted to run around the building on the other side and intercept the man there. The guy was determined. Ching Chen deftly jumped over the fence. He needed information from this man. Ching Chung slowed down. He reached his point according to his plan. Ching Chung hid behind the wall. He crouched down and began to wait for the man. The guy was actually scared. He had never fought someone or chased anyone before. The guy raised the shovel. He was ready to hit the man with it. Ching Chen knew exactly how long it would take for this man to appear in front of him. 3 seconds left. Ching Chen clutched the shovel tighter and tighter. 2 seconds left. Finally, a man was about to appear in front of Ching Chung, his heart pounding frantically. Ching Chen hit the man's legs with all his might with the shovel. The man stumbled and fell down. The man rolled down the street. Ching Chen quickly ran away from the place. Ching Chen returned to Jiang Shui's house. He went up the stairs and saw Xiao Yun. The girl was very scared. She cuddled up to her mom. Xiao Yun said that the other man had run away. However, Ching Chen told her not to worry because he had already found him. Jiang Shui noticed that Ching Chen's arm was wounded. She was going to bring bandages and iodine for him. Fortunately, besides his arm, there were no other wounds. Ching Chen thought that at the end of the day, he was still an ordinary person. Right now he had a powerful brain but not a proper body. He told Jiang Shui not to worry, after all. He had all this stuff at home. The police would be here soon. So the guy was going to go back to his home. Ching Chen didn't want Jiang Shui to tell the police anything. He said that he didn't do anything tonight. The woman understood everything. She was surprised by this attitude of Ching Chen. Ching Chen returned to his apartment. He felt that he needed to speed up the process of acquiring abilities in the inner world. Morning came. The sun was breaking through Ching Chen's window. Ching Chen was sleeping in his bed as he was suddenly woken up by loud screams. It was Xiao Yun. She was calling out for a guy. Ching Chen opened the door. The girl was very scared. She asked Ching Chen to help her mom. Ching Chen came to Jiang Shui's apartment, her mechanical limbs discharged. Ching Chen was surprised that they were so not durable. The woman explained that in the inner world, there are wireless charging sources and everyone's equipment is constantly charging. Everyone has an account number to pay, just like an ID number. As long as people pay monthly, they can enjoy a comfortable life. And consortia based on energy consumption charge fees. In the inner world, there is a tower, a capacitor, that generates energy, and a normal tower that carries energy everywhere. Even in the wilderness, there are cloud towers. But transportation in the wilderness is still chosen with a diesel engine, especially by the military. After all, it has high energy, high RPM, and high torque. In fact, since smuggling is too common, getting out of the city is quite problematic. You have to go through customs set up by the tax office and get a visa. But of all the information available so far, the most useful is that the hard currency in the domestic world is also gold. The banks of the 5 major consortia actually issue currencies based on gold reserves. Ching Chen smiled. He had finally learned how to make money in the inner world. Ching Chen asked how he could help in this situation. The woman replied that because of her hands, she wouldn't be able to cook for Xiao Yun today, so Jiang Shui wanted to ask Ching Chen to take care of her. Xiao Yun asked Ching Chen to cook something for her since she was hungry. Ching Chen said that it was no problem. At this moment, someone knocked on Jiang Shui's door. They were asking if anyone was home. Ching Chen noticed a mysterious organization's SUV on the street. He was wary. Ching Chen told Xiao Yun to open the door to the guests, and he would go to the kitchen to prepare food. The girl thanked him. Xiao Yun opened the door. There stood men in strict suits from a mysterious organization. One of them introduced himself. His name was Lu Yuan. They had met before. These men were members of Kunlun. Ching Chen finally heard what their organization was called. Lu Yuan asked what happened to the woman's hands. She replied that the still mechanical limbs were discharged. Lu Yuan told his assistant to take note of it. The second man started to write something down in his notebook. Ching Chung understood that the men did not know that mechanical limbs could discharge their organization, and the truth could have been formed very recently, so they did not know much about the inner world. Xiao Yun brought the guests 2 glasses of water, just as her mother had asked. The members wanted to ask them something. Li Yuan noticed that there were 2 types here last night, and after one of them escaped from their house, he was attacked in their neighborhood and broke his shin. Li Yuan asked if they knew who did it. Ching Chen became very tense. Li Yuan said not to worry. After all, they were not here to prosecute. They just wanted to find out. An attractive adult woman and her daughter are sitting on a soft sofa at a round table. 2 young Secret Service agents are sitting opposite them. She's defending Ching Chen, what he did for her daughter. She says she doesn't know anything. She truly doesn't understand why they're investigating this case. They are asking for understanding. They are not law enforcement and do not want to do anything against this brave man. They just need to check out the strange happenings lately. The little girl said that after yesterday's incident, she and her mom were at home and didn't go anywhere. And mom and daughter keep singing the same song. That they saw nothing and knew nothing. Li Tong Yun is really good. Her explanation added credibility. Everyone thinks kids can't lie. Li Tong Yun and Ching Chen grew up in very similar environments. The same quarrels and the same domestic violence. My gut tells me that together, they're from the same mold. Li Tong Yun continued to ask strangers whether the person who helped them deserved to be judged. So why would he be wanted? These strangers must not be bad. Fury raged in her heart. One of the strangers started to recover and smiled stupidly. He tried to explain to the little girl that she had misunderstood everything. They have no malicious intent. Their Kunlun organization has just been established. They're looking for like-minded talents. They need them in their ranks. In the inner world exists and separate different organizations, consortiums, that have discovered the existence of the world outside. They really hope that Madame Jiang Shui will be vigilant and not be discovered by the bad people. Turns out it's a terrible and dangerous thing to reveal your identity in the inner world. She let me know that she understood perfectly. His partner says he Xiao Xiao might show up again, and shows him a cell phone. Li Tong Yun started asking the 2 strangers who He Xiao Xiao was. They are just now looking for this person. He's very good at hiding. They were about to leave and realized that they had said too much. They dare not disturb the owners of the house anymore. There is no need to see them off. One of them, as he approached the front door, saw a stranger's men's shoes. The sneakers by the door caught their attention. They asked whose they were, but they quickly said they were the sneakers of the owner of the house. the husband and father. Oh, well, that makes sense. For strangers who were Secret Service, it didn't raise suspicion. All of them left and closed the door behind them. I heard the sound of the lock slamming shut. Li Tongyu and her mother, Mrs. Jiang Shui, exhaled a big sigh of relief. It's good that they left otherwise. It was very difficult to play this role. Ching Chen apologized for causing trouble for the house owners. Mrs. Jiang Shui was very grateful to the guy, because if it wasn't for their grief, he wouldn't have gotten mixed up in this matter at all. Mrs. Jiang Shui said that there is no food in the refrigerator. She wants to buy groceries to take home local ribs. They're growing up and need to eat meat. Ching Chen walked over to the shoe closet and put on another shoe and closed the door behind him. He changed his shoes, didn't wear his black sneakers, specifically to confuse the agents who saw his black sneakers. Very considerate. They were sitting quietly in the car in front of the house. You could see they were trying to track him down. They were looking for him the best they could. Ching Chung did not stand out from the crowd at all. There were no flashy clothes on him. They were looking very carefully into the crowd and analyzing each person coming out of the front door of the house. Agents looked at the guy's shoes. They saw brown shoes. They were expecting black sneakers. One of them took a lighter, lit it, and lit a cigarette. He looked, sitting in the car, at the Ching Chen standing in the distance, and didn't recognize him. Said he couldn't see the person they were looking for. One partner says to the other he knew there was someone hiding in the house. He could have forced his way in and checked it out. But the other replied that you can't use harsh methods. A new era has begun. Some people can't be ordinary. They need to find someone to walk with whom together they will realize their goals. Ching Chen is walking through the market. Lu Yuan. Tell a lot of information in the conversation with Jiang Shui. He Xiao is still not recruited. In today's society with such an advanced internet, erasing one's own footprints is basically impossible. He Xiao must have technology beyond his time. He Xiao called those who move in the timeline simply world travelers. When traveling the inner world, the time of the outer world stops. When returning, the same thing happens. About 19 cities in the country had travelers appearing in them. Tai, Jing, Nan, Lan, and so on. He Xiao suggested that all those who wanted to become travelers should go to these 19 cities as soon as possible. There should be a new batch of travelers as soon as possible. And the most important warning of all, never reveal your identity. He knew that the previous travelers had been exposed and it had had serious consequences. But not all travelers are so smart. In Prison 18 there is a lurking danger that some will not survive the interrogation. He Xiao is the most famous traveler. His strategy will cause a great resonance. With his own strength, he will be able to recruit people. The incident with the inner world has actually spawned quite a few rogues. The correspondence concerns the elixir of immortality. No one knows if it's genuine or fake. Ching Chen can't figure out whether Nangen Ching is really that dumb or is very skillfully pretending to be dumb. The timer is counting down. Another momentous event is about to take place. Ching Chen looks around, searching for the car with Kunlun's men, but they seem to have left. And that couldn't be happier. There are cooked meat ribs on the table. They smell wonderful. They look so appetizing. Li Tongyun, her mother Mrs. Jiang Shui, is very happy, and they eat the food with gusto. In order to protect her daughter, Jiang Sui, who was originally a gentle character, decided to become tougher. A mother will do anything for her child. Li Tongyun is sure that after this transition, she will definitely be able to find her mom better mechanical limbs. You only have to rely on yourself. Mrs. Jiang Shui asked the boy. She does not see his parents. They are probably very busy. Xiao Chen, that must be yes. They are very busy. They've got a lot of work to do, Mrs. Jiang Shui continued. She wants to wash his dirty clothes. There's no need to be embarrassed. After all, his washing machine is broken. After school, he is called for lunch again. She said that even if Xiao Chen doesn't come, it's okay. She will still have to cook for her daughter. Therefore, they will just add a pair of chopsticks. Ching Chen was a little embarrassed, but he thanked Miss Jiang Shui. Such kindness was new to him. The full moon and a clear sky and bright little stars all around it. It's almost midnight on the alarm clock. Ching Chen thinks to himself that he is becoming more experienced in moving. He is always guided by common sense and logic and never gets involved in dangerous activities. If someone makes him choose between the outer and inner worlds to live in, maybe he'd choose the inner. Environmental recoding is complete. Transition to binary code has been accomplished. Ching Chen is hysterically banging on the front prison door and begs for someone to let him out immediately. But no one can hear him. He lies on his bed in his cell and ponders where he is, why he's locked up. I guess no one knows who his father is. Ching Chen smiles to himself. His mind is tormented by so many conjectures. All that remained was to find confirmation for them. He hears an announcement on the prison audio system. All new arrivals are welcome to Prison 18. Ching Chen raised himself from his bed. He is in the cell of Prison 18. This is the inner world. He looks carefully around and tries to figure out if this is all real. Then he looks at the wrist of his right hand. This time the timer counted down for a full 7 days. It was a figure he hadn't counted on. It surprised him. He doesn't understand the pattern. The rules of movement still need to be learned. It's like a deep, dark pool, and still to be explored and explored. The doors of his cell opened. Outside were prisoners like himself. He could hear the clamor and cheers of the cellmates. He walks out of his cell and bows to him, and whoever doesn't want to, Ching Chen's handmaidens help him. He's not the last man in prison. He looks down at the main level of the prison and spots his assistant. He gestures back that everything is all right. Lu Guanyi's behavior may anger the other two powerful forces. There's no way to tell for sure, but one day it will lead to a serious confrontation. In the background, the old convicts welcome the newcomer to the prison. He went to prison 18 to pave the way for Ching Chenyu. Success means life. Failure means death. Glory comes at the cost of life. The new 7 prisoners arrived. Lu Guangyi caught the new prisoners. The experienced know well that it's better to be patient. If you resist, the consequences will be terrible. However, when the last one was caught, he started to dodge very cleverly all the time. But this prisoner has no mechanical limbs. The new guy starts yelling not to touch the father. Get away from the father, don't grab him. He threatens Lu Guangyi. He says just one slap will kill him. The other prisoners can't understand what he means. His threats are ridiculous. Ching Cheng looks at all this and realizes this is the dialect of Chuan province, and this young jerk is a novice traveler. Wondered how this guy with a mouthful of Chuan words managed to get into prison 18. Travelers from the same place also gets into the same place. Is there a problem with the rule he generalized? Are the transition points random? No, there must be special circumstances. The boss was sitting at the table and playing. He gave orders to catch him and interrogate him thoroughly. Not only him, but 2 others who had arrived earlier. He thinks they might be from the same location, and that's a feature that Li Shudo's boss is very interested in. Ching Cheng looked at him and realized that he was not a fool, and could definitely notice something in these successive occurrences. There are a lot of travelers. It seems this guy who speaks dialect has Li Shudo making all the logical chains of all the weirdness over a period of time. Boss Li Shuten's underboss's eyes lit up like a vampire. The new prisoner lost consciousness. This time he no longer sat idly by, and directly allowed Lin Xiaoxiao to act. Motioning Lu Guangyi over, he told everyone to get out of his way, and the newcomer should be given to him. Lu Guangyi was stunned at the insolence. He said that everything depends on what the boss says. He has the final say and authorization. Behind Ching Ching's back, the prisoners were whispering. And from the beginning, he wasn't just a lucky guy who happened to meet the right people. He's a very powerful man in his own right. He must know exactly who his boss is, and yet he dares to stop him. But inflexibility is a very good quality. Ching Chen gave a sign and nodded. Let them take the new prisoner away. They don't need him anymore. Boss Li Shuten's underling took the newcomer by the scruff of the neck. He was completely unconscious. Li Shuten, his men are free to come and go from prison. Yeah, that's the news that really surprised him. Ching Chen wondered since they were free to roam around the prison why they wouldn't leave this place. Li Shuten holds a healthy white cat in his arms, and playing. Now his opponent is making a move. Ching Chen asks Li Shutong where Lin Xiaoxiao has gone. But something unusual has happened. Li Shutong didn't fully understand what it was. It's beyond his imagination, and it seems to him that if in the past strange people appeared near him, someone wants something from him. Ching Cheng looked carefully at his opponent's figures. He didn't have much time left. Not to mention the guy from Chuan province. No one was able to stand in front of Lin Xiaoxiao's interrogation. He possesses the true ability of a dream demon. It doesn't take long to start telling the truth. Exposure to the outside world is inevitable, and it will happen very soon. You're a prisoner eating your food in an ugly, uncultured slurp. He's given advice that he shouldn't eat so much. The one who gave the advice says he has heard that there are still places in the wilderness where strange languages are spoken. This guy's new to the province. He's not one of them, and he's certainly not from the wilderness. Wilderness people don't have such delicate skin. That's right, Brother Chen found their men. Don't worry, you can say he came alone. A prisoner sitting opposite Ching Chen asked him for a favor to get some meat for him and his 3 brothers. Ching Chen replied, "Isn't there enough real meat in the wilderness?" And then the prisoner begins to explain himself. They face consortium raids almost every day from where they would have time to raise livestock. There's also 2 places that have been closed, where people have almost died. Of course, if Ching Cheng goes there, he will definitely have food. No one doubts it at all. Ching Chen ponders that forbidden place for a new term. It makes it all sound like it's related to some forbidden items. Zek offers Ching Cheng to go with him into the wasteland. After all, a man like him should have everything he wants. They probably just want to drag him into the wilderness. But he's from the Ching family. That's a much more attractive prospect than the Badlands. Zek flared up and said that these two things cannot be compared. He emphatically suggests Ching Chen to Ching Chung to trek to the Forbidden Lands. It's a win-win situation. Li Shutong wryly replied that he had his wastelands. Why would other people go with him? It might be a one-way ticket. There's probably some beautiful scones he drew, which no one will ever get. Everyone is looking at the timer. Lin Xiaoxiao should be back soon. Everyone is really looking forward to him. Ching Chen realizes that he's facing the most dangerous test of his life, and he doesn't have a single hidden trump card. He's well aware of what he's about to face. That's something you can't hide or run away from. And there's nowhere to hide in prison. They'll find you everywhere. That's the downside of the State House. The clock was stubbornly counting down the time. Ching Chung tried to stretch the minutes in his imagination. There's a rookie sitting in the interrogation room. He's just lying there passed out. And there's drool running down his chin. Lin Xiaoxiao sits with a pained face. The young type he had been questioning the entire time never once repeated himself. He abruptly snapped out of his nightmare. Another lucky man, Lu Deju, was in the interrogation room. He looked like he was pressed on the table with a hydraulic press. Yeah, the crops are good here. This guy said he's a high school student who traveled from a parallel universe. And there's a lot of travelers like him in Lo City where he lives. Lin Xiaoxiao is in doubt. Liu Deju said that the reason why he approached the boss, if he finds Li Shutong in prison 18, who can get the development path? Although these movements are not so easy and comprehensible to the simple mind. But there are no illogical inconsistencies in Liu Deju's entire story from beginning to end. Lin Xiaoxiao asks Liu Deju one last question. The poor man turned white in the face. He didn't know where to go. Has he ever heard a song called Goodbye? It's a subtle hint of thick circumstances. Late dinner, the prisoners sit at the table and enjoy the meal. Lin Xiaoxiao walks by. Lin Xiaoxiao is a calculating and intelligent person. However, he does not possess cunning. And without this quality, there is no way at all. He returned to the dining room but kept silent about the results of the interrogation. The secret he'd gotten was only meant for someone in the room. Ching Chen thought that he was that person. Nu didn't show any reaction. His face is stone cold. He's wondering how Li Shuto will see it. He's the highest-ranking man in this prison. He controls everything. The meal is finished, and he carefully placed the wooden sticks on the plate. That means to his subordinates that he can be disturbed. He commands Lin Xiaoxiao to take their mutual friend from the peaks to another place. The latter obediently accepts the order. He invites the convict sitting next to him very politely, but the convict starts kicking and saying that he is not going anywhere. In front of his eyes, Li Shuten makes a businesslike snap of his fingers. Zek was very surprised by this. He was not accustomed to such treatment. Immediately, an energy force field hits his cocky face. It's like he's been hit over the head with a hammer. Lin Xiaoxiao warns the convict that if he still wants to stay here and find the forbidden item, it is better for him to stay away from this field. He starts making excuses and saying that he is not overhearing Li Shutong and Ching Chen's conversation. Ching Chen continues to eat and remains silent. They're about to have a serious conversation. As the two bosses, Li Shutong asked, was it Ching Chen who told Lu Guangyi to interrogate the new prisoners? Ching Chen's reaction was very pleased. At his age, Li Shutong was not as good and calm. He wouldn't be able to maintain his composure. Ching Chen assured him that it was not calm at all. It's just that panic is completely useless. Everyone knows that Li Shutong is ruthless with things he can't control. Ching Chen thought that he might not live to see tomorrow. Li Shutong looked at him with a calm, deadpan gaze. But he remained silent and calm. He just waited for his fate, and he didn't know what to say in response. You could hear the inmates chattering around. Jokes, stories. Somewhere people smiled, somewhere people laughed. Even behind bars, life went on. The noise of guardian robots and combat drones. They were always on guard. Machines devoid of feeling. The security system worked perfectly. There's no escape from this prison. Cameras everywhere. Combat robot guards. And a whole bunch of flying drones. Ching Chen looked at the very top, through the energy protective field. He observed the system's guards. And at the same time, he thought about what to say. In fact, he had really enjoyed chatting with Li Shutong all these few days. He really hoped that they could get to know each other better. Ching Chen asked to play the goodbye song again. Li Shutong asked him wouldn't he be willing to exchange his debt for his life. It's his life and nothing needs to change. And he's not in a position to do that. He just can't. Li Shutong praised Ching Chung for his courage. He liked it very much. This song would be a gift, and he could say his request at any time. The head boss began to play delightfully on the harmonica. The melody shimmered through the prison hall. It was delightful. The surrounding people standing nearby listened with pleasure. Music is very rare in these walls. Ching Chen absorbed every melody, with every cell of his body. It was simply beautiful. He tried to capture every note in his memory as much as possible. He thanked Li Shutong. Midnight is silent in the prison. All the prisoners are in their cells and everyone is asleep. Only the neon lights are never turned off. Ching Chen's cell opens and 2 people enter him. At this time, he lies quietly on the bed and sleeps. They quickly put a bag over his head so he can't see anything, and he can't scream, and quickly leads him by twisting his arms out of his cell. He had little idea what was going on, since he was still asleep. He was thrown to the metal floor with his hands tied. He's probably bruised all his ribs. And they closed the door. It was a punishment cell. At the last moment, he felt the creak of the steel doors closing. Now he's alone on a steel floor, in a steel box, the clanking of metal everywhere, and there's darkness everywhere. He freed himself from the bag over his head. He didn't immediately fully realize where he was. His hands were still bound, and he was lying on the floor. Being in a confined space, not knowing where you are, and not being able to talk to people. There's no such thing as time. Loneliness and fear began to consume Ching Chen. In fact, he's not afraid of being alone at all. He's always alone. Since his parents divorced, he's been living alone. The most important thing now is to stay hydrated. Thirst and lack of water is the main enemy, and the worst. He looked at the timer on his right hand. This countdown couldn't light up other places, at least it could help count the time. Ching Chen started to control the purity of his breathing. It helps a lot to keep the thirst from getting worse. Basic system simulation has begun. Holographic parts are being lined up. A hologram of a movie theater is constructed. Ching Chen is sitting in one of the seats, almost like a real place, the one he remembered from memory. Anyway, if nothing can be done, it's better to see the movie. The prison break theme is very appropriate, so Shawshank Redemption will be very appropriate. The countdown on his wrist shows time decreasing. He mentally watched 8 movies so far and even took a nap. It can't stop the thirst and hunger. The pictures are really pretty, though. At least they help take your mind off things a little bit. The countdown on the wrist shows an even greater decrease in time. Ching Chen's mind began to kaleidoscope. The playback became intermittent. The body became suddenly cold and hot and the skin dried up. The body began to lose water. And he can't pass out. He's very hungry. The hunger is monstrous. It keeps him from passing out. The countdown on his wrist shows an even greater decrease in time. He's already been in the crankcase for a decent amount of time. It's deep night throughout the prison. Everyone has been in their cells for a long time. And asleep. Barely a sound is heard. Lu Guangyi is threatening Li Shutong. He demands to be released from solitary confinement, and immediately tell him where he's holding his boss. He's in big trouble. He won't let it go. The timer has marked the end of time. The numbers stand at 0. The entire detention time is up. Lin Xiaoxiao tells his boss Li Shutong that it has been 4 days. The latter maintains a dead silence in response. He continues to speak. Ching Chen hadn't uttered a word in 4 days there, and there was no sign of a breakdown. But he is an extremely intelligent person. He slowed down his breathing rate to reduce water loss. Ling Xiaoxiao agreed with this, but it's not like anyone can endure 4 days of silence. It felt like Ching Chen was waiting for something. Li Shutong has been instructed to move on to water torture. It'll be worse than the dark room. We need to break his spirit. Lin Xiaoxiao is very surprised by the boss's order, and lets himself be reminded that Ching Chen is now very dehydrated. He may eventually die. His body has been very exhausted for 4 days. Nothing can help him. Life and death depends on his own choices. He has never met death for real, like going the way of Li Shuto. Ching Chen sits tied to a metal chair. His face is tied with a cloth. He's being held by his hair, and they're pouring water from a kettle overhead. He is suffocating and can't get away because he is completely bound. Although in the first moments of this torture, he was glad because he was thirsty. Ching Chen pressed his lips together because he knows that if a large amount of water enters his body after such thirst, he will immediately die. Ling Xiaoxiao even felt sorry for him. He did not expect Ching Chen to be able to maintain a clear consciousness. He knows what he's up against. He has to fight for a chance to survive. Li Shuten has devised a very tough test for him. Only a man with the remaining will could pass it. Ching Chen thought for a moment that he was just drowning in a deep oomph, and he wasn't getting enough oxygen. And he sinks deeper and deeper. There's no end and no bottom. Then old memories begin to haunt him. A young woman tells her child that there is someone else who needs them besides their father. There's no need to despair. A little boy sees sweets and asks his mom to buy him a tangula. These sweets are very, very popular. The woman thinks first, and says nothing to the baby. She remains silent, and then she smiles and then says she will buy him that candy. Her eyes are filled with affection and sadness. The little boy is very happy when his mom gives him this treat. There is so much joy in his innocent baby eyes. Mom turns to Xiao Chen and tells him to stay here and eat some tangulu for a while. And the woman has probably gone about her business. A long time has passed and the boy is standing in the blazing sun. He has almost finished his treat and is looking in all directions. He's looking for his mom. It's sundown, it's evening, and his mom was still gone. He got very sad. He started to cry. It's raining. The child stands completely abandoned and unwanted. He didn't care that he was completely soaked. He felt betrayed. His own mother had left him, and that made him sob even harder. He just couldn't hold back. A policeman came up to him, and the child was standing under a street lamp in the park. He opened his umbrella so that the boy would not get so wet in the rain. But then, he saw a woman running up to the boy. Mom starts hugging Xiao Chen and crying hard. She mentally apologized to her son for leaving him for such a long time. So the two of them stood under the lantern. The evening rain was drizzling, and everywhere could be heard the sound of drops falling to the ground. Turns out he'd already been dumped once. My lungs feel like they've been pulled down with barbed wire, and they're leaking ice water with every breath. The thorns went in deeper and deeper. Ching Chen felt a terrible trembling and cramping sensation. He couldn't move or breathe. It seemed to him that his own mother was calling him to come with her. The hallucinations grew stronger and stronger. He refused to go with her. As much as we wanted to say yes, he couldn't do it. It was too soon. She kept asking and asking him harder. She won't give up trying. She wants to take her son with her. But he tells her straight up no, he's not going anywhere. And he's not going anywhere. He told her no. He rejected his own mother. He remembers her betrayal, and he's not going to forget anything. Just then, a cloth is removed from his face. Ling Xiaoxiao looks at him carefully. He doesn't understand how he's still alive. He starts hitting him in the back, and water just comes out of his lungs in a big, intermittent gush. Ching Chen is sitting on a metal chair, already with his hands untied. Standing next to him are Lu Shutong's 6 men, and the boss is asking why he didn't ask for mercy. He still owes him a favor. Ching Chen coughs and says that Lu Shutong does not need a weak man. A strong man does not ask for mercy. Lu Shutong looked at Ching Chen with a wolfish gaze. It was hard to confuse it with anything. This gaze was like that of a predator. He realized that he had met his equal. Not in power, not in experience and knowledge, but in fortitude and willpower. Lu Shitong asked Ching Chen, can he forget everything that was done to him on his orders? Ching Chen replied that he couldn't forget, but he didn't mind everything that happened to him, because he understood that it was a test. Lu Shitan smiled quietly. They didn't understand each other. He made sure they were of the same cloth. Quite a frank answer, which is very good. Starting tomorrow, he will personally teach Ching Chen personally. Lu Shitan warned the boy. Of all the shortcuts in the world, he would take him the longest. Ling Xiaoxiao looked after his boss and his departing cat. He understood why he had such authority and power in the prison. Boss Rather is probably in a good mood, he thought. The legacy of knights in Lu Shitan's generation was almost interrupted, but he had never mentioned it. Lin Xiaoxiao began to belt out dithyrambs to Ching Chen. He is proud of him and admires him. How did he survive 4 days in the dark room? They looked at each other, and there were some awkwardnesses and misunderstandings, but they agreed on what was best. Ching Chen asked Lin Xiaoxiao they were also being locked in the dark room. For ordinary people, this is torture. Lin Xiaoxiao explained to him that he had asked them to lock King Chen in a dark room. This was a sign that he wanted to choose him as a disciple, but if Ching Chen failed, he wouldn't mind seeing him die. But in this era, you can't help but have a cruel heart. There's no need to blame Lu Shitan. Not many people can be so firm during water torture. Ching Chen Yu is served a fine lunch of rice and meat ribs. He was hungry. He hadn't eaten anything for 4 days. Lin Xiaoxiao and Ye Wan had already bet on what Ching Chen would eat first. It's very unusual to receive such a treat from someone who just 20 minutes ago tried to drown you. Ching Chen started to eat the rice. Ye Wan won. A person who could survive the dark room and water torture and stupid enough to eat the ribs first. He ate, savoring the food, satisfying his hunger, and pondered. What he'd had before in the outside world, as painful as it was nothing compared to what he'd experienced over the past few days. His peers are still attending classes, falling in love, playing games. He has already started a life unknown to most. Frankly, he doesn't even know where he's going. Ling Xiaoxiao is surprised to find out that Ching Chen actually didn't know he was from the Ching family when he came. So he asked the boss to play a game, to get out of the situation. Everything that happened is very good. Most likely Li Shutong also thought about it and decided to accept Ching Chen. Lin Xiaoxiao was happy about this. No one in the prison would know that Ching Chen was from the outside world. They assured him that his secret would be out. He thanked everyone for that and asked who Li Dongjie was. As it turned out, Ching Chen knew nothing about the outside world, but he was reassured that the next few days would help him catch up. Ye Wan told Ching Chen that Lu Guangyi was very loyal to him, suffered a lot for him, and these days he almost fought with the boss. He knows Liu Dezhou and Huang Jixian. Not very well, though, but they went to high school together. Lin Xiaoxiao simply fell out in surprise. It turns out that in the outside world, Ching Chen is just an ordinary high school senior. The outside world is relatively calm. There's nothing supernatural out there. There are no bows or mechanical limbs. There's peace and tranquility. Ordinary people are fine. Their lives are not threatened. Ching finished his meal and asked to speak to a man who knows a strange language. He has a few questions to ask. Lin Xiaoxiao told him that he was already his own, so he was allowed. From now on in prison 18, he can do what he wants. That man in the interrogation room. It's not far away, just a couple of cells from here. As soon as they entered, Ye Wang was holding his hands and he was shouting about some father. Ching Chen covered his face with a cloth so he wouldn't be recognized and wrote an inscription on the sign and showed it to the guy who spoke a strange language. That surprised him a lot. He started yelling and saying that he knew he was from Earth. A very interesting dialogue began, during which Ching Chen asked the strange guy who he was and what he was doing, and why he had moved here. After he answered all the questions, Ching Chen quietly walked away. He was completely satisfied with the answers he received. Ling Xiaoxiao stood there and looked at him with a sad gaze. On the one hand, he admired him, but on the other hand, he sympathized with him. This guy just survived a dark room and water torture, and can still continue to act so cautious and restrained. The whole trio returned to their cells late at night. They walked through the main level of the prison, past the guards' combat robots. Ching Chen thought that the conclusions were not wrong. Moving has patterns. Where one moves to, the life of a traveler in the inner world will continue. On the day when the traveler appeared, they did not grab Ching Chen first. Lin Xiaoxiao told everyone that he had stolen Ace 005 guarded by the boss, and he was lightly punished. Lu Guangyi's howl rather than shouts could no longer be heard, and the entire Trinity caught it well. He was demanding for Ching Chen's release. They put him away for 4 days too. It had to be done. If it wasn't for his commendable loyalty, Lu Shutong would have destroyed him long ago. But unlike his boss, Lu Guangyi was given food and water. Lu Guangyi's line of work caused Ching Chen to be very surprised. He was even more surprised at where he was before prison. Lin Xiaoxiao began to explain how the matter was, who Lu Guangyi was and where he really came from. In the slums of the inner world, it is not customary to take care of the elderly at all. Anyone over 60 is sent to a nursing home, and the children squander their parents' pensions. And so-called thugs in nursing homes, charging security fees and then pretending to be the grandchildren of old people to scare off other old people. It's become a real profession. Ching Chen asked if he could see Lu Guangyi. He was very surprised why the Ching family had sent a thug from the old people's home to help him in such an important matter. Lu Guangyi was lying on the floor of his own cell. He could no longer scream. He was already just mooching for Li Shutong to let his boss go. But he was luckier. At least he had light, food and water, and a bed to sleep on. Lin Xiaoxiao waved his hand and the doors of Lu Guangyi's cell opened. The sensor went off like clockwork. He jumped up like a scalded man. No one had come to see him in days. No one had opened the door. No one had responded to his threats and requests. In front of him stood his boss Ching Chen, exhausted, tired, but alive and whole. Lu Guangyi was very excited about him, just like a little kid who was excited about his mom or dad. Ching Chen sat down on the bed, and Lu Guangyi started jumping beside him like a madman, asking him, "Is everything all right? Is he healthy?" He asked Lu Guangyi if he had been bothering Li Shutong all these days. But the latter replied that they only saw him as a candidate for the shadow position. Ching Chen asked Lu Guangyi not to cross or annoy Li Shutong anymore. This prison is his territory. He is the master here. Lu Guangyi started to object and resent him. Ching Chen told him not to pretend. You don't have to pretend to be God knows what. Lu Guangyi said he wasn't pretending. He had no intention of pretending. Why would he do that? Ching Chen looked at Lu Guangyi with his piercing gaze. It was as if it was an X-ray machine. Lu Guangyi realized that the boss sees right through him, and don't pretend to be something he's not. It's just a way for little people like him to survive. He must realize that Ching Chenyu wouldn't really care about him, so he flaunted his loyalty. He could end up going overboard if he doesn't. Ching Chen said that there is no need to suck up to him. He realizes what he has done in the past few days. I need to be afraid until he betrays him. He will not be traded like a chess piece. He told him to follow him and behave more discreetly. I need to be in the public eye like I used to be. To begin with, he needs to remove the gold jewelry from the mechanical arm, needs to be more modest. Ching Chen will save them for him, but don't spread it around, and instructs Lu Guangyi to rest properly, and hides his gold jewelry in his pocket. There are quite a lot of them. He walks out of the cell. The door slams behind him, and he begins to remember what gold is worth in the outside world. Ling Xiaoxiao waited for Ching Chen. He asked if there were any other problems that needed to be dealt with. There are certain issues. Ching Chen had a good plan. We had to put it into action. I need to confirm something. The dial is counting down. The clock was inexorably counting down the passage of time. Ching Chen is walking down the prison corridor. Behind him, the other inmates whisper, Yes, it is for his steadfastness and indomitable will that he has become a legend within these walls. The prisoners are barbecuing behind his back. One says to another that he heard Ching Chen angered Li Shutong, so they locked him up in a dark room and tortured him for days. The prisoners see Ching Chen eating separately from Li Shutong, and that gives them bad thoughts. A convict sits down with Ching Chen. He asks what he did to offend Li Shutong so much that he was tortured like that. Not everyone can endure that kind of torture. He's not afraid of offending Li Shudo by sitting next to him. Well, the convict said that Picus ain't afraid of nobody. Why, he was looking for him. Zack started telling Ching Chen that he was different, that he respected his abilities. Ching Chen stood up from the table and abruptly interrupted the convict with his speeches. He replied to his suggestion by saying that he was completely uninterested. And then he stumbles. A rock falls under his feet. He almost falls. He holds on to the table. Behind him, there are two prisoners on mechanical limbs with pockets in their hands. Ching Chen immediately realizes that something is not right here. They come up behind him and behind his back. They try to sneak up on him like it's nothing, so he doesn't suspect a thing. Just then, Ching Chen abruptly turned around. His instincts did not fail him. His entire body was screaming at him of mortal danger. The prisoners saw that he noticed them, and he knew it all too well. They were planning an assassination attempt on him. They winked. It was clear to them that there was no point in hiding. From Ching Chen's gaze, they realized that they had been exposed. They pulled sharp shivs out of their mechanical prosthetics and ran at their prey as fast as they could. The mechanical prosthetics gave them a very large fury. They helped them accelerate a lot. You can't do that on ordinary legs. And then both of them found themselves face down on the steel floor. They didn't really know what had happened, just that someone had stunned them badly. Ching Chen gave each of them a kick to the head. They had gained too much speed and inertia, and because of that, they flew past their target. All the prisoners started to ask what was going on. Lin Xiao with the look of a satisfied cat. Observing this whole scene, he realized what had happened. Lu Guangyi went into the mouths of potential assassins, pulled out a tooth from one of them, showed it to his boss, Ching Chen. It was a poison capsule, directly embedded in the tooth. Turns out the assassins had no choice. Ching Chen began to analyze. These two suicide bombers had arrived together with Zhang Sheng about 5 days ago. The plan worked. The target of these suicide bombers wasn't Li Shutong. It was Ching Chen himself. The timing was perfect. I wonder who tried to kill him. Maybe there are other candidates for the shadow position. This is all very unreasonable. It turns out that the Battle of the Shadows is very dangerous. Before he's even learned anything, he's already a walking target. The shadow of the Ching Consortium naturally becomes nothing. The one who eliminated other competitors is worthy of being a shadow. In this race of 9 men in the dark, from the very beginning left, the question is not who is best at the task. It's who is tougher and more determined. Lu Guangyi asked Ching Chen what they should do. They see a guard robot pick up the unconscious bodies of the gore killers and carry them away. We have to wait for them to talk. And looks at Ling Xiao. He too understands exactly what happened. Ching Chen is lying in his cell, on his bed, and contemplating the situation. Suddenly the cell begins to open. He knows what it means. He walked out of the cell and looks at the main level of the prison. Ling Xiao is standing there, waving at him. He's signaling Ching Chen to come down. Li Shudo is asking him if he has any questions, he can do something else before he starts learning. Ching Chen immediately asks, without ceremony, who wants him dead. He didn't do anything bad to anyone, but he wants his head. Who wants to kill him? Who wants to cut off his oxygen? The 4 of them were standing by the prison's exercise bikes. Ling Xiao said that there's no way to find out yet. They are very wifely. These two, even in a nightmare, they are able to not give up. At least for the younger generation of the Ching family, who are struggling to pay their debts to the shadows. Danger will be inevitable. Why is everyone fighting for this place of shadow? Ching Chen asked. If it is such a deadly danger, is it worth it? Because according to the law that the Ching family established, only someone who was a shadow can become the head of the family. For Ching Chen, this news was very unexpected. It seemed like the position didn't offer very great prospects. Shadow has existed in the Ching family since the last era of human civilization. Her former role is cannon fodder that is easily discarded. On average, a shadow is chosen from a new generation every 10 years. There may be about 10 candidates during the life of the head. The current model of 9 people's struggle of 9 people's indebtedness to the shadow, who can be the head of the family, was established with the son of the shadow. Candidates worthless and weak were specially selected. Now the shadow is whoever can survive. In the past, of course, candidates had to complete all tasks. Whoever is more capable wins. Ching Chen realized that he needed to take care of his own safety. The practice of shadow battle continues to be practiced in modern times. So each of the 9 shadow candidates wants to get rid of the others, at any cost. All means are good. Li Shutong did not expect someone to want to get rid of others right from the start. In the past, It wasn't this fast, unless someone felt threatened by Ching Chen. The suicide bombers had come for Ching Chen before he had even met and bonded with Li Shutong. But you don't have to load yourself up too much. You'll find out someday. Ching Chen was very concerned about one question. Could he withdraw from the shadow battle? Whether there would be a conflict with the Ching clan if he joined the knights. Li Shutong gave the advice not to come out of the shadow battle. Because Ching Chen hasn't seen everything yet, he doesn't realize how great the power of the shadow is. He sat down in the ring in the lotus posture with his fluffy cat, and prepared to teach Ching Chen. Ching Chen saw that the standard in the inner world was still firearms. Is there any more powerful one? There could be a different principle. The technology of the inner world is supposed to be very advanced. Why are the weapons almost the same as in the outside world? It only takes one bullet to kill a person. So they've taken care of the little things. Now we need to get down to business. We need to tell them what the longest path of the shortest path means. Good question, Li Shutong said to extend his right hand to Ching Chen, without any explanation. The two of them sitting in the ring, against each other in the lotus pose. Ching Chen with his hand outstretched in front of him. Li Shutong grabbed his right hand and squeezed it really hard. The bones rattled. It was an action no one expected. Ching Chen felt as if his lungs were being squeezed by his heart. A very strong spiritual will controlled his breathing rhythm and blood flow rate. The blood vessel clamped by Li Shutong is as if it is restrained. It's in his hands. It's like a little person that can be easily crushed. Li Shutong starts to feel flames on his neck. He concentrates all his sensations. Everything that is happening now is completely against all the laws of biology. Ching Chen is barely conscious. There's a red-hot energy just flowing through his blood vessels. It burns the walls of his veins and arteries, and accelerates his heartbeat. He's breathing in pure flame. It's like he's just baked inside like a pie. He's got coals all over him. He can't put that fire out. And he starts screaming. Ye Wang tells Ching Chen to hold on, and by no means give up. They understood together with Lin Xiao some sort of training was going to happen. The agony was coming. Lin Xiao began to shout to him. Only by going through agonizing experiences could one rise higher, and become stronger and more enduring. Ching Chen was simply fried from the inside out. Every time he rested a fresh breath of air, there was heat all around him and on his skin. Fiery energy surrounded him. Lin Xiao shouted to him to by no means lose consciousness. From the side, Ching Chen looked like a burning doll. He was saying that all the pain that he had forgotten would flash through his mind again. All the pain that was in Ching Chen's memory. All the pain would be concentrated. The pain of the first time he started living alone. Of cutting his finger with a kitchen knife. The pain of cutting off fingerprints. The pain of water torture. The pain of dehydration. The pain of the dark room. More than that, how his mother left and abandoned him. The mental trauma was just as bad as the physical, maybe even worse. Blood is not as frightening as a soul torn to shreds. These memories swept over him like a tide, but it was as if he were back in the time when he had been tortured by the water. It all came together at once, and then he felt real in the middle of white space. No more pain, no more excitement, and he looks back, and he sees his mom, who once left him. She is standing there in the same clothes with the same hair. She reaches out to him and calls him to her. He slowly reaches out to meet her hand. He catches his breath. He's almost there. Just a little more, and he'll be with the dearest person in his life, even though that person betrayed him. And then he realizes it's all dreams. They're shattering like glass. It's all cracked and broken, and then he hears a very evil laughter. He's starting to catch himself thinking that this is a very good manipulation. There's a reason they got into his head. No wonder Li Shutong said that if he couldn't take it, it would be impossible to follow his path. And he pulls his hand away from his mother's hand. He's smiling at his mom, who betrayed him. He has come such a long way alone, and he will walk the rest of the way on his own. No more self-pity, no more looking back. The image of the mother begins to burn in the fire. There's only one path for the rest of his life. Only forward. He's been through pain like this before. He already knows what it's like to start falling apart. Lin Xiao said in surprise, his memory is, this real outstanding strength is a talent. It causes him endless pain. The fever's dissipating. He's getting lighter. The temperature drops. The heat energy no longer burns him. It went smoother than Li Shuto expected. The breathing technique is just an aid. Li Shuten shows with his breath how to catch the rhythm. He demonstrates the breathing technique on himself. Well, I completely forgot that Ching Chung with his super memory could memorize the rhythm of breathing the first time. Li Shuten said that the founder of the Night Organization discovered the secret of the gene lock. He came to the conclusion that when people undergo a series of life and death trials, the gene lock would open on its own. And then there were fewer and fewer nights. The reason was that one of the stages of the test was to take place at sea. But all seas were forbidden. According to the classification of inner world levels, the 6th level is level A. Ching Chen asked his teacher what his level was. The boss has a level 5. He sat reserved and unperturbed, majestic, and showed no emotion. It is necessary to have knowledge about endorphins and dopamine. Dopamine is produced when you play games and win, and endorphin is lightness and joy after doing sports. Those are all nice and clever words. Dopamine doesn't directly make people happy. It's just a neurotransmitter. Endorphins first give you bitterness and then give you sweetness. They bind to morphine receptors in the body and have the ability to relieve pain. So dopamine is the poison that drowns people in vice, and endorphins are the key that unlocks the gene lock. That's why the knight had a beautiful principle. Going through a painful experience, one rises even higher. If there's a correlation between breathing techniques and endorphins, you can open the lock of the genes in advance. Breathing techniques can make you feel pain, followed by instant endorphins. It saves time, combined with physical activity. Ching Chen wondered if there were any side effects. But the teacher did not delve into this topic. To begin with, one must pass at least the first trial of life and death. Ching Chen said that endorphins could be injected with modern technology. Li Shutong replied that it was possible, but the essence was completely different. All actions relying on external forces, which are modern technology, do not work for them. The gene lock will not open. It's possible to understand how endorphins work, but it's still impossible to understand how the gene lock works. We couldn't solve its riddle. The best way is the longest way known. There is only one way to ascend to heaven. It is self-perpetuation of total pain. Ching Chen said that he would remember his teacher's words. He didn't hide anything and told him everything as it was. Passing the test families is level 5. That's demigod. And what happens if you pass all 8 trials? This question makes sense to Ching Chen, because the seas of the outside world are not a forbidden place. Li Shutong was greatly amazed by his disciple's train of thought. This was something he had not expected. Ching Chen's determination was extremely unusual. It's possible to pass all the tests in another world, a world where superhumans have never existed before. Li Shutong pondered that for such a large amount of time, it was unknown how many knights were stuck at this stage. And now there was an opportunity to move forward. And out of the blue, this young man appeared. He can fulfill the unfulfilled wish of all his predecessors. One had to find out what forbidden places and forbidden places were. Ye Wan said Ching Chen Yu is the source of everything forbidden extraordinary. Lin Xiao Xiao said that after the superhuman's sudden death, his abnormal blood would nourish the earth and the creatures living in it. That's when all these creatures, living organisms at the place of superhuman death, begin to evolve rapidly. And the place of death itself becomes off limits. Many have been building unmanned submarines to find a way to reach a new continent by sea, trying to find a giant whale. There's a theory that this particular whale evolved beyond its species. He died of old age, and his blood soaked the ocean, and turned the entire ocean into a forbidden place. Forbidden items precipitate a dozen or 100 years after the superhuman himself dies. They are linked to either his thoughts or his abilities. As an example, you might encounter a black steam locomotive of 12 cars. It runs back and forth across the wilderness. Sometimes he makes stops if you throw a 50G gold coin through the window in the tail carriage. There is a possibility of becoming its passenger, said Lin Xiao Xiao. It can take you far, even to the end of the world. The tail wagon itself is full of gold. There are many who wish to use it to smuggle goods, though it is not easy to find. It's better not to try to steal gold coins. The wagon will close immediately. Jaeger will be inside, until he dies of thirst and hunger. And that's why the last wagon is just full of bones. There's as many of them as there is gold. There are some forbidden items that have nothing to do with people's superpowers. For example, mysterious creatures, careless handling of which can be fatal. When faced with the forbidden objects themselves, people are like hunters with long swords. After accumulating relevant experience, people realize which of these objects can be dealt with and which should be avoided. Nowadays, the more ferocious the beasts, the more you need hunters who've been specially trained. That's the reason for the Prohibition Inquisition. They are enemies not only of the beasts, but of all those who breed them. They contain the forbidden objects and overhumans from which those can emerge. There shouldn't be enough beasts to destroy humanity. Li Shutong said that today, Ye Wan will train Ching Chen's martial skills. It is necessary to train physical strength. What was important was that Ching Chen could be the right person to change this era. Li Shutong stood up using the lotus and prepared to begin. Preparation is essential to pass all 8 trials. He can't wait for the day to see what Ching Chen is really capable of. Maybe it was worth living for. Ching Chen thinks to himself, he may be in prison, but he feels hope and freedom. That's more important. Compared to the sunny weather of the outside world, where there is safety and comfort, he likes it much better in the inner world. The training began. Ye Wan brought Ching Chen's food container full of sliced beef. All of it, he recommended insistently eating it. Ching Chen used a breathing technique and felt an inexplicable energy roaming through his body. We'll have to ask Li Shudo sometime. 20 o'clock countdown. Ching Chen has passed the full load, a lot of progress overnight. Very high-intensity workouts. Ye Wan pushed him to the limit. Lin Xiaoxiao was very worried that Ching Chen might not be able to keep up this pace. Even with the breathing technique, he would get very tired. Ye Wan said that Ching Chen is able to separate his body from his mind. That helps him a lot. Lin Xiaoxiao said that it was a good thing. Ching Chen could become a superhuman and awaken, but he wouldn't be able to follow the boss's path. Ching Chen was sitting at a nearby table, quite alert and ready to eat his food. He had been practicing until 3 in the morning. Lin Xiaoxiao asked Li Shutong to teach him breathing techniques again. He had once tried but gave up. Now it's all lost to him. He's too old. The longer a person lives, the more bitterness he has in his soul. When one reaches a certain age, one experiences more and more of the sufferings of this world. When we were young, it seemed to everyone that we were suffering a lot. But only when you become an adult do you realize that they are different kinds of suffering. Li Shutong asked Ching Chen to pretend to be exiled. We now have no one for him to play xiangs with. And then he hears on the prison's audio system, which calls out inmate numbers, that they have visitors. Ching Chen had been in the inner world for so long. This was the first time someone had visited him. He had even forgotten that he was in prison and his relatives could visit him. The doors of the enormous anger opened, which resembled a long, oblong, healthy corridor. Ching Chen lined up like the rest of the prisoners. He was the only one who remained silent. Everyone else was talking to each other. The second pair of doors opened, making the sound of hydraulic amplifiers, releasing steam from the system. As the doors began to open, he froze for moments at what he saw. At the table sat a very pretty girl with green eyes, and was clearly expecting him. She looked very well groomed. Beautiful green hairpins, beige halter top, bow with a gold brooch, and long brown hair. It was so unusual to see such beauty within the prison walls. One could see from the blush on her cheeks that she was very embarrassed when she saw Ching Chen. Her scarlet lips turned purple. She lowered her eyes down with embarrassment and squeezed her knees with her hands. It looked really cute. Then she raised her eyes after. Ching Chen sat down across from her. What a contrast. Such a well-dressed beauty sitting opposite a prisoner. Ching Chen wanted to ask who this girl was. He was agonizing in his guesses, but he didn't show it on his face. She immediately said that she was his fiancée, and her name was Kamishiro Sorain. After saying that, she shone, covered in little stars. Her bright green eyes, they're so expressive, so sincere, and they shine like 2 emeralds. Ching Chen remained silent. After this girl called him fiancé, thinking of what to say to her in response. He couldn't understand why she'd come. It was probably the first time they'd seen each other. All sorts of thoughts were already going through his head. And then the prison's audio system alerted me that visiting time was over. It's a very short time. Kamishiro hadn't expected it to go by so quickly. They hadn't even had time to say a few words. And then she said something in Japanese, and so fast that Ching Chen barely had time to memorize the sound and pronunciation by ear. Ching Chen asked her what she meant when she said that, but she smiled courteously and said that it was nothing special. He got up from the table and walked toward the exit of the room, accompanied by the prison robot. His bride-to-be sat like that. It's like some kind of unexplained prenup. Maybe she's obligated by that document to go out with him. Kamishiro Sorane stares pensively somewhere, tucking his head with his hand, unable to figure out what was shaking again this time. Ching Chen is walking around the main prison level. He's walking after his date, hands in his pants. Lu Guangyi joyfully runs up to him and asks what Ching Yan said. It must be something very important. Ching Chen said that this is a person Lu Guangyi does not know. The visitor was different and told him to stick to the plan. He asked his boss, did he really break off the relationship with Li Shutong? In his opinion, it was extremely inconsiderate. Ching Chen replied that it was, but they didn't rely on outside help to accomplish the task. Lu Guangyi agreed with him and cheered him up as best he could. At least he had him, his trusty sidekick. Countdown. Almost 6 hours to go. The night city of the inner world comes into view, all neon and steel. A beautiful light show in the form of a giant whale. A hologram just floating above the streets of the city. In the sky itself, fireworks fly out of the holographic dome, into the sky, and there they bloom like bright night flowers. They light up everything around them, and for a moment it's as bright as daylight. It's a marvelous sight. People stroll down the street and it lifts their spirits at least partially. After a hard day's work. Commercials selling products are everywhere. The best features of holographic communication. One of the firms is praising its goods. A young girl with mechanical prosthetics walks along neon night streets through the city. Her path is lit by fireworks. Suddenly it starts to rain, and small raindrops fly from the sky. She walks past a stream of people. Somebody turns to look at her. Maybe they're looking at her mechanical hand prostheses, or maybe her yin-yang badge caught someone's eye. She walks over to a neon sign that glows a light purple color. It depicts Japanese characters. She is stopped by 2 men in suits. They say hello to her. Zhang Shui greets them in return. The consortium is very grateful to her, and is giving her the latest mechanical prosthetic arms, and also a consultant fitter who can help her with the fitting. Zhang Shui thought that travelers in the outside world often talked about how terrible consortiums were. 2 years ago, by chance, Nurse Zhang Shui accidentally helped a middle-aged woman who was a member of the Li Consortium. This is the highest-rated product on the market today. Synchronization rate with neurons is 97%. Also, the lady asked me to tell you that Zhang Shui is a very kind person who deserves a better life. She is very grateful to you. Countdown on the timer. 30 minutes to travel to the outside world. Ching Chen holds the bar. He's dripping underneath. It's a very difficult exercise. Energy is traveling through his body. Ye Wan stands beside him and thinks that 1 more month of training and Ching Chen will be able to start weight training. Then we can see what he can do. The time is coming when he will return to the outside world. We'll have to make the most of that time. Li Shitong wants to see with his own eyes how Ching Chen will cross the border of worlds. Maybe he will be able to discover some secret. We must admit that training supplemented with breathing technique is nothing difficult, but it takes too much energy from the body. Li Shitong asks his student to record some Xiangqi parts for him and bring them to the inner world. Ching Chen quickly ate everything he was given and said that he would fulfill his teacher's request without any problem. Yawan looks at the guy. Here he finishes the last bite. He's really well trained and has a beastly appetite. Gradually, he gains muscle mass and builds a quality body. It will help him in overcoming adversity. Ching Chen clutched the gold of his handmaiden in his hand. Yawan was surprised because he didn't know where the gold from Lu Guangyi's hand had gone. The countdown went on for seconds. Energy increased in Ching Chen's hand. 9-8. It's time to clear your thoughts and get ready. 7-6. Li Shitong looks at his student carefully. He wants to look at the details of the move. Memorize as many details as possible. 5-4. The energy of the internal currents overflowed into Ching Chen's body. Now he is ready. 3, 2, 1. Everything begins to shatter like glass, shattering into tiny shards. The transition has begun. The program portal to the outside world is opening. Along with Lu Guangyi's gold, he pulls out a flash drive of information from his mouth. Within his physical body, he can move whatever he sees fit from the inner world. 7 days again, the time gaps for traveling each way are getting longer and longer. I wonder how long they will be in the future. But this time Ching Chen can control his energy, which he obtained through breathing techniques. He continues his training and hardens his body with exercises, not to miss out on all the results he has achieved. He moved very early in the morning. It's dawn, and he meets it in the lotus position, all sweaty and wet from his workout. Now he's on his way to breakfast, after his shower. He has his cell phone in his hand. For the first few seconds, he cannot get used to the fact that he is not in prison. He drinks water and remembers his bride in the inner world. She's in his soul. She's really good looking. From memory, he takes a translator and dictates in Japanese what he has memorized his fiancée said. It's nice to sit like this in silence. That boy is so handsome when he's not talking about anything. What he read surprised Ching Chen very much. What did she mean by that, and didn't the family speak Chinese? Maybe she's a traveler from the outside world, or maybe her family is still preserving her Japanese heritage. His classmate Nan Genshin sent him a message on his cell phone. He tells him that there's this guy from the parallel class. His name is Liu Deju, and he's really cool. Ching Chen sincerely doesn't understand who his classmate is talking about, and interrogates him. Nan Genshin tells him to come to school tomorrow and he'll understand everything. The next morning, the school hallway is abuzz with noise everywhere. Nan Genshin is shouting at Ching Chen Yu. He waves his hands at him and tells him to hurry up and come over here. Ching Chen doesn't understand what his classmate wants from him. It shows Ching Chen Yu's hot search. It's on the first plane of the browser. There's a whole article in the browser about how there are time travelers, and one of them is in the outside world right now. Yeah, you gotta admit, tough luck for the guy. Other time travelers enjoy the scenery and holographic images. These two went to prison. Then it would have been better if they hadn't traveled. Liu Deju talks too much with his tongue. He got into this situation because of his vanity. He couldn't maintain confidentiality, and this is the result. There was a guy around the corner with eyes like 5 coppers, and he was just scared out of his mind. There's this man, John Sheng. He said he met him in prison 18, and asked him to talk to Li Shutong and get him out of the isolation ward. The mysterious boss came to him and started asking some questions, which is why he realized he was from the ground. But this man isn't him, and Hu Yu made a scapegoat. He would also passionately beg this boss to release him along with John Sheng. Actually, someone got confused. That person wasn't him, it was someone else. Other classmates asked about the travelers. They didn't believe him. Ching Chen looked at this with a smile and realized that it was not a bad thing that the guy had attracted attention. He was in trouble. Outside, a bunch of reporters gathered outside the school fence. A bunch of cars came in, a bunch of cameras. No one needs the extra attention. Then the teacher shouted for everyone to get into the classroom. There's no need to hang around outside. Class is about to begin. Suddenly, a grown man climbed up from behind the school fence. Two high school girls look at him with fear. He jumps down and starts yelling where Class 2-4 of high school is. And they're just standing there, scared out of their minds. A trembling hand points to the top floor of a neighboring building. They must have thought he'd hurt them. He bursts into the classroom and yells that he needs Liu Daeju. Then he sees a guy standing in front of the windows with a briefcase. His eyes are red like he got high on something or didn't sleep. He grabs a young guy and yells at him that he knows in prison 18 he's very cool. The man tries to deflect and says he made a mistake. The man is grabbed by school security and tried to drag him out of the classroom. He yells that he'll give money in return for his help, but the guards drag him to the door. And the other classmates laugh and film the whole thing on their cell phones. Nan Genshin tells Ching Chen that if he hadn't dragged him away so quickly, maybe he could have heard what they were talking about in there. Ching Chen is not interested in this at all. He sits on his phone and rummages around looking for information. Nan Genshin argues that it's exciting to visit another inner world. They could become superhumans. He pulled out a book on programming and said he wanted to learn the basics. Maybe this will help him. Chin Chen's reasoning is that he doesn't need all this. He's not a time traveler. He won't ever be a time traveler. He knows for a fact that Liu Daeju is an imposter and a fake. The trouble is that others don't realize it. Such an important event happened today. Why hasn't anyone from the Kunlun organization shown up yet? Late at night, Liu Daeju takes his bicycle and rides out of the schoolyard. He waves to all his school friends and says goodbye to them. Calmly, he drives down the sidewalk, past people coming back from work. And then he notices a car behind him. Two strange-looking guys are driving it. They're wearing sunglasses, and his gut tells him it's bad. He tries a deceptive maneuver and drives into the tunnel arch, but they turn sharply behind him. Liu Daeju realizes he's being tailed. The car accelerates and catches the rear wheel of the bicycle with its body. This makes Liu Daeju fly upside down. He falls and hits the tunnel wall, and the bicycle breaks and flies off. The two quickly get out of the van and tell one to the other to quickly pick it up and leave. They have blades coming out of their mechanical limbs, like the comic book character Wolverine. Liu Daeju thinks he's going to be cut into pieces and put neatly in a trash can wrapped in dark cellophane. He starts screaming furiously for help. But then the pursuers were illuminated by the bright light of a Hummer Jeep. They were blinded by the light for a moment. The Hummer is accelerating as hard as it can, so bits of asphalt fly out from under his wheels and hits the pursuing car, crushing all the doors and damaging the rear crankshaft. The car went into the back wall and flipped over. It's beyond repair. The Jeep went on a rampage to run down Liu Daeju's pursuers. It was a deceptive maneuver. In fact, the hunter was already high up above the arch. And from the height, he landed with his feet on the heads of the bandits. They didn't see that coming. He knocked them out with one hit, and they ended up on the ground unconscious. It was extremely effective to attack from high ground. Liu Daeju just sat there shivering in fear like a scared kitten. This was the kind of thing he had only seen in action movies on TV. The stranger who saved his life calmed him down and told the guy it was all right to worry. He said hello to Liu Daeju. It was the first time they were seeing each other. He introduced himself with the name Zheng Yuandong. He's the leader of Kunlun. Liu Daeju was sitting on the pavement stunned with fear. He didn't know what was going on. His savior was standing with his feet on the bodies of the two bandits. Zheng Yuandong opened a spatial hole and pulled out a dark matter sword from there. Holding this sword with his right hand, he swung this sword with all his might and sliced the crumpled car of the pursuers in two, like a red-hot knife through butter. The cut marks were red-hot and smooth. The car instantly split into two halves and warped. You don't see that anywhere else in the outside world. A man stepped out of the Humvee. Zheng Yuandong turned his head back. This is his subordinate, and he didn't expect these guys to attack exactly where Zheng Yuandong suggested. We need to call a tow truck as soon as possible, tow the trailer, and get him out of here. After spending some time in the inner world, some become bolder because of the chaotic structure that reigns there. There are more and more of these desperate people lately. Maybe we need to accept more travelers. Purity of organization and conviction are far more important than strength. Principles are the binding force that holds them together. Just as Zheng Yuandong thought, the other travelers would also have plans for Liu Daeju, because behind his back, Li Shutong is now standing behind him. So he first of all placed all his men around the school and on Liu Daeju's path to his home. And it worked. They examined him for injuries. There's some minor skin damage on his arm, right leg and face, but it's not serious. They reassured Liu Daeju and told him not to be afraid. They are here to protect him, if needed around the clock. Zheng Yuandong got into the jeep and slammed the door behind him, and quickly fled the scene. The police arrived quickly. They came from all directions. Liu Daeju couldn't believe that they just left for nothing. And they didn't ask anything without trying to get him on their side. But still, this is me being a little strange. Jung Yuandong felt some sort of inconsistency. Something wasn't right. Liu Deju has no courage at all. He also lacks basic vigilance. This person can't just be interested in Li Shutong. Maybe Li Shutong didn't recognize him, the aide said to Jung Yuandong. But he disagreed with these arguments. He suspects that there is a third traveler in prison 18, but no one knows him by sight. But none of this is consistent with the information we're getting. We need to dig further. Meanwhile, Ching Chen continues his training. Liu Deju was suggested for Jung Yuandong, but he's not suitable. He lacks fortitude and courage. He Jinchu suggested holding a meeting next month, but for now it is better not to schedule it. 10 o'clock in the evening. Ching Chen continues his hard training. He does as many push-ups as he can. Looks like he has to exchange the gold he brought from the inner world for cash. Otherwise, he just can't afford that much food, and he needs it for training. Li Tongyun's little girl Li Tongyun brought him 4 delicious cakes her mom had just fried. He thanked her, and she ran upstairs to her apartment, hopping on one foot and singing her nursery rhyme. He gave Li Tongyun a glance and didn't say anything. The little girl loved him and treated him well. She's actually very smart. She understands everything. She knows what Ching Chen is talking about. He's of the same mold as her. She may be small, but she's beyond her years. She knows he's a traveler, from the inner world, but his secret she keeps to herself. Ching Chen asked, what proof does she have? What could she use to back up her words? The day Mom beat up Dad, he brought Li Tongyun into the house and hid with a curtain, and secretly watched the Kunlun people, so he hid as he met them. She's actually just a little girl. But from the details, she had already exposed Ching Chen a long time ago. It's not about him. It's just that Ching Chen didn't realize before that this girl grew up in exactly the same family as him. Her mind is advanced beyond her years. Who would suspect a little kid without a good reason? It's the perfect cover. Yet he knows who she is in the inner world. But it's very difficult for her to find him. She doesn't know where he is. In the morning, he comes out of his room and hears the sound of tools at work. He notices the workers. What the hell is going on? He sees that there's a lot of trash being cleaned up. There's a lot of workmen everywhere. Who is the host who can be considered a neighbor? Ching Chen would like to say hello. The worker replied that he didn't know anything. The crew is just working. The apartment across the hall has been vacant for a long time where the new neighbors came from. But there's also some movement upstairs. Ching Chen went up to the second floor. Something strange is going on. 2 apartments are moving in at once. New neighbors are moving in. Something's wrong here. Judging by the stuff they pulled out here, people with a lot of money are moving in. Furniture's not cheap. Why would rich people move into a dilapidated neighborhood? Isn't that strange? They can only be here because of Mrs. Jiang Soi and her little girl. These people could be from the inner world. Ching Chen shouts at her and tells her to be careful and cautious. He has become attached to her. After all, not many people are nice to him. Jiang Soi gave him the okay. Everything is going to be fine. She smiles carelessly. Ching Chen walks past the school windows and sees his classmates trying to write something. Liu Deju is injured, and this news is on the 13th hot search list in the browser. His classmates are harassing him and won't let him cheat. The photo looks like it was taken from the side of the bushes in front of the school. Paparazzi. It's normal who's more popular than travelers these days. And then Ching Chen's attention was attracted by a video clip. The unusual-looking video clip immediately attracts his attention. What he offers today can't be compared to anything else. He Xiao's strategy. Meet instance. Forbidden place. And here our hero begins to quickly remember about the blood of the murdered superhumans. Ching Chen scrutinized the news on his phone. He tried to find something useful and interesting. Currently, there are 139 forbidden places in the inner world. The reasons for the formation of such places are inextricably linked to the abilities of the superhumans of the inner world. Nan Genshin distracts his classmate and points towards the windows. He sees 2 unfamiliar girls there. One of them is dressed like a rebel in shorts and high-soled boots, and the other is very neat in her school uniform, with flowers in her hair and bows. Diligent. The teacher said there are 2 new transfer students in the class. He really hopes that the classmates will help them to settle in quickly. The first rebel's name is Wang Yun. She's from High City. The second one is Bai Wanner, also from High City. All the guys started clapping their hands the first time they fell in love with these beauties. Only Ching Chung didn't give a damn. Teacher told the girls to sit close to Ching Chen. If anything is unclear, he will explain it quickly. All questions should be asked to him. Also, the teacher said he needed some boys to go to the warehouse and get a couple chairs. The girls saw one of the students move his chair in their direction. One of the students tried to show his gallantry and politely gave up his seat to them. Gentlemanly. He said it's okay. He'll go to the warehouse and get his own stuff. In the meantime, let the girls get settled in. Nan Genshin is already eyeing the young beauties and has butterflies flying around in his head. I wish he had such beautiful roommates. Right away, the girl started asking about Liu Deju, if her neighbor knew that boy. He immediately said he didn't. But he quickly tried to rectify the situation, and said it was very easy to get acquainted, if necessary. The teacher returned and the lesson began. Now there were enough seats for everyone, and all the students could comfortably begin their lessons. Ching Chen was well aware that these two girls did not randomly appear in the class. They might also be time travelers. Ching Chen's observation was very helpful. He quickly analyzed the incoming information and drew the right conclusions. The bell rang. Wang Yun and Bai Wanner walked quietly out of the classroom. The doors were already wide open, and all the students went about their business. The two of them walked out to the main playground outside the school. Two tall, bespectacled guys, who were arguing about something. All four of them kept very separate from the other students, as if they had their own special interest group. The girls listened attentively to one guy and watched his gesticulations. Wang Yun didn't like it, but Bai Wanner smiled on the contrary. Ching Chen carefully looked at them from the window and couldn't figure out who they were. He didn't recognize any of them. Nan Genshin said that all four of them were transferred together. These two girls as well as these two guys. Ching Chen was interested in this. The one with the gold-rimmed glasses was called Hu Xiaoning. He drove everyone else to the school in his car. The other one's name was Zhang Tianjin. Chin Chen couldn't understand what the word brought meant. Did he come on his own or was he brought? During the day, the girls Wang Yun and Bai Wanner hardly spoke to their classmates. Every time they left the classroom after class, these two girls are learning much better than Ching Chen had imagined. He analyzed the textbooks they were studying from, and the key words in their conversation were travelers moving from City 18 to City 7. Ching Chen quickly gathered his bag from the rumble and placed it on the desk. He told his roommate he was going. If anything happens at school, have him text him in the chat room. That'd be great. Wang Yun is the one we're surprised he's a good student. Why is he skipping class? Nan Genshin politely replied to the girl that it was the privilege of a good student. She took her brown bag off the back of the chair and slung it over her shoulder. Wang Yun and Bai Wanner picked up their belongings and headed home. They said goodbye to Nan Genshin at the same time. Nan Genshin was alone in his purple fantasies and dreams. Maybe he had plans for these girls. Cokes closed. A beautiful sunset in the evening sky. Somewhere you can hear the sounds of cars. Ching Chen reasoned that we urgently need to sell the gold he took away from Li Guangyi. The breathing technique takes too much energy. He came out of his apartment and met some new tenants in the stairwell. From the look in his eyes, he really didn't like it. It was an unpleasant surprise for him. Wang Yun and Bai Wanner, Hu Xiaonian and Zhang Tianzhen were already waiting for him. Some were standing right in front of the apartment, while others were coming down from the second floor. These were Ching Chen's new neighbors. Hu Xiaonian immediately asked who this guy was. Wang Yun said he was their new classmate, one of the best students in the class. Hu Xiaoniu extended his hand to Ching Chen as a sign of good attitude, and said that he really hoped that they could get along. Ching Chen replied with coldness, "Maybe they will get along someday." On the hand he did not shake, an arrogant act, and calmly walked out into the courtyard, following to the gate, on business, to turn in the gold, to get the money as quickly as possible. Hu Xiaonian said that this guy seems very familiar to him, that things are very complicated. His gut doesn't let him down. Not because he had met this guy somewhere or because he looked like someone else. It was because of Ching Chen's way of keeping everyone at a distance. It's like if they excluded some classmates from their social circle. This attitude is polite on the outside, but arrogant on the inside. Hu Xiaonian asked the rest of his four friends if they found this guy's behavior a bit strange. All four of us are sitting at the girls' house, and discussed their new relocation and the behavior of their new neighbor. Asked the guy sitting next to him today, he said Ching Chen's grades are consistently in the top 3 in the class. It doesn't matter how studious or gifted he is. They won't socialize with him anyway. They just all live under the same roof. Wang Yun said you don't have to live here. You can rent a hotel. After all, their main target is Liu Deju. Since they have decided to move from City 7 to City 18, they have to make as many friends as possible. If you decide to move to the city, you have to be prepared to endure some hardships and build good relationships gradually. It is almost impossible to do without money, but money is not everything. One must realize that there are many people in the world who are richer than they are. When someone wants to spend money to buy resources from Liu Deju, friendship will be the biggest advantage. Liu Deju was very easy to get along with. He immediately made contact, but he didn't want to talk about a lot of things. Wang Yun said that Yang Yang was planning to transfer. They must have heard about this news. All three of them looked at the girl in surprise and said the name at the same time. It was a surprise to them. Yang Yang should transfer to this school, but there's no need to think about it for now. There is no reason to believe that she has become a traveler. First, they all need to meet their new neighbors. So they took with them a green box with a golden lock. All four of them got up and started knocking on Mrs. Jiang Sui little Li Tongyun's door. She said to open the door, maybe it is Ching Chen's brother. Lee Tong-yun ran to the door to open the lock. Opening the door, she saw Ching Chen's 4 peers. They were standing with a candy box. Wang Yun waved her hand and said hello to her. Everyone else also stood with welcoming faces and smiles. But in the same instant, Lee Tong-yun slammed the door shut. It was as if no one was there, and they were nothing. She told her mom it wasn't Ching Chen's brother. And who it is, it doesn't matter at all, it's just nothing. And the whole 4 of them heard it. Of course they weren't used to this attitude. And they were a little offended and indignant. They didn't realize how the door had slammed in their faces so quickly. A little familiar terrain pawn shop is open until the evening, so that people have the opportunity to take advantage of the services. There's a sign out front. Gold Elite Liquor, expensive secondhand gifts. This is where Ching Chen brought the gold to turn in. A lonely old man sits behind the counter and goes through the goods. Ching Chen asked him if he accepts gold. The old man answered if the young man had a receipt for the gold. No, there is no receipt. Just scrap gold and that's it. It won't be easy without a receipt. But if he wants to sell it, the price will be 220 yuan per gram. And the old man won't ask where he got the gold from. Ching Chen began to calculate the total amount in his mind. To him, it was already a huge amount of money. At the very least, it could solve the immediate needs. But he wants cash. Pretty careful at such a young age. Smart beyond his years. That's right. It's better to be more careful in this business. The old man says to come back next time. When Ching Chen has something else, he can increase the price for a certain number of grams. Watermarks, security thread, hidden ornamentation, dark letters. He's checking the bills to see if they're counterfeit. Ching Chen held out 2 bills to the old man and asked for a replacement, since he wasn't sure if they were real. The old man started complaining. Everyone who comes to sell gold usually takes the money and leaves. There's hardly anyone who's meticulous. If the old man has a desire to do business well in the future, you don't need to cheat people. And don't give them fake money. Ching Chen calmly took the money, walked along the dark alley, leaving the pawn shop behind. A good thought crossed his mind. He'd do a couple laps around the alleys before he went back home to his place. What if the old man had sent thugs after him? Ching Chen used the proceeds to buy a lot of good meat and eggs. It's protein for training, to keep your muscles from deflating. He was already approaching his home. Little Lee Tong-yun waved at him from the window. She was happy to see him. Ching Chen was like family to her. After he saved her, he's always welcomed by her mom. He's a welcome guest at their house. The guy waved back at her, holding the groceries in his hands. He felt like a big brother to this little girl. And he showed her down to his house. He bought something nice for her. He couldn't forget about her. Lee Tong-yun asked Ching Chen, these new neighbors he talked to them, what opinion does he have of them? He calmly answered the girls that they had transferred to the school from High City. They were interested in Liu Dejue. He heard them talking in English. They've only recently moved in, and definitely for her mom. They're from Town 7, and they moved to Town 18. If they were to speak directly in front of Ching Chen, it would be extremely inconsiderate of them. But no matter. Let them chat carefree for now. They're not as smart as Lee Tong-yun. And for that, Ching Chen always praises her. Indeed, she is just as perceptive and insightful as he is. She quickly got out of her seat and ran to her room. She almost forgot why she had come. Her mom just instructed her to pick up her dirty clothes and take them to the laundry. You don't have to make it harder for her. Mommy needs to be obeyed. Lee Tong-yun ran upstairs, grabbing Ching Chen's dirty clothes. He liked that at least someone was taking care of him. He saw a trash can pushed against the table, and a single piece of paper was lying next to it. That's out of order. To Ching Chen, this seemed strange. He usually didn't stir up dirt, and always lived in cleanliness and order. His hard training begins. You can't stop. You have to keep moving forward. It is necessary to achieve and to reach the physical form to pass the main tests. Those who live by themselves are either gods or beasts. But if he can't be God yet, it's good to be an animal first. The strong are always feared and respected, which means you never get into a conflict unless you absolutely have to. Students are moving desks in the classroom. The sound of furniture parts rubbing against the floor can be heard everywhere. They are helping one by one. His classmate didn't even think Ching Chen would be so proactive. It's a pity he didn't talk about it before. Ching Chen came to a bewilderment at these words. In general, there was nothing wrong with the initiative. It was just a change of scenery. Yesterday, a pro came into the travel chat room, said he'd learned a divination technique in the inner world, asked for money for his service. Wang Yun and Bai Wanner walked into the classroom. Their faces were surprised, and they were staring at Ching Chen, as if they wanted to say something to him. They didn't think he spoke English well, so they started to use it when communicating. Wang Yun doesn't like Ching Chen's arrogance. She looks at him with disdain. She is writing something down in her notebook. They continue to communicate in English, and they tell each other that Ching Chen can't overhear their conversation, so he goes about his business. Whether or not Chu Xiaonian could be trusted, he said that it would be possible to hide if they all moved to City 18. They are right, even for Ching Chen. It is very difficult for Ching Chen to solve problems to analyze the conversation at the same time. But he knows English well. Those sounds that appeared would forever remain in his memory. The energy field enveloped him from different directions. He can't live his life over again, but he can reproduce it. That's why he's living it now. Hu Xiaonian walked into the classroom and said hello to everyone. Wang Yun saw this and immediately interrupted the conversation. Hu Xiaonian looked at the alarm of his wristwatch. They were completely covered in gold. It looked very expensive. Wang Yun and Bai Wanner started to report to the boys when recess came, except that one classmate moved closer to them. Hu Xiaonian suddenly speculated that Ching Chen might be a time traveler. That's why it's getting closer and closer to them. Wang Yun and Bai Wanner looked at each other. There was no way this could happen. They didn't give themselves away in any way. They have to understand very well. You have to be very careful, and if he's good at English, they will be in very big trouble. In the next lesson, Wang Yun and Bai Wanner are tasked with observing Ching Chen. Does he often look at his hand? The lesson begins. The teacher is standing at the blackboard with a pointer and reads the introductory material from the textbook. Study is in full swing. Wang Yun squints at Ching Chen. Out of the corner of his eye, he is watching him, what he does, where he looks, and how often he does it. She purposely drops a pencil eraser on the floor and bends over to pick it up. It's a distraction, to see how Ching Chen will react. Ching Chen stares forward like a mummy. He doesn't even move a muscle on his face. He's listening to his teacher. It's a bright sunny day. Another class at school is over. The 54 are gathered again. They're discussing Ching Chen's behavior. Throughout the entire lesson, he never once looked at his hand. Even if he didn't have anything to do, he didn't look at his hands. Well, that means you can't rule out the possibility that he's a traveler just yet. Although teenagers in general aren't so reserved and patient. Then there's only one explanation. Ching Chen might really like Wang Yun. That's why he's so nonchalant. Liu Dezhou is too good at playing the fool. He hasn't been approached yet, but it's only a matter of time. They would like to get close to Miss Jiang Shui first. At least before they all arrived in City 18. Although it wouldn't be easy. Or maybe start with Ching Chen himself. He's alone. He has no younger sisters or relatives. We can look for some approaches. Ching Chen was staring at the textbook with concentration, and was not distracted by anything else. His concentration was admirable. Then he picked up his cell phone and started searching for the information he needed. The class assignment he had already had. Wang Yun and Bai Wanner bought water for Ching Chen and his classmate. They thought they were thirsty. They tried their best to feign friendliness. It's hard to resist such beautiful girls. Nan Genshin simply couldn't believe his happiness. He had never been offered anything by such a beautiful girl before. But Ching Chen didn't show any sign of it. He was on his cell phone, looking for the information he needed. The charm of the girls didn't work on him. He put the phone aside, thanked Wang Yun. I need to be so polite in the future, but she said that neighbors should get along with each other. Rarely can a guy resist the feminine sense of smell of a girl like this. She's really good with herself. The other classmates were simply burning with envy. Not only were these two students sitting next to Ching Chen, they are also his housemates. Ching Chen was alarmed by this. Just a few hours ago, they had ignored him. Now they had drastically changed their attitude. Wang Yun moved closer to him and stepped into his personal space. She started staring at his phone. She wanted to know what he was looking at so intently. Bai Venier was embarrassed by this act, and she thought it was very impolite. You shouldn't meddle in other people's business unless you're asked. On Ching Chen's cell phone, a selection of news. China successfully destroyed a brothel where people were illegally held. The criminals kept 12 kidnapped people in an abandoned factory. They used intimidation and threats to extract information from them. Genetic drugs were found at the crime scene. They do not improve physique, but they can correct inherited genetic diseases. This new one is really shocking. Traveler crime used to be overseas. Being a traveler and not keeping it a secret is very dangerous from now on. Because if you're not careful, you can get held up in some obscure place, and you'll become a means of transportation, whatever your kidnappers want. The person who had attacked Jiang Shui earlier might have had the same thought and goal. To make a woman his personal mule. The information about the buyers of the genetic drugs is still looking for confirmation. They were paid with digital currency. Over time, this terrible crime news spread across the country. It affects every traveler. A young man in handmade Italian leather boots walks along the cobblestone road. He walks with a measured, relaxed stride. He wears stern, dark glasses over his eyes, which reflect the sunlight. The weather today is absolutely glorious, and it's impossible without those glasses. He has entered an archway between two buildings and is walking towards the designated spot. He's wearing a brown coat and light-colored pants. He goes to the door where the ring hangs and knocks 3 times. His hand is gloved so he doesn't leave his fingerprints anywhere. They open the door for him, and they ask who's coming. This is done with great care. It's a very difficult time. The stranger introduced himself to the 9 realms. He Jin-Chu, and took off his dark glasses, showing bright green eyes. There was movement outside the doors. There was a horseshoe fight. Everyone knew who He Jin-Chu was. The doors of Kunlun opened to a newly arrived guest. It is very important to let him in as quickly as possible. He Jin-Chu walked into the courtyard and was accompanied by 6 guards. They lined up like an honor guard. Well, from the look on their faces, they were not happy about it. They were even feeling a certain amount of tension. He reassured them and said they need not be afraid of him. He won't cause any inconvenience either. He's looking for Boss Jen. One of the boss's underlings spoke to He Jin-Chu. The boss isn't there yet. Welcome if you like. He can sit down and rest. He Jin-Chu sits down at the table, in a very comfortable chair. He accepted the suggestion regarding rest. He doesn't really like it at Kunlun headquarters. Its Chinese-style furniture is too stiff. The other guard was simply stunned by He Jin-Chu's cavalier attitude. After all, he had sat right in the master's seat. There is wine, then the doors opened, and the dark silhouette of Boss Jen appeared. He came out of nowhere. There's wine and meat when the guests come. There are guns when jackals come. The boss walked at a leisurely pace. He Jin-Chu said that the day before yesterday, he invited Boss Jung to meet with him. But he refused, so he had to fly in from the capital. Boss Jung sat on the chair, very important. He asked what was so urgent. To what do I owe his visit? According to today's news, He Jin-Chu saved 12 travelers. It's not nice to come to Kunlun for praise. They're a must for He Jin-Chu. He just wants to throw the boss off his pedestal. That's his main goal. Nowadays, the number of people in the organization is not only not increasing, but on the contrary decreasing. This does not correspond to the needs of the time. More recruits are needed to maintain order. The concept is different. In the 9 realms, He Jin-Chu wants to take control of all travelers. Doubtful people are not needed in the organization. The bosses have brought the drink. The rest of Kunlun's guards are waiting by the door, just in case anything could happen. He Jin-Chu said that a lot of travelers will be killed if they are not brought under control. Today's incident on the news, for example. He drinks quietly and listens to his interlocutor. He doesn't interrupt him. He wants him to speak his mind. He asked about He Xiao. He is in He Jin-Chu's hands. He said no. He placed the cup with the unfinished drink on the table, gently squeezing it with his mechanical hand. Steam was still coming out of it. What he's up to, after all. I wonder if it's for power, or if he really cares about these travelers. He Jin-Chu well understood the meaning of Boss Jen's question. At that, he starts to rise from his seat. Boss Jen will definitely know what he wants to do this afternoon. He Jin-Chu will do his best. Boss Jung sat like a statue, calm, unperturbed, and didn't show any emotion. He just gave him a glance. In the back, he said a phrase to him. He really hopes that when the external enemy appears and not with him will still be battle comrades. Without turning around, He Jin-Chu made it clear that everything was still valid, and he remained faithful to his oath to his brother in arms. Of course they'll fight shoulder to shoulder. The old squad leader, Kunlun main gate. He Jin-Chu left the main gate and walked back the way he came. He went about his business. Due to the recent incident of the brutal detention of travelers, it is suggested that all qualified players pay attention to their personal safety. Inner World has great gameplay. There is an opportunity to change your destiny, but if you lose your life, you can't change your destiny anymore. Lately, he has been working on a group chat system for travelers. The group chat will be open to all world travelers. Because of the calmness of this group chat system will have 12 dynamic data fortresses across the country. Once this chat room is created, these strategies will only be posted in the group. This will also benefit the safety of travelers. Ching is puzzled. Who is this He Jin-Chu? It seems like he really possessed some inner world techniques, but the time to move is always so short. It's still unclear how He Jin-Chu was able to master the inner world technology. Or maybe he's not a person at all. It's hard for one person to bring in equipment, but if you have a team, you can move the components. Ching thought it was better not to add to this chat room, for the sake of safety. In the future, it was possible if he could hide his identity. In the video, He Jin-Chu said that outsiders can't intrude in any way. But the key point is that the creator himself can receive the basic information. This group chat system is very similar to a crab cage. He just needs to take his time sitting on his captured crabbing vessel. Lee Tong-yun was happy that Ching had come. The little girl always greeted him so happily, and her feelings were genuine. I can't believe he skipped class again. He brought gifts for the baby, cakes for her, and fruits and vegetables for her mom. Lee Tong-yun asked where his classmates were. Ching said he didn't know, and it was better for her not to worry about it. She asked to go see the new mechanical limbs for her mom are very nice. Really great products. The latest model. They function perfectly. Only 3% accuracy. These are new limbs as far as charging goes now. These works are 10 times larger than the previous ones. Lee Tun-yoon was very surprised by this news from her mom. After all, the consortium doesn't give anything for nothing. The little girl asked her mom to cook faster. She is very hungry. She's dragging Ching Chen with her. She wants to show him something. He probably wants to figure out Lee Tong-yun's identity in the inner world. That's why he was just asking her mom like that. She kept asking him who he was in his inner world, and he told her to let her guess. Why don't they exchange their secrets? She'll tell him about herself, and he'll reveal his identity in return. He must already know Lee Tong-yun's identity in his inner world, but she's hiding her own from the child. But she's no ordinary child. There's another knock on the door. It's the neighbors, Ching Chen's classmates. Wang Yun once again stood with a smile to her ears and tried to make friends with the little girl, said that she knew Ching Chen very well. Lee Tong-yun interrogates Ching Chen if he's familiar with them. He doesn't manage to utter a single word. He says he doesn't know her, and that makes a little girl very wary. It's not nice to cheat. The little girl just slammed the door in the face of the four of them. It was very impressive. They're standing in prostration again. They don't get it. How could the door be closed in their face? They're so cool and rich. Why Ching Chen can have fun with this family and they can't? They sincerely don't understand what's going on. Then the mom opened the door and apologized for her child's rude behavior. Not the new neighbors, and she asked them to come in. Jiang Shui demonstrated a very expensive mechanical arm. Travelers know that not everyone can afford it. She asks her daughter to pour tea for the guests as soon as possible, but Xiao Yun shows her tongue in response. She is not eager to take care of the new guests. It's evening. The night sky is a month old with stars. It's a good time for evening gatherings between neighbors. This entire foursome of classmates have settled down on Madame Jiang Shui's cozy sofas. They are singing tea leisurely. Perhaps they were wrong from the beginning. Hu Xiaoningu expressed his point of view, which he had carefully considered. They brought the leather sofas with the airplane from High City. That was a long way away. And what's in the apartment across the hall? A fabric sofa. They have nothing to be proud of, judging from Jiang Shui's mechanical hands. She has a lot of wealth in the inner world. It is because of pride that they can't make friends with such people. Bai Vanier emphasized that they were really better than the others. Hu Xiaonian did not like this answer very much. It was sharply reflected on his face. So what should they do now? First thing tomorrow, school uniforms must be picked up. Watches and other expensive accessories are no longer allowed. But the uniforms of foreign language students of the city are very ugly and ugly. After all, you want to walk around in your own clothes. This should not be done under any circumstances. It shows their arrogance towards other classmates. The countdown has begun. Ching Chen is practicing hard with energy circulating through his body. He's doing his best to stay in shape. You can see his body changing every day under the hard training. He barely gives himself a rest. He looks at himself in the mirror, and he can already see the changes caused by intense physical activity. It is not without reason that Li Shuten said that with the help of breathing techniques, a person who has not practiced sports can reach a very high level in 3 months. In the morning in the hallway of the school, across from the senior class 2-3, Ching Chen quietly goes to class. Wang Yun and Bai Waner are already sitting in their school uniforms, without any pathos, in their seats, waiting for the bell to ring. Behind them a deskmate is watching them in love. He just can't get enough of them. How good they are, even if they're not wearing expensive clothes. This transfer student should have changed her strategy to be closer to the people. Not everyone's parents are rich. Not everyone can afford expensive things. She asked for help in solving a math problem. Ching Chen sent her to Nangen Cheng. He was just happy. He was over the moon. He was noticed by such a beautiful girl. Maybe she really likes him. And the math problem was just an excuse to get to know him better. Nan Gengchen must have contacted the hackers in the inner world. Otherwise, why else would he study programming every day? Looks like Chin Chen needs to learn something too. For example, Xiangqi's game. It was a springboard for him in Prison 18. And then he had a very good idea, to learn Japanese. That would never be a bad idea. A bride inexplicably appeared in his inner world. You have to use an interpreter to understand her. Wouldn't it be better to learn the language? Yeah, it's a really good idea. And that kind of knowledge is never redundant. But where to start? He entered the name Kashimiro Sarane into the search engine. He searched for all the information he could find on her. Maybe there's something in the outside world. And he found her. She looks exactly like she did on the inside. Plus, she turned out to be a star, a real celebrity. Wang Yun peeked at Ching Chen's phone again, so he likes that Japanese girl. He's been staring at her for so long. Ching Chen replied in a calm voice that no, it's the Japanese woman he doesn't like. He probably saw someone similar to her. Originally, he just wanted to look for Kamashiro Sarana. But he didn't expect to find her, in the outside world. Her father's Chinese, her mother's Japanese. No wonder she's bilingual. Last year, she won the Japanese Academy Award for Best Actress. According to available information, the Kamashiro family is not separated from other families by the sea. Lee Shuten said that the entire sea has become a forbidden place. In an interesting way, Japanese travelers were able to travel to the mainland with Chinese travelers. Again, the foursome gathered around the window. After class is over, he asked the girls if they're making any progress. Ching Chen and his buddy Nangenchen look like idiots, and the first one really likes some Japanese girl. He's been staring at her picture all class. Didn't the teacher say he was a good student? Why doesn't he look like a good student at all? He's also a fan of some celebrity. Hu Xiaonian is very angry. He asks everyone to get rid of their arrogance. People can sense it, and they won't come in contact with them, not to mention friendship. Ching Chen is called by a foreign teacher. He must hurry because accuracy is the courtesy of kings. He said he'd be right there. He went to do his own thing, probably to the restroom. Hu Xiaonian asked a classmate, "Why is the foreign teacher looking for Ching Chen?" But he doesn't know anything, they must be friends. This alone is enough to prove that Ching Chen speaks conversational English and understands it well by ear. Hu Xiaoning is suspected to be a traveler too, and there's a reason. We need to see if Ching Chen overheard their conversation or not. All of this made Hu Xiaonian very angry. This is really a puncture. They didn't read this option. He began to think about a plan of action. He must find a way to confirm his hunch. How to find out for himself that one of the best students in the class knows their secret. Mrs. Zhang Shui is preparing a very delicious dinner. For everyone, in a very big pot. From the living room, the news from the TV can be heard. Wang Yun and Bai Waner sat down beside Xiao Yun. They asked her permission to ask her a question. She says if she answers, they can give her a candy. Wang Yun holds out a whole handful of candy to her. The little girl loves chocolate more than anything in the world, especially if it has nuts in it. She wanted to ask if Ching Chen is also a traveler like her mom. Xiao Yun said she didn't know, and she never started eating the candy. This girl's reaction is quite normal. If she were to confidently say that Ching Chen is not a traveler, it would be a deception. And such a little one can't lie. Bai Vanier asked the little girl, had she ever been asked such a question by anyone before them? Well, someone from the outside world. Xiao Yun replied that she had once asked Ching Chen, but he did not answer whether he was a traveler. There's nothing special about these travelers. It's better to concentrate on your studies and getting into a good university. If Ching Chen was really a traveler, he wouldn't belittle their abilities. It's very much like envy and admiration in a certain context. Xiao Yun was praised and patted on the head. In general, a small child likes to be praised. Wang Yun and Bai Waner and say goodbye to the landlords, because it's time for them to leave, early tomorrow morning for classes. What a sweet girl definitely speaks the truth. Besides, a little girl wouldn't be able to make up something like that. Apparently Ching Chen really isn't a traveler. Hu Xiaonian can rest easy. And all of this was overheard by Xiao Yun. Images from the past came to mind. How her father first gave her chocolate candy, and then beating up her mom, right in the face with his fist. Xiao Yun flashed all those candies into the trash. She remembers the taste very well. She's hated chocolate ever since. She looks at the trash can with anger, realizes she can't trust these two girls. Their gift belongs in the trash. There was a knock on Ching Chen's door. This late at night, he didn't expect any guests or visits. It can be so late to visit so late, it is not nice. Xiao Yun stood in front of Ching Chen's door. He told her to go inside and tell her what happened. She looked at his cooking and said he could ask her mom to cook beef for you. Xiao Yun held out the remaining chocolate candy. She wanted to treat her brother and treat him to something delicious. The two sisters came today and asked by chance Ching Chen is not a traveler. But no need to worry, she covered it up. Most likely it was because they recognized the friendship and relationship with the foreign teacher. They guessed that he understood English. Where did the child get the chocolate? The answer was given. The little girl had specially bought this chocolate as a gift for Ching Chen. He thanked her properly. An adorable smile appeared on his face. It felt so good to have someone thinking about you. According to his observations, these people had made an enemy in City 7, and they ran far away, to get out from under the Chen family's control. Only she doesn't want that kind of information. She wants to know something else. Something that's important to her, something she's been waiting for a long time. She wants to know Ching Chen's identity in the inner world. He flatly refused to tell her. Because he's in prison. Xiao Yun started asking for help to do her homework. She was lazy and didn't want to work her brain, so Ching Chen turned her down. All these people live next to them and look at them all the time. It's very annoying. We need a way to kick them out. Being around them is a real problem. The harder you try, the more attention you attract. The best thing to do is to shift your focus. Looks like after this transition, Ching Cheng, we'll have to have a proper talk with Liu Dejue. There's no other option. Babe said that the national holiday is only a few days away, so she suggests he go somewhere fun together. Out of the blue, she started talking about going on a trip. Ching Chen needs to think about it, and then come back to this conversation in a few days. Xiao Yun slammed the door behind her and ran to her home. Ching Chen took out his cell phone and began to diligently search for information. He downloaded the Japanese language app. He needs to start practicing, and there's no time to waste. Countdown on the relocation timer. 10 seconds left. Just a moment and he'll be back in the inner world. Ching Chen puts the flash drive in his mouth and takes a large kitchen knife in his hand. He prepares to move. Everything abruptly begins to shatter like glass, shards flying in different directions. And then he sees his fellow teacher. Li Shutong, Ye Wang, Lin Xiaoxiao are standing in front of him as if 2 days ago. But there is a discrepancy in the timeline here. Li Shutong looked at his disciple contentedly and asked that he was now back. It was as if his absence couldn't be noticed. Ching Chen took the flash drive out of his mouth and said that he was back. The experiment was a success. At least he knows what size things he can carry. The only thing left in his hands was the knife handle. The timer is counting down exactly 2 days. Now he's back in the prison of the inner world. Schoolwork in a different reality. Always a familiar prison, but this time it's a little different. It's no longer a cold prison cell in loneliness. It's as if they are waiting for Ching Chen to come home. This house is a bit gloomy and empty, but that's enough. He holds out a flash drive. He prepared a batch of Xiangqi games for Li Shutong. He downloaded them from the internet for him in advance. He asked if the teacher had noticed any changes as he moved. He used to rely only on himself to find patterns. And earlier, Ching Chen had said that crossing into another world only took a second. When you cross the border, the force field changes. From the beginning, really only the body moved. But the problem is that where did Ching Chen of the inner world itself go? He told Li Shutong, asking for advice about the energy in his body. He was abruptly cut off. It's not time to explain yet. We have to hurry. Then we should start training immediately. But Li Shutong said that he should go along with him now. Ching Chen was surprised to ask where they were going together with the teacher. He had never taken him anywhere before. Li Shuten said he wanted to introduce his new student to the world outside. It would be outside of prison 18. Ching Chen was wondering, why does Li Shutong want to show him the world outside? They walked quietly down the corridor, into the light of the doors opening. Wouldn't you be curious to see what the outside world is like outside prison? It's every prisoner's dream. Of course I'm curious. Why ask such stupid questions? I want to see something new and interesting. A city in the clouds resembling a steel forest, huge mesmerizing holographic projections in the sky. Although he is curious, he also knows that this is not the time to admire the scenery. There is no need to be extremely restrained. The scenery seen by other travelers is a must-see for all Li Shuten students. Tonight he will show the best scenery in the city of 18. He's sure his student won't be disappointed. Ye Wan suggests he wear something. It is not proper to reveal the identity yet. Ching Chen must be careful. He opens the box and there's a mask with a kitty in it. Quite an original gift. It looks like a samurai face. The doors of the big hangar open and a bright light shines out. The 4 of them stand at the exit and prepare to see the landscape. Ching Chen quickly put on the cat mask. It looked quite cute and funny, but it completely fulfilled its function. It turned out that the freedom he sought was just around the corner. The sky was a beautiful blaze of stars. City 18. District 1, the giant tower that sent radio signals for the hologram. He sees the restaurant in this tower receiving guests. Other requests can no longer be honored, unfortunately. All the seats are taken. Never heard of the Sunshine Pavilion being booked in its entirety before. Who's playing him? The waiter shows a sign that reads Li Dongjie, and then all the young man's claims quickly fall away. The girl asks why he gave up so quickly. He says they should go to another restaurant. They'll go to this one next time. The luxury cars are flying. Li Shutong and Ching Chen step out of them. They are greeted by the lackey waiters. A security quadrocopter starts circling above them. It's probably security. Personal bodyguards. A quadrocopter opens a large umbrella over Li Shutong and Ching Chen's heads. The waiters say that the place is ready for them. Ching Chen gestures that he doesn't need a towel. How funny to look funny in that kitty cat mask after all. Maybe one day he'll get used to it. In this world, as long as there's money and power, everything will be done just fine. Ching Chen is looking around. While they go under the drone's umbrella. It's very comfortable and you don't get wet and there's security. If it's possible to get out at any time, stay in jail. Because he has unfinished business. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. It's so weird that the restaurant's still open. Although for a man like Li Shuto, anything is possible. Life in this city that never sleeps is just beginning. Maybe because Ching Chen arrived here. But someone has to sleep because you have to go to work tomorrow. But there is a unique effect of neural coupling technology. We have to be some kind of consequence of this technology. Everything has to be paid for. After a month of using this technology, even if you really want to sleep, it will be impossible to sleep. Technology is a two-way stick. No one knows if it is a blessing or a curse. One cures and the other cripples. The Li family once bred genetically modified fast-growing trees, plants. But as a result, 30 years later, there are no more plants growing in large areas. Ching Chen remembered Li Shutong's words to the emptiness in people's spiritual world very well. And then he saw a flying platform, on which sits a luxurious Chinese palace. It's like a flying ship. You don't have to look, it's that cruise ship, it's a mechanical cult. The liquid oxygen, the methane that this liner consumes is taken from the blood sweat of its followers. On the table was a plate of appetizing chopped pork and sweet and sour sauce. The food was already waiting for the hosts. Ching Chen asks Li Shutong, where are his chopsticks? He too looks at this magnificent dish and his appetite is awakened in him. Li Shutong made a joke, Ching Cheng's joke. He is wearing a mask and he can eat. He looked at his teacher and didn't know what to say. Is he hungry? Strongly he wants to eat. Ching Chen replied that he was hungry. He wouldn't mind eating. He instructed the waiter to bring the boy a bowl of noodles and bean paste. It's a pretty modest meal by local standards. A large bowl of noodles was placed in front of Ching Chen. This dish was prepared rather quickly, and it was promptly brought out. Li Shuten gave a wave and let the waiters go. Now it was just the two of them. No one would interfere with them. He instructs his disciple to take off his mask and start eating noodles. Ching Chen wonders if this is all a trick. This building has to be one of the tallest in the city of 18, if you look up. There are only 2 buildings left in the distance. These are the Li and Ching family buildings. They look like headquarters. We were awe-inspiring too, symbolized power and authority. Li Shuten looks at his student and gauges his emotional reactions. The landscape is beautiful, of course. The Eternal Tower was built on top of 6 buildings. All that remains is height and beauty. If you ignore the graffiti and urine stains, it is the most beautiful landscape. Today he showed the most beautiful part of the city. If there's an opportunity in the future, Li Shutong will show the ugliest side of the city. There are also binoculars next to the window, especially for visitors to be able to admire the landscape. If there is a desire, you can look at it. Ching Chen picks up his binoculars and begins to look at the inner city. He points the binoculars to the brightest and best light. Started writing special forces off the combat shuttle. A lot of squads armed with firearms. They were heading toward the restaurant tower. They're taking initial positions, preparing to storm the restaurant. They're using cables to climb to the upper floors. Ching Chen saw it all through his binoculars, and he seems to realize what's going on. But his teacher calms him down and tells him to eat first. Li Shuten asks him if he's afraid. They're just sitting around having dinner, and they've got a whole SWAT team on their way. The teacher let the student look at the scenery for the first time, but he would not let the student die halfway through. Otherwise, the teacher was too bad. Li Shutong laughed very loudly. He appreciated his disciple's sharp reply. This was indeed the case. SWAT teams, armed to the teeth, were already approaching the main tower. It was just a matter of getting into the elevator. Attack helicopters fly up to the roof of the restaurant. The building is locked down virtually on all sides, so no mouse can slip through. SWAT team members are taking up initial positions, on the stairwells on the levels, on balconies, to have a high angle of attack. Meanwhile, at a remote temporary military base, the main forces are pulling in. Transport shuttles, attack helicopters. An airship hovered in the air preparing to drop off additional military equipment and fighters. The commander is giving instructions. Stand fast. Be sure to check the mechanical limbs for charging. When finished, report back. All Special Forces men listen to their commander's orders. Everyone understands perfectly. Successful completion of the mission depends on it. Boss Chen clearly explained if everyone wanted to get out alive tonight, under no circumstances should they shoot. And don't involve others. Another soldier can't understand the commander's orders. He calms him down and says he'll understand later. Repeats the command, do not fire. Army boots clatter on the stairs. Someone comes down quietly. Doesn't even try to run away. The fighters were dumbfounded. In front of them stood a guy in a black cap and jacket, wearing army boots. He was already looking at them all in anticipation and asking who would be the first to dare attack him. The fighters in the SWAT team hesitated and trembled. There was hesitation in their actions, and fear. Very unprofessional. Unfamiliar guy in a cap killed all those fighters who were on the stairs with his hands and feet, and then told them not to stop the others from eating. Beautiful cufflinks element and indicator of wealth for a man, an off-white shirt, and a strict suit. Never goes out of style. A guy in a strict black suit and yellow tie was walking towards Li Shutong. He looked stern and focused. With his gaze, he was showing his boss that something was wrong, and demanded that he be dealt with immediately. He signaled to this guy with his hand that he should wait to talk. While Ching Chen finished eating, he stood patiently and waited. The boss's orders are law to him. He realizes what a serious man he's dealing with. If he said it had to be done, then it must be done. Ching Chen calmly accepted his food, and outside the window, Several dozens of attack helicopters were already glowing battle airship, and they were all heading towards the tower where the restaurant was located. He finished his meal, put down the chopsticks, and took the mask in his hand. Now it could be put on. Ching Chen put a mask on his face and said that he was no longer hungry, he had finished eating. He could get down to business. The Chen family's eldest grandson, Li Shutong, heard that he had been promoted to A, no matter how advanced the younger one was. Chen Yehu courteously told Li Shutong that they have no intention of starting a war with the Knights and Henshi. He just wants Li Shutong to go back to prison 18 again. There's no need to make a big fuss. You don't have to worry. Not just sit here, they say, for a little while and go back. Chen Yehu agreed and said he would leave them alone. When they leave for prison, the SWAT team will leave the tower. The attack helicopters hovered in the air. All this force and all these units that were headed for the tower stayed in their positions and waited for orders. Li Shutong explained to Ching Chen. Once he leaves the prison, it will get on the nerves of too many people. That's why he doesn't go out on the outside. In this era, even if a man becomes a demigod, it doesn't mean he's invincible. There are no invincibles. But he is nevertheless a force to be reckoned with. They may not be afraid of him, but they are very afraid of fire. And rightly so. They left the restaurants, accompanied by a security drone with an umbrella. They walked to their car, which was waiting for them at the airstrip. Ching Chen looked around at everything around him. When would he ever have this opportunity again? After all, they were now going back to the prison again. He looks at the hovering helicopters. He looks at the beautiful night city of steel and neon. One day, sooner or later, he will come back here. Chen Yehu from the restaurant saw Li Shutong's car flying away towards the prison, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A girl comes up to him and reports. They found the task force, but they're all unconscious. Someone must have attacked them and then let them go. Chen Yehu voiced his thoughts out loud. This suggests that the net they had woven was not tight enough. All units stand down. The man who was in Li Shuto's company may be a representative of some outside force. Li Shuten's flying car flew into the prison grounds at high speed. Their dinner was over. He asked Ching Chen. He understood why he had to wear the mask in the first place. Maybe because Li Shutong didn't want to publicize their relationship. He accepted Ching Chen as a disciple, but he won't recognize him. There's a discrepancy. No, he knows it's very difficult to remove his own shackles. Therefore, he does not want those fetters to bind him as well. Ching Chen thanked the teacher. Li Shutong praised the disciple. He is as always very intelligent and has unlimited potential. He tries to shield the newly minted disciple from his burden, just to walk part of the way with his student, and then the teacher will look behind him, how far the student can go. Ching Chen asked if there would still be an opportunity to go out. Hasn't he had enough opportunity to go out to play yet? But he still wants to get out of prison. Freedom is freedom, no matter how you look at it. Better under the sky than in a cell with bars. Li Shuten laughed out loud. He thinks that in the next few days, he will have the opportunity to go out to play again. Ching Chen looks at his wrist. The timer for traveling to the outside world is counting down the inexorable minutes. These past 3 hours have been truly remarkable. And restaurant food, albeit simple, and a beautiful view of the entire city. The man at the bar sits down at a table. With a mechanical hand, he pushes back his chair, so that the glass with the drink begins to shake on the table. Everyone has seen the news. They think they'll have to try to get close to Liu Deju again. They don't like that idea, though. Li Shutong is a very serious person in the inner world. Even if you don't like the idea of cooperating with Liu Deju, you have to consider that he is the closest person to him. He trusts his intuition. And now he trusts it even more. Liu Dejue can't like Li Shutong. He wouldn't waste his time on him. We need to find the third-time traveler. There's bound to be one in prison. He has to be. The rest of the spires of City 9 came into view. These beautiful landscapes are full of neon and evening flashes. What a great joy they are to the eye. And what a contrast between beauty and ugliness, present at every turn. Next to this splendor is a slum with shabby walls. A man in fine shoes was walking on the wet pavement scaring away rats. He was heading toward the dry cleaners. The doors of the dry cleaners opened, and behind the counter sat a beautifully groomed woman. She was on her cell phone. He tapped the table and drew her attention away. How gorgeous she looked. Lovely nighttime makeup and hair, and her surprised eyes. She quickly apologized. She didn't see He Jinshu enter, but there was no need to be nervous. He came here because he had 2 messages. First of all, Dong Suyue and Tian Xiao Miao have already been revealed. Everyone knows they are travelers. And secondly, we need to tell Xiao Xiao to gather as much information about Li Shutong as possible. Looks like they have to get Liu Dejue before Kunlun pulls him to his side. He's still needed. He Jinshu interrogated his assistant. He sincerely hoped that she understood what their mission was, so she wouldn't let her guard down again. After returning on her own, she must return to the instructor for additional training, and without objection. The slums are one of the few places in Cyber City where there is no video surveillance, and no one will ever notice that a special guest has been here. In the morning, the prisoners were beating on the doors of their cells and demanding to be let out. Someone must have forgotten to let them out for a walk. It seemed like no new prisoners had been brought into the prison last night. Ching Chen was lying in bed with a blanket over him. He starts twirling and snoring, and tries to get a little more sleep before he gets up. You should definitely do that. Li Shuten is on the main level of the prison sitting reading the news. Yesterday's walkout caused quite a stir. Now that there's an uproar outside about what happened last night, the boss isn't taking it seriously. Zack asked why Li Shudo was out last night. If there's any movement, he asked him to take him with him. Even though there's a lot of noise outside, Guohu-chan has no means of communication. How he even knew about this is a big mystery. Did more superhumans of the spiritual type come from the peaks? How many of his people are here? The consortium could take them all out in one fell swoop. If he is told this by Lin Xiaoxiao that he just wanted to eat soy sauce stew, it would look believable. That's right, it can't be believed. It's also known that the rest of the world will never believe that Li Shuten was walking out of jail last night for no reason. Lin Xiaoxiao stared pensively at the ceiling and didn't pay attention to Guohu-chan's stupid questions. He didn't consider him. He pondered further. He was very much surprised by the calmness of a 17-year-old boy, even at noon sleeping soundly, as if it didn't concern him. The prison's audio system announces that Ching Chen has visitors. He needs to go to the visiting room. Guohu-chan was outraged by this. A 3-month wind date. Also, the other day, this kid was visited by someone. Ching Chen walked to the visiting room accompanied by 2 prison robot guards. Mandatory security procedure. The doors opened in front of him. His face as calmly unperturbed as ever. He wasn't even thinking about who he might meet in this room. At the table sat a girl with a nice bonnet and pink bows, with a long brown skirt. That's his fiancée. She was very happy to see him. She looked funny, though. She looked better last time. Ching Chen asked her nervously why she came, but she brought him some food from her own cooking. She worked very hard for him. The food in prison is not very good, so she took something from home and put it in a container. It looked very appetizing. He's curious because they don't know each other very well. At least they know enough to visit him in prison every day. And she prefers Ching Chen's company. She's a bit uncomfortable with her own seats, so she's looking for more fun company. Ching Chen just looked at her silently. He didn't think about anything anymore. This behavior surprised him a little. He calmly took the wooden sticks and started eating whatever his fiancée brought him. Indeed, it was better than prison food. Yes, it must be admitted that the girl's culinary skills are simply excellent. She really knows how to cook. He quietly gobbles and eats around the sides. And Kamishiro Serene just looked at him and was happy that he was enjoying himself. She says something in Japanese again. But this time Ching Chen has a translator. But he didn't understand what she said. She reassured him. It's nothing special. It's a language only her family understands. She got up and was about to leave. She said goodbye to him. She said she would see him next time. Lin Xiaoxiao was simply lost in space. His face simply blurred in different directions. Ever since Boss needed Ching Chen to hide his identity, this prison had lost all its fun. The door to the main level of the prison has opened. Excessive pressure has been released through the system connections. Lin Xiaoxiao sounded the alarm. The guard robot was holding Liu Deju's half-dead body. He can't go back. He can't see Ching Chen's face. He sharply told Li Shutong that this man should not be let out. Then he gave the order to lock him up again, and then it would be seen. The robot quickly turned around and carried Liu Deju by the scruff of his neck back to the cell. To a holding cell where he can't have any contact with anyone. And he can't realize what he's done. Why is it that every time the countdown to displacement ends, he is forcefully pulled into the inner world and then sent to prison for a few days? Ching Chen walked over to him wearing a cat mask. Someone took a moment to look away from their tantrum. Liu Dejue was very scared and started yelling who he was. It's not every day you see some maniac wearing a cat mask. It's gotten to him that this was the 3rd journey in Prison 18. The one they've been looking for so long and so hard. He's typing words into the holographic display. What he wants him to do. The poor man is unable to understand. He holds it up to Liu Deju's nose, and then the situation starts to become clear. Things are starting to make sense. He didn't want to draw attention to his side. Having regretted it so many times already, he wouldn't brag. He's not a traveler. Ching Chen said that there was no need to do that. But then what is expected of Liu Dezhou? We need to openly admit it, even though it's very dangerous. But there's no other way out. Liu Deju throws a tantrum and says that there's no way he'll do it. He is already afraid of being persecuted. Nobody realizes he lives on the 2nd floor. He's being hunted by the paparazzi. He doesn't know where to get away from the camera. There's no room for privacy at all. Liu Deju doesn't know his exact sentence. He was already in prison when he was transferred. He doesn't understand how it happened. According to news reports, he has robbery, theft, attempted murder on him. A combined sentence of 99 years and 7 months. Liu Deju opened his eyes when he read this figure. It turns out that he will die right in prison 18. He would never get out of here. He's starting to think. They communicate in writing because they're afraid to reveal themselves. So someone you know, or a friend. Ching Chen stepped forward to Liu Deju and spoke to him through his mask. In fact, the club pushed him forward to take the blame. In the inner world, they do this kind of thing a lot. Liu Deju can't remember that voice. He would definitely remember it. But he hadn't heard anything like that. Now that he heard the interlocutor's voice, it was possible to continue communicating. Liu Deju didn't object. Now he's here to make a deal with the poor guy. We have to pretend to be someone else, and he'll help get the charges against him dropped. Liu Deju continued to listen, and asked how the boss could help him. He would find the real criminals and make them turn themselves in. He has no choice. Even a shadow of hope of release will sustain him. There's nothing you can do. We can only count on Ching Chen's integrity. Liu Deju looked with doomed eyes and realizes that there is nowhere to go. There's nothing worse than this. Despairing despair. He agreed to the deal. There's nothing to do. But Ching Chen is sure that someone's attention will be drawn to Liu Deju's identity. We'll have to find out what their needs are and convince them that they can buy what they need from him. He'll be the liaison. Liu Deju timidly asked. He must have something from every transaction he made. Couldn't he work as a mule for nothing? For example, improved nutrition in the inner world can be allowed in the isolation room to read the news of the outer world. You can carry a device for virtual life from the entertainment area. He didn't expect it to be the third traveler, and that he had such authority in prison. He realizes that he will be a great danger in the outside world if he replaces him, and he's showing his wounds that he's received in the outside world. He used to be very curious about how he got his wounds, so Ching Chen asked him to tell him everything in great detail. According to the Kunlun organization, someone took notice of him because of Li Shutong and wanted to use him to get close to him. That's it from this point of view. Allowing Liu Deju to represent him in his persona in the outside world is very dangerous. Not that I care about him, but he's barely found a suitable contact. It'd be a shame to let him die like that. That's why Liu Deju wants to gain the ability to defend himself. Gene injection could solve the issue. Ching Chen remains silent and doesn't know what to say to Liu Deju. And then he said he could give him all this. Liu Deju just blossomed with happiness. He couldn't believe it was true, but he really hopes that he will prove himself worthy of this gene medicine and understands well what it means to cooperate with Ching Chen. He'll just show himself in a better light. There are at least 4 people trying to get close to him. I don't think the boss knows them. They're very rich. Their watches alone are worth hundreds of thousands. The students can't have that kind of money. When Liu Deju returns to the outside world, he can find out what they need and see how he can get money from them. The school also has one fool in a neighboring class who always wants to get close to Ching Chen and join the group. They offer to meet rich women. Liu Deju asked what would be the best way to contact the boss in the outside world. Ching Chen walked out of the punishment cell. His newfound partner remained locked up, alone with his thoughts. Now he had a deal. And now he's got nowhere to go but up to his new boss, a man in a cat mask, who promised to help him, and who he trusted. Liu Deju finally realized that he is not the protagonist of this world. But then the owner of the cat mask might be. Ching Chen walked to the main level of the shoe. He was still wearing the cat mask, now starting his own game. And he has a liaison. He takes off that mask, and his voice changes. That's the second effect of the breathing technique, the ability to affect the vocal cords. Li Shutong asked his student, "How did the conversation with Liu Deju go?" Ching Chen asked for a gene injection from his teacher. The gene injection for Liu Deju. It's a matter of contract and bargain. There was no way without it. He wouldn't cooperate. Lin Xiaoxiao considered it a waste of both time and money. But still, Liu Deju is needed, and he must be able to defend himself. Ching Chen realizes that Liu Deju is completely spineless. He is very weak, and he is easy to crack. Therefore, it's better to think from a different perspective, since he'll confess when he's caught. Then don't let them catch you. The gene injection will help him with that. The timer report shows an hour left to move to the outside world. Ching Chen walked into Liu Deju's holding cell with a suitcase of injections. He must fulfill his part of the bargain. He didn't expect it to be so fast. Ching Chen ordered him to listen very carefully to everything he said. 7 minutes had passed. That's how long it took him to lay out the basic instructions to his contact. He told me what to look out for, just the gist of it. No water. Now there was a conversation about gene injection to be had. 2 syringes and a vial of medicine appeared in front of Liu Deju's eyes. If there is a desire to strengthen yourself with the help of gene preparations, it is necessary to follow a clear sequence. If the sequence is mixed up, then the lethal outcome is guaranteed. Genetic medicines have great advantages. Low probability of rejection, rapid effect. First, each sample should be given with a white-colored syringe. If you feel a tearing pain, it means that the drug has not caused rejection. You can give a second injection. He gave Liu Deju the suitcase with the gene drugs and left him alone in the holding cell, and gave him all the instructions. The doors of the punishment cell closed behind Ching Chen's back. He calmly proceeded downstairs to the main level of the prison. Just then, Liu Deju's moans and screams were heard. Ching Chen turned to Lin Xiaoxiao. He wanted to know if he thought he could do the gene injection himself after each sample. Actually, it's hard to tell. The pain from the gene injection is unbearable. It goes all the way down to the bone. Everything in the world has a price. If you want to increase your strength, suffering is inevitable. Even if it's the fastest-acting gene drug. What about the awakened ones? Rumor has it that an awakened person can become superhuman overnight. Liu Deju stopped shouting. Instead, he started laughing. A very extraordinary reaction. There was silence, and the trio were very much alarmed. They thought he'd gone off his skates. It seems Ching Chen had overestimated Liu Deju's willpower. After each trial, he didn't have the courage to give the second injection. Many people dream of getting stronger all the time, and even think they're willing to pay the price. But when they really get hurt, they realize what they're up against. Ye Wan handed Ching Chen a gold ingot. Whether to take it or not would be up to him to decide. But it was the teacher's duty to hand this one to his disciple. Lin Xiaoxiao gives 2 communication devices for the pseudo-base station. One for Liu Deju, the other for Ching Chen. This is also what Boss Li Shuten told him to give him. He was very aware of what he really needed. Li Shutong said that as a teacher he should consider some things in front of his student. This thing will help hide Ching Chen Yu's identity to the outside world. Well, with his temper, it's certainly a useful thing. He's got a temper, of course. He's heavy himself. Ye Wan thinks that Boss Lu Shutong thinks that Chin Chen has a lot of dark in him. 1 minute left on the timer for the transition to the outside world. Apparently, he's not going to inject himself on his own. Ye Wang and Lin Xiaoxiao know very well what to do. In these cases, as much help as possible is needed. They opened the holding cell. Liu Dejue was lying on the floor crying and snotting. He didn't dare to carry out the procedure to the end. He saw them and realized it didn't mean anything good. Not for him, anyway. Ye Wang grabbed him and held him like a captured wild beast. Lin Xiaoxiao took a syringe with a large needle in his hands. Liu Dejue started screaming like a little girl. And crying. Trying to discuss things. And asked them not to do that. Ling Xiaoxiao put this big needle right into his ass. With all his might, they all made it in time. The countdown on the timer is over. Transition commencing. The system begins to pass through the force field. Everything starts to crumble like glass. And break into pieces. Liu Deju, with a horrible grimace of pain on his face and tears in his eyes, moves to the outside world.